Chapter 1. Fully Charged. It was 10:30 in the evening at the Defense Technology University Library. Several librarians were tidying up their belongings in preparation to leave for the day. Turning back, they noticed their colleague, Ruo, who remained motionless at the counter. Ruo, are you not leaving yet? With her hair tied in a ponytail, Ruo propped her chin on one hand while cradling her phone in the other. Her gaze fixed on the screen. The genius hasn't come out yet. Are we supposed to leave him locked in here? One of the librarians grumbled. The genius hasn't left? This person is bizarre. He arrives precisely at 6 every morning, brings a few steamed buns, and stays all day. It's already 10:30. And he is still borrowing books. How can he possibly read so many? He is probably just pretending to be studious, skipping classes altogether. I can't fathom how someone like him got into our school. Suddenly, the librarians fell silent, as footsteps echoed in the library. Ruo instinctively glanced in the direction of the sound, and a figure emerged, tall, approximately 6 feet, and somewhat slender. His hair was unkempt and lifeless, his expression somewhat dazed, and fatigue was etched across his face. He cradled several books in his arms. Ruo recognized this genius, a classmate, and was aware of his backstory. Once the provincial top scholar, Gao Yang had received an invitation to their institution at the same time as her. However, since arriving at school, Gao Yang had become ensnared by his obsession with reading, neglecting classes for an entire year without earning a single credit and receiving a warning of probation instead. This probation lasts for 6 months. If his behavior improves, the warning can be rescinded, but failure to do so would lead to expulsion. Yet, for half a year, Gao Yang had not changed his ways, continuing to skip classes and read incessantly. An outstanding scholar expelled from the Defense University after a year and a half. It could very well make headlines. Despite working here for 2 months and having crossed paths with Gao Yang numerous times, Ruo found him to appear quite ordinary. Contrary to the disturbing rumors about his mental state. As Gao Yang approached the counter, he placed the books he was holding on the surface. Register these, please. While processing the registration, Ruo tentatively inquired, what is your first design project? Gao Yang instinctively looked at Ruo. Very few people at school knew about the first design project, as regular students only had graduation theses without design requirements. Only special classes had design assignments during their studies. Noticing Gao Yang's confusion, Ruo clarified, we are in the same class. Gao Yang scratched his head, realizing that after such a long absence from classes, he did not even recognize his classmates. Lowering his guard, he replied, I'm considering designing a laser gun. Ruo furrowed her brow. This statement was riddled with flaws. Firstly, laser guns are heavily regulated and lack actual combat capability. They might be suitable for igniting a cigarette, but using them to create weapons with significant power, like naval laser systems, is only effective for destroying enemy drones or blinding cameras. The White Eagle once suggested using laser cannons to intercept missiles, but that concept currently resides solely in PowerPoint presentations, with poor practical effectiveness. Designing laser weapons might be acceptable, but what does considering mean? A thorough inspection is scheduled for tomorrow. Observing Gao Yang's expression, Ruo questioned, considering? Haven't you even started the manufacturing process? No, Gao Yang replied. Looking at Ruo with bewilderment, is there a problem? Ruo found herself overwhelmed by Gao Yang's unwavering confidence, leaving her feeling rather insecure. She glanced at her phone. Realizing that the unified test was scheduled for tomorrow, Gao Yang snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving his phone from his pocket, only to discover that tomorrow marked the evaluation of their design results. Completely engrossed in his studies, he had lost track of time and rushed out of the library, clutching his books. Inside the library, several librarians stared in bewilderment at Gao Yang's frantic departure, then turned to Ruo with expressions of curiosity. Is this remarkable individual your classmate? They were aware that Ruo was a student in a special program. Yet it was astonishing that someone like Gao Yang belonged to the same elite class. Ruo quickly gathered her belongings and responded, yes. But he is a classmate who is about to be expelled. Professor Li was notoriously strict, and without tangible results, Gao Yang would undoubtedly face expulsion. The group made their way outside the library. Just beside the entrance, Gao Yang, having just sprinted out, squatted down on the ground. Using the light from the library sign to read, he flipped through the pages at an astonishing speed, significantly faster than the average reader. Ruo sensed something amiss with Gao Yang. She waved to the librarians, signaling them to leave, and approached him, asking, why are you so eager to read? Gao Yang ignored her, fully engrossed in his book. Ruo pondered for a moment and suggested, let us go back inside. I can keep you company. And the light is better in there. No need, Gao Yang replied, his gaze still fixed on the pages. He was determined not to squander even a moment of time. Ruo decided against pressing further, returning to the library to turn on the large lights by the entrance and patiently waiting for Gao Yang. She found herself somewhat perplexed by his dedication. Throughout her 2 months of part-time work at the library, she had noticed that Gao Yang studied diligently during the day and borrowed books to read at night. While others often arrived late, he was unfailingly punctual, regardless of adverse weather conditions. Even during the New Year celebrations, he continued his studies, not taking a break even on New Year's Eve. Yet, she harbored doubts about the efficacy of such relentless reading. The school was eerily quiet in the late hours, growing increasingly tranquil as time passed. Ruo felt herself growing drowsy while waiting for Gao Yang for a full 4 hours. It seemed absurd to her. She felt as if she were under a spell, merely observing Gao Yang's intense focus on his reading. Initially skeptical, she had transitioned to admiration. There were moments when she felt the urge to leave, but she gritted her teeth and persevered, curious to see how long Gao Yang could maintain his concentration. Suddenly, Gao Yang snapped his book shut. A spark ignited in his previously vacant eyes. In his mind he perceived a progress bar that leaped from 99.99 to 100. Concurrently, a voice echoed in his head, audible only to him. Ding. The 10,000-fold amplification system is fully charged. This system could randomly amplify all products developed by the host, enhancing their effectiveness by a factor of 100 to 10,000. A reward of a single amplification opportunity awaited him. Gao Yang's body trembled slightly. The system had manifested upon his entrance to the school, but it required charging, and charging necessitated reading. He immersed himself in his studies day and night, even reading in the restroom, during meals, and while walking, seizing every possible moment to read. He transformed over a year and a half from a once illustrious genius into a figure perceived as deranged by those around him. With no time for socializing, he found himself friendless in university, neglecting classes and remaining unfamiliar with his peers. To save time, he subsisted on buns and noodles, losing considerable weight in the process. Yet, every sacrifice felt worthwhile. Chapter 2. The Laser Gun. Upon successful system charging, the manufactured products could have their effects randomly amplified by a factor of 100 to 10,000. Even if the random amplification turned out to be the paltriest 100 times, the results would still be astonishingly formidable. While others toiled tirelessly to research products with painfully slow progress, achieving a mere 10% improvement was considered a significant breakthrough. Gao Yang's inventions would boast a staggering 100 times enhancement. Truly outrageous. He felt an insatiable eagerness to experiment. Rising, Gao Yang glanced at Ruo and handed her the book, saying, "Return this." Ruo stared at Gao Yang in a daze, astonished by his drastic transformation. Just moments ago, he had exuded the aura of a dull, old scholar. But now he radiated a lively, sunny disposition, as if he had become an entirely different person. After passing the book to Ruo, Gao Yang dashed toward the laboratory with utmost urgency. He could not afford to be expelled. Time was of the essence. He needed to present new research findings. If expelled, he would lose access to a wealth of specialized books. Although the system had already charged, further enhancement of his inventions still required extensive reading. A day may seem brief, but he still had a chance. Having previously perused numerous texts on the general design of laser guns, Gao Yang already had a conceptual framework in mind. Now, it was merely a matter of fabrication. The laser gun comprises 4 primary components: the laser emitter, power supply, optical system, and control system. He dismissed the power supply, as even the battery packs from electric vehicles could not meet the energy demands of his laser gun. A makeshift gun that merely connected to a power source would suffice for now. The control system was relatively straightforward. The control of the laser gun was simple. A circuit board could be soldered in 10 minutes. The optical system, which refracts and converges the laser emitted from the laser emitter to amplify its potency, was an idea Gao Yang had conceived long ago. Now, it simply needed to be constructed. The laser emitter itself was rather uncomplicated. The infrared lights sold at the corner store near elementary schools were essentially laser emitters. Infrared light is invisible, yet it is called an infrared lamp. In reality, it is a laser light. The challenge lay in enhancing the laser's effectiveness, but Gao Yang already had contingency plans in place. Late into the night, despite his exhaustion, Gao Yang began multitasking. The optical system required polishing of lenses, which could be automated by the machine if parameters were set, allowing him to focus on other tasks during this period. The Defense Technology University, as a reserve force for national defense, boasted numerous collaborative technology projects with Longhua, resulting in exceptionally well-equipped laboratories. Gao Yang is adept at utilizing a diverse array of devices and materials, and even in the absence of certain components. He can effortlessly employ a lathe for precision machining. Nonetheless, the fabrication of a laser gun remains a time-consuming endeavor. From the depths of night until the sun reaches its zenith, all components are finally completed, paving the way for assembly. The parts, though diminutive in size, are numerous, and the assembly process demands meticulous attention. Having endured a sleepless night, Gao Yang steels himself and embarks on the intricate task of putting the pieces together. The second shooting range, a specialized facility at the Defense Science and Technology University, spans a modest length of 400 meters and a width of merely 200 meters. Yet, it is equipped with an array of professional apparatus capable of thoroughly analyzing the performance of various light weaponry. Surrounded by reinforced walls and situated in an expansive area, there is little concern for stray shots. At this moment, the Light Weapon Engineering Program's special class, comprising 30 students, has gathered, with 29 present, standing in orderly formation at the front of the range. To the left of the stands, the school's leadership is present, including faculty members and professors from the Lonka Institute engaged in light weapon research, with even the principal in attendance. They regard this test with utmost seriousness. It is not merely an evaluation of the students' weapon designs, but also a critical assessment of the special class itself. What results can be expected from such a congregation of prodigious talent, endowed with the finest educational resources of Longhua? Professor Li's expression betrays his concern as he notes the absence in the neatly arranged rows. A corner is missing. Gao Yang has not arrived. Report. In the light weapon engineering class, 30 students were expected, but only 29 are present. One student is absent. Professor Li nods slightly, then lifts his manuscript. According to the guidelines established at the beginning of the term for the first project assessment, students may form research groups of 5. Or if they possess confidence in their abilities, they may work in groups of 4, 3, or even as individuals. Should the project meet the required standards, you will continue your studies in the special class. Otherwise, you will be relegated to the ordinary class. The determination of whether a design meets the criteria will be made collectively by all professors present. Furthermore, the top 3 research groups will be awarded cash prizes of 100,000, 50,000, and 30,000 respectively. The atmosphere among the 29 students grows tense. The privileges of the special class are considerable. Firstly, there is the scholarship compensation, with tuition fully covered and an annual stipend of 20,000. Upon successful graduation, students will be directly granted military positions, and the teaching conditions are exemplary, with all instructors being leading researchers from the Lonka Institute, including many venerable scholars. This represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them, one that must not be squandered. Professor Li examines a list. Of the 30 students, there are a total of 16 research groups, with as many as 7 individual projects. It appears many harbor great confidence in their abilities. He begins with the individual research groups. Chow Tao. A student steps forward, retrieving a box from the side. I have designed a micro-submachine gun. Upon opening the box, a submachine gun, only slightly larger than a handgun, is revealed. Its design bears a resemblance to the Uzi, yet features distinct modifications. The alterations, while subtle in appearance, may signify significant enhancements. Professor Li takes the firearm, weighs it in his hands, and raises an eyebrow. The weight distribution is commendable, and the grip feels exceptionally comfortable. As long as the firing rate and accuracy meet the standards, it is indeed a fine firearm. Professor Li handed the gun to the technicians for further testing. The technicians secured the weapon on the testing platform and then remotely controlled the firing mechanism. Within 2 seconds, a volley of bullets was expended. The technicians could not help but glance back at Chow Tao, reporting, firing rate, 21 rounds per second, with high accuracy. Professor Li was visibly moved. In contrast, the initial version of the Uzi, tested under similar conditions, had a firing rate of only 15 rounds per second. The school leaders observed and instinctively nodded in agreement. In addition to the increased firing rate, accuracy held paramount importance. Chow Tao's modified firearm not only boasted a rapid firing rate, but also exhibited remarkable precision, qualifying it as exceptional. The testing continued without significant issues, yet various extreme environmental tests were still necessary to ascertain the efficacy of the modifications. While weapon testing was being conducted at the second shooting range, Gao Yang was diligently assembling the laser gun. The laser emitter, optical system, and circuit controls were all interconnected and then wrapped together with black insulating tape. There was no time to construct a proper casing. Thus, thick insulating tape was employed to bind the laser gun, complemented by 4 small sticks to maintain its straight form. Before long, an irregular black laser gun materialized before Gao Yang, with a plug connected to the back. At this point, The construction was deemed complete. Chapter 3. This is not my creation. Gao Yang decided to test the device by connecting the laser to the socket and then pulling the trigger. No sound emerged. Only a brilliant light burst forth. A radiant beam of red light instantly struck a wooden chair across the room. At the center of the chair, a fist-sized charred mark appeared, already carbonized. The power was truly terrifying. If aimed at a person, it would likely result in extensive burn injuries instantaneously. The heat would conduct to the internal organs, causing immediate death. Commercially available laser emitters are typically used for lighting cigarettes, and at best, some industrial applications allow for metal cutting. The more advanced versions can serve as death rays, targeting cameras or other delicate equipment. Gao Yang's laser gun had already reached the level of a handheld death ray. The system alert resonated. Congratulations, host. Your invention has achieved a remarkable amplification of 10,000 times. Gao Yang was exhilarated. It was his first attempt, and he had struck the highest multiplier. In the next moment, the laser gun he had just crafted unexpectedly disassembled, and the laboratory's equipment began operating at breakneck speed, all without any human intervention. The velocity of the machinery was akin to a wild stallion breaking free, each device emitting a thunderous roar. Materials were rapidly produced, while a multitude of components floated in midair, swiftly assembling themselves. The scene was both bizarre and enchanting, as if countless hands were simultaneously piecing together these devices. Initially, Gao Yang believed his design was sufficiently intricate, yet now he witnessed thousands of precisely machined parts being flawlessly fitted together to form the core of the laser emitter. Entwined with metallic coils, the wires for the coils were temporarily smelted using the laboratory furnace, and the formula for these coils was worth a fortune. The optical system was likewise upgraded, with materials and polishing executed with greater finesse, enhancing the amplification of the laser even further. After a full 10 minutes, the cacophony in the laboratory subsided. Gao Yang's mind was filled with a system notification. Laboratory equipment is outdated, materials are insufficient. Due to inadequate conditions, the transformation of the laser gun to achieve a 10,000 times amplification cannot be completed. Current amplification of the laser gun stands at 162 times. Gao Yang could discern that the system had maximized the laboratory's potential, yet a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Nonetheless, an amplification of 162 times was still incredibly formidable. The power of the gun he had just created was already immense. How much more devastating would it be when multiplied by 162? Gao Yang felt compelled to test it, but hesitated, fearing he might demolish the laboratory. However, this was not the end. The system began inundating Gao Yang's mind with a wealth of knowledge. This encompassed all the insights pertaining to the laser gun's 10,000 times amplification, including materials, principles, and manufacturing techniques. Now, with access to advanced production equipment and sufficient materials, Gao Yang could fabricate the laser gun with the intended amplification. As he absorbed the knowledge flooding his consciousness, Gao Yang understood that he had become a luminary in the field of lasers, outpacing humanity by countless years. This revelation left him in awe. The system was extraordinarily impressive. Not only did it amplify inventions, but it also provided him with the knowledge gained from such amplifications. The fragments of knowledge he now possessed had the potential to transform the landscape of the optical domain. With an expanded array of research topics and amplifications, he could propel his nation forward at an astonishing pace. Yet now, he needed to fulfill his agreement with Professor Li. He picked up the laser gun from the table, carelessly stowed it in a plastic bag, and made his way to the second shooting range. As Gao Yang exited the laboratory, dusk was approaching. After a busy day, it was already 6 o'clock, and he was uncertain if he would make it in time. However, with results in hand, he felt a sense of calm. Even if the school expelled him, they would have to follow due process. As long as he presented the laser gun before the process concluded, he would be retained. In fact, even if expelled, presenting the laser gun might lead to a grand invitation for his return. Regardless of his composure, he understood the importance of maintaining due respect. As Gao Yang entered the shooting range, his classmates were still present, though the testing seemed to be drawing to a close, with the distant targets nearly obliterated. Professor Li, initially exhilarated by the remarkable performance of the students, was pleased to see the 16 weapon designs, each commendable and nearly complete. Achieving such results after only a year and a half of study was indeed commendable, affirming the exceptional caliber of the special class. However, upon spotting Gao Yang, his expression swiftly darkened. Gao Yang, the design presentation was scheduled for 7:30 a.m. What time is it now? 6:30 p.m. He handed his pistol to Ruo, his demeanor softening slightly. If not for the decent design of this gun you contributed to, you would have already been expelled. But even the improvements to this pistol are merely satisfactory, far from outstanding. Your learning outcomes from reading in the library cannot compare to the benefits of attending class. Gao Yang was taken aback. He hadn't participated in the design of that gun. Then he noticed Ruo winking at him. And he instantly understood. She had added his name to the design group. But why was she helping him? He couldn't fathom it. He was somewhat handsome. But not to that extent. Professor Li interrupted Gao Yang's thoughts. Gao Yang, your probation remains in effect for 6 months. Demonstrate good behavior during this period. And the sanction will be lifted. Gao Yang regained his composure. Report. I did not participate in the design of that pistol. I have an independent design. Professor Li turned to Ruo and then back to Gao Yang, repeating, are you certain you are not a member of the Flowing Skirts research group? Gao Yang paused, pondering the peculiar name of the group. I am certain. Professor Li scrolled through his notes. What is the name of your research group, and what is your design? After a moment's thought, Gao Yang replied, is an excellent design beneficial to the research group? There's a cash reward. Can I join the Flowing Skirts research group now? Professor Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Was Gao Yang confident in his research? Did he even contemplate reciprocating? Very well. What are you researching? A laser gun. Chapter 4, Daybreak. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. It is widely acknowledged that the more extravagant something appears, the less effective it tends to be. This is not to say that laser guns lack utility, but rather that the technology required is exceedingly advanced. Not even the top research institutions can produce laser weaponry with satisfactory combat effectiveness, let alone portable laser weapons such as a laser gun. Gao Yang opened a black plastic bag and retrieved a laser gun wrapped in black insulating tape. Laughter erupted throughout the room. The students were not mocking him, but rather found the sight amusing. Before he revealed the laser gun, they had genuinely believed he might have gleaned some knowledge from the library. However, now they were convinced. Only a true genius could present a stick wrapped in insulating tape and declare it a laser gun. Had he truly become deluded from his studies? Professor Li's expression was similarly difficult to articulate. Had he genuinely held expectations for Gao Yang? What a farce. The principal and school leaders furrowed their brows. The department head, with a hint of regret, sighed. Gao Yang was once the top scholar of the province. Perhaps the immense pressure has led to his mental distress. I will arrange for someone to take him to the hospital for an examination. The principal's brow knitted further. A person who could achieve such status must be a genius. To stand out amongst the vast population of the Dragon Kingdom, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Such individuals with mental issues indeed warrant serious attention. Under the scrutinizing gazes of her 3 sisters in the group, Ruo lowered her head, surprisingly feeling that Gao Yang was quite normal. After spending half the night with him yesterday, she sensed that he differed from the rumors. Thus, she regretted that Gao Yang had been expelled and hastily added his name to the research group. Consequently, she became the subject of ridicule. Not only was he mocked, but the entire research group became a laughingstock. As long as she continued her studies, she would be subjected to incessant derision. Gao Yang perceived the attitudes of those around him and comprehended their sentiments. He merely remarked, if you all aspire to pursue careers in scientific research, I hope you will refrain from judging others by their appearance. The laughter in the room swiftly dissipated. Gao Yang's words struck a chord, rendering them speechless. As they could not refute his statement, Gao Yang turned to Professor Li with utmost seriousness and said, I have not allocated sufficient time for manufacturing, and I am pressed to participate in this test. I lack the time to create a proper casing. But may I use the laser gun in its current state for testing? Professor Li regarded the laser gun in Gao Yang's hands with skepticism, struggling to believe it was indeed a laser gun, yet he nodded in agreement. You already have a testing opportunity. Taking the laser gun from Gao Yang, Professor Li examined it closely, falling into silence. The longer he observed it, the less it resembled a laser gun. Most absurdly, there was a plug at the back. Does this laser gun require electricity? Yes, it can operate on alternating current, albeit with reduced power. If possible, using 3-phase power or even high-voltage electricity would amplify its potency. Gao Yang explained. Professor Li pondered. In his view, utilizing 220V was perilous enough, let alone 380V 3-phase power. He turned to the technicians. Bring over the wiring. The technicians promptly retrieved the wires, donned insulated protective gear, and secured the electromagnetic gun onto the automatic firing platform. After completing these preparations, they stepped back several paces, casting anxious glances at Professor Li. Professor Li also retreated a few steps, and then looked at Gao Yang. Are we ready for the test? Yes. The technicians moved back even further, ensuring their safety in case of an explosion from this crude contraption. In the stands, a group of onlookers instinctively shrank back. equally concerned about the potential for this makeshift device to suddenly detonate. The technicians cautiously pressed the remote control button. A crackle echoed, the sound of electricity being released, followed by the activation of the laser gun. From the front of the laser gun, wrapped in black insulating tape, a dazzling beam of light erupted. At 6:30, twilight had already descended. Yet, with the test firing of the laser gun, the surroundings brightened. An extraordinarily brilliant red laser instantly struck the distant grass target. The target, composed of various compressed materials with high strength, carbonized upon contact with the laser. And even the metallic base beneath it melted in an instant, dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound. The laser continued to strike the reinforced wall of the shooting range, instantly melting a large hole into it. The wires, unable to withstand the current, burned through their insulation, causing a short circuit. The power was cut, and the laser vanished. Remarkably, the laser had lasted merely a second, fleeting as a whisper. Yet, the eyes of everyone present were dazzled. The brilliance of the laser was blinding. Before them lingered a phantom black line, a remnant of the dazzling light they had just witnessed. Tears streamed down their faces. The sudden exposure to such intense brightness, while not blinding, was undeniably uncomfortable. However, at that moment, discomfort was the least of their concerns. Gazing at the charred target in the distance, the gaping hole in the thickened wall, and the flickering flames outside, they were overwhelmed with awe. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Their previous laughter had been directed at what they now realized was a genuine laser gun. Moreover, it was a weapon of terrifying power. The ridicule they had cast upon it felt like a slap in the face. They were the proverbial frogs at the bottom of the well. A significant portion of the high-ranking officials who had come to observe were now standing, involuntarily rising from their seats, struck by the sheer shock of the moment. In the midst of this silence, someone could no longer contain their disbelief. Is this really not a laser cannon? More students began to react. What on earth? Did I just experience a hallucination? Where's the grass target? It's completely gone. Not just the target, but even the iron frame beneath it has been melted away. When did laser technology advance to such an astonishing level? The murmurs among the students gradually grew louder. The principal and the officials in the courtyard slowly regained their composure. They were perhaps more composed than the students, understanding far better than the latter the implications of this single shot. It signified a monumental breakthrough in the field of laser technology. Such a laser gun could not be produced in the Dragon Country. In fact, no nation in the entire world could manufacture it. Gao Yang was equally astonished. He had never tested the amplified power of this laser gun before. The initial demonstration was utterly terrifying. This was merely the effect of a 162-fold amplification. What would be the magnitude of its power if fully employed at 10,000 times? The laser had instantaneously carbonized the target and melted the frame beneath it. Furthermore, it had struck a wall 400 meters away, melting even the bricks. The temperature must have exceeded 10,000 degrees. If it were to strike a person, it could instantly carbonize them. This was the true nature of a laser gun. Aim and fire. The enemy could neither flee nor evade, for with optical weapons, the speed of attack is that of light. This technology could effectively achieve 100% interception of missiles, as seeing the attack is tantamount to being hit. There was no need for prediction. Gao Yang suppressed the shock surging within him and turned to Professor Li. Is my laser gun up to standard? Chapter 5. A Grand Spectacle. Professor Li trembled slightly, gazing at Gao Yang with eyes shimmering with tears and tinged with guilt. As a prodigy, Gao Yang had endured countless grievances due to his misunderstanding. At that moment, Professor Li even felt an urge to bow in apology to him. Gao Yang sensed the professor's remorse but felt no resentment. He had devoted all his time to studying. And to outsiders, he might indeed appear somewhat obsessed. Misunderstandings are quite commonplace, yet Professor Li generously afforded him numerous opportunities. Others, who might skip a single class for an entire year, would likely have been expelled long ago. Furthermore, he remains indifferent to the opinions of others, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. In fact, he finds joy even when ignored, contentedly absorbed in his reading. Professor Li gazes upon Gao Yang as though he were an extraordinary treasure. This is not merely a genius, but rather a prodigy. His emotions intertwine in a tumultuous mix of excitement and guilt, causing his expression to spiral out of control, tears streaming down his face while he smiles. Speaking with an unusual kindness, this laser gun is remarkably advanced, yet given the gravity of the situation, I must confirm. Did you construct this independently? Gao Yang nods affirmatively. Indeed, however, the laboratory's equipment is subpar and the materials insufficient, thus I can only produce such a laser gun for the time being. Professor Li is momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you implying that your theoretical knowledge enables you to create a superior laser gun, hindered solely by the limitations of the laboratory conditions? Yes. Professor Lee, overwhelmed with excitement, takes a deep breath to compose himself. He surveys the room. Many discussions cannot take place here, and this venue lacks the necessary testing facilities. We must proceed to a more specialized venue for testing. He then addresses the students. Gao Yang's laser gun is the top design of this session. Is there any dissent? None. A student replies, with more voices echoing in agreement. They are all geniuses, each with their own pride, yet in the presence of Gao Yang and his laser gun, they find themselves cautious even in their breathing. The school leadership shakes their heads in unison, hesitant to express any dissent. Gao Yang's words now resonate, as their collective will. At merely 19, he has already produced a groundbreaking product. His future accomplishments are boundless. While others strive to become the pride of the school post-graduation, Gao Yang has already achieved that distinction. The principal rises abruptly. Gao Yang has rightfully earned this first place. Are you satisfied with your experience at school? Please feel free to voice any suggestions. Professor Lee cannot help but cast a glance at the principal, noting this obsequious tone, a first in his 10 years at the institution. Gao Yang indeed has a suggestion. The student library card allows borrowing only 4 books at a time, which is rather limited. The principal pauses, taken aback that this constitutes a suggestion. Henceforth, the borrowing limit at the library will be doubled to 8 books. As for you, Gao Yang, there will be no restrictions. Borrow as many as you wish. This arrangement enables Gao Yang to explore beyond the confines of the library, greatly enhancing his convenience. Descending from the stage, Gao Yang approaches Ruo, whispering, "Thank you." Ruo understands that Gao Yang is grateful for her assistance in securing his name, yet she feels somewhat bashful. Had I not intervened, you would not have faced expulsion. That was my own initiative. Gao Yang smiles and offers no further words as Professor Lee announces the second-place design of the day. In stark contrast to the undisputed first place, the second place holds little significance. No one contests it. Previously arrogant geniuses now appear increasingly subdued. Without comparison, there is no pain. The products they designed lack even the qualifications to stand alongside the laser gun. The second and third places were quickly determined. Yet no one seemed to care. All attention remained fixated on the laser gun and on Gao Yang. Previously, they regarded him with the gaze reserved for the insane. Now, however, they viewed him through an extraordinary lens, perceiving him as a genius immersed in his own world of thought, transcendent, ethereal, existing in a realm far beyond their mundane existence. His simple attire was a testament to his character, embodying the philosophical principle of remaining unaffected by external circumstances. Ruo could not help but steal glances at Gao Yang. Despite his disheveled hair and pronounced dark circles, he appeared quite handsome, and, coupled with his intense focus, exuded a captivating charm. After Professor Lee recognized everyone's efforts, he began distributing documents, confidentiality agreements pertaining to the laser gun. Every individual present was required to sign one. Ruo instinctively glanced at the laser gun, now encased in a plastic bag, wondering how such an object warranted a confidentiality agreement. Yet upon reflection, this weapon represented not merely the laser gun itself, but the advancement of laser technology. The reward of 10,000 was not merely a prize, but essentially a form of hush money. Once all had signed the confidentiality agreement, the gathering dispersed. Many felt a pang of discontent. They were all students, and yet someone's project had reached a level that necessitated confidentiality. The comparative struggle for achievement was palpable. Nonetheless, they acknowledged Gao Yang's superiority, understanding that all accolades were rightfully his. As the students departed, Professor Lee personally drove Gao Yang. Your laser gun needs to be tested at Lonka Institute before we can ascertain its specific power and parameters. Would you like to accompany me? Having a rough understanding of its potential, Gao Yang felt that attending the testing was merely for spectacle. I shall not go. Professor Lee nodded. Where shall I take you now? The library, Gao Yang replied. A newfound admiration blossomed within Professor Lee. He had previously thought Gao Yang's frequent library visits were a form of obsession without purpose. Now he recognized their merit, particularly as Gao Yang could remain humble and focused on his studies even amidst his recent achievements. This was truly commendable. As they arrived at the library, Professor Lee observed Gao Yang with respect. I apologize for my earlier remarks about reading being inferior to attending lectures. Gao Yang smiled in response. No worries. Typically, reading alone may not be as effective as having a teacher's guidance for deeper understanding, especially with the exceptional instructors in our specialized class, who are all leaders in their respective research fields. However, Gao Yang possessed a system of his own. Professor Lee watched as Gao Yang entered the library. his gaze drifting to the laser gun in the passenger seat. He still felt as though he were dreaming, astonished that such a rudimentary object could wield such terrifying power. This undoubtedly marked a technological breakthrough in the realm of lasers. Upon reaching the school gate, they encountered several military vehicles, tasked with escorting Professor Lee and the laser gun to the Lonka Institute's Light Weapons Research Institute for testing. This scene drew the attention of many onlookers. So many military vehicles, armed escorts, such a grand display. Was Professor Lee a spy? Meanwhile, Gao Yang remained inside the library, engrossed in his studies. He had not been so diligent. His previous fervor for reading was solely for the system, and now his time spent reading is also dedicated to the system. Once the system has fully charged, it rewards him with an opportunity for a 10,000-fold enhancement. However, to continue acquiring enhancement opportunities thereafter, further charging is required. The method of charging remains the same. Reading. Chapter 6. Comprehensive Testing. Gao Yang harbored a conjecture that the process of reading was, in fact, an adaptation phase. Reading was training his mind, preparing him to withstand the sudden influx of vast knowledge after receiving the system's enhancement. This was merely a hypothesis, one that could not be validated. After completing a book, Gao Yang spent an hour reading, a pace significantly swifter than before. Much of the content was already familiar to him, allowing him to skim through. Upon finishing a book, Gao Yang immersed himself in the system. A brand new progress bar appeared on the system interface. At that moment, the progress stood at 0.3. This signified that by reading 3 books, he could charge by 1%, and by reading 300 books, he could achieve full charge. Even if Gao Yang read merely 10 books a day, he could complete the charging within a month. In extreme circumstances, he could manage 20 books, thereby finishing the charging in half a month and obtaining a second opportunity for a 10,000-fold enhancement. A smile, even a sense of euphoria, spread across Gao Yang's face. He feared the prospect of having to wait a year and a half again to achieve an enhancement. Not far away, Ruo, having finished her meal, entered the library and immediately spotted Gao Yang. Despite having already achieved remarkable success, he continued to immerse himself in earnest study, a behavior truly worthy of emulation. She then noticed Gao Yang laughing while reading. Instinctively, she glanced at the book title, On the Materials and Structures of Bulletproof Vests. It was impressive that he could find such joy in a text so specialized. She admired him even more. She contemplated approaching him. But upon seeing Gao Yang engrossed in another book, she returned to her counter to read, while also attending to her work. With individuals smarter and more diligent than herself, she had no reason to slacken. The library grew even quieter in the evening, the only sound being the soothing rustle of pages turning. While Gao Yang charged through reading, Professor Lee arrived at the Light Weapons Research Institute. At that moment, a multitude of military vehicles and helicopters were parked before the institute. Those summoned by a sudden call included not only researchers, but also military personnel. The laser gun, with its immense power, could potentially revolutionize the current tactical framework of Longhua. Professor Lee entered the research institute with the laser gun in hand, met by the intense gaze of over 100 pairs of eyes. I have already submitted a request to the higher-ups. During this testing, no photographs, recordings, or audio shall be permitted, he announced. Everyone must undergo identity verification once more. Those summoned were predominantly influential figures, and someone incredulously remarked, "Old Lee, is it really that serious?" Professor Lee shook his head. Once you witness the testing of this laser gun, you will understand that I am not exaggerating in the slightest. As everyone began to cooperate by surrendering their communication devices and confirming the absence of any electronic equipment on their persons, they collectively entered the vast shooting range behind the Light Weapons Research Institute. The definition of light weapons is quite expansive. Handguns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, individual missiles, and anti-tank missiles. All are considered light weapons as long as they can be carried and operated by an individual or a small unit. The Light Weapons Research Institute is extensive, and the shooting range behind it is equally vast, equipped with all necessary facilities, albeit lacking dedicated apparatus for testing laser firearms, which necessitated makeshift arrangements. Following Li Qing's directives, technicians set up steel plates at distances of 100, 200, 300, all the way to 1,000 meters. The 2-centimeter thick steel plates confer considerable defensive capabilities. A group of researchers observing from the forefront of the range gazed at the stern-faced Professor Lee, remarking, "The formidable laser gun is indeed your creation. We would not believe it if anyone else claimed such." Professor Lee turned to the speaker, stating, "Had I not witnessed it myself, I too would be incredulous. This represents a monumental leap in laser technology." The researchers fell silent, their anticipation palpable. Li Qing was not one to make frivolous claims. His assertion undoubtedly indicated the terrifying potential of the laser gun. The specifics would be revealed during testing. As dusk fell, the hundreds present remained invigorated. Soon, the preparations were complete, and technicians approached Professor Li, reporting, "We have set everything up as per your requirements. We are ready for testing." Professor Li solemnly retrieved the laser gun and handed it to the technicians. A group standing behind him widened their eyes in astonishment. Was this truly a laser gun? It appeared merely as a stick wrapped in insulating tape, a supposed technological breakthrough of epoch-making significance. It even had a plug. The design seemed excessively punkish. However, out of trust in Li Qing, no one voiced their doubts. The technicians, momentarily stunned, then affixed the laser gun onto the launch platform. At this point, Professor Li turned to introduce the device. This laser gun can operate on 220V or high voltage power, with varying degrees of potency. Silence enveloped the crowd. Had anyone else made such a statement, they would have deemed it nonsensical. For this test, they would first utilize the 220V power supply. Once the technicians completed their setup, all equipment was activated. When the laser gun was fired, they aimed to collect as much data as possible. Professor Li glanced at those still in disbelief. Opting not to warn them about the impending brightness, instead donning sunglasses, commenced testing. The technicians powered up the device and remotely pressed the switch. A brilliant red laser instantaneously illuminated the sky. The laser pierced through the first steel plate, then the second, third, and on to the 10th. The laser gun was programmed to fire for 1 second, automatically shutting off thereafter. In that fleeting second, it penetrated 10 steel plates. The steel plate position 100 meters away bore numerous holes the size of human heads, the edges still glowing red. The molten steel on the ground remained in a semi-solid state, emitting wisps of smoke. Even with sunglasses on, Professor Li found the light somewhat blinding. Turning to gaze at the tear-streaked faces of the crowd, his mood lifted considerably. He had just forgotten to mention that the laser was quite bright and required protective eyewear. A researcher specializing in laser weaponry, trembling with excitement, rushed forth to examine the laser gun closely. His expression resembled that of a pilgrim upon receiving the invitation. He was merely curious about the breakthroughs associated with the laser gun. Now he understood it was a comprehensive revolution. No, calling it a breakthrough seemed inadequate. It should be termed an epoch-making advancement, a monumental leap in technology. Currently, the development of laser weapons worldwide leans towards precision operation. Given the limitations of power, compensations must be made in the realm of operation. For instance, drone matrices equipped with laser weapons can automatically lock onto lens-bearing objects and continuously illuminate them with lasers to damage the lens. However, with the enhancement of laser power, is it still necessary to utilize laser weapons to damage a lens? Not at all. Could the laser weapon not simply obliterate the target? If it can easily penetrate steel plates, destroying a tank would be a trivial task. Chapter 7. Terrifying Power. More individuals, regaining their composure, gathered around the laser gun. Those who received invitations were well versed in the field, whether researchers or military personnel. Their perspectives on the laser gun varied, yet the degree of astonishment was uniformly profound. Researchers were astonished by the technological advancements, while military personnel were in awe of the terrifying power of the laser weapon. It was still a weapon of light speed. Its potential impact on the battlefield was undeniably immense. The closer they approached, the more incredulous they became. Such formidable power emanated from what appeared to be a rather punkish device. It was simply outrageous. Li Qing turned to the technicians. What are the results from the recent tests? Almost simultaneously, everyone looked towards the technicians. They had just witnessed the might, yet lacked specifics. The technicians snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked the data on their computers. The maximum temperature recorded at the laser impact point had reached 37,000 degrees. A profound silence enveloped the room once more. While light itself does not possess temperature, when it strikes an object, light energy is converted into thermal energy. Theoretically, lasers can achieve temperatures soaring into the hundreds of millions of degrees. Yet more realistically, the cutting temperature of lasers hovers around 3,000 degrees. Achieving 37,000 degrees instantaneously is already exceedingly terrifying. Moreover, this was a momentary exposure. With sustained illumination, the temperature would rise even higher. The technicians' voices trembled. The temperature difference between the first and second steel plates tested was 2,000 degrees. This indicated that the laser's energy loss was remarkably low. According to the current test results, even at a distance of 100 meters, placing a steel plate, the laser gun's effective range could reach 18 kilometers. This was nearly the maximum loss result. If there were no steel plates along the path, the energy loss of the laser would be even lower. Furthermore, those present considered another factor, voltage. Currently, operating at the lowest voltage, the power was already considerable. What if high voltage were employed? Professor Lee waved his hand. Everyone, step back. We shall continue testing. Everyone returned to their original positions to commence the second round of testing. This time, the steel plate was placed 3 kilometers away. After adjusting the laser's angle, the laser gun was fired. The steel plate was once again penetrated, with a temperature measurement revealing an astonishing 36,000 degrees. This indicates that the energy loss during the laser's flight is remarkably minimal, with a theoretical range extending beyond the previous test, potentially reaching 70 kilometers. In the dead of night, all researchers and military personnel were brimming with excitement, their eyes fixed intently on the test results. The target range extended to 15 kilometers, where a target was obliterated, and the temperature reading still registered at 20,000 degrees. This effectively confirms that the laser gun's lethal range is 65 kilometers. Such power is indeed terrifying. As an anti-aircraft laser weapon, it possesses the capability to obliterate all aircraft and missiles with ease, and this was achieved under standard household voltage. At midnight, the second round of testing commenced using 380 volts, further amplifying the weapon's power, with the maximum temperature soaring to 45,000 degrees. Such heat could virtually melt anything. The theoretically effective range could reach 100 kilometers. Professor Lee was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome, glancing at his watch. He noted it was already 2 in the morning. Let us disperse for now and resume testing tomorrow. Not a single individual wished to rest, even though they were exhausted. Their exhilaration outweighed their fatigue. Old Lee, let us continue. Can't we still use high voltage? Li Qing pondered, eager to carry on with the testing. However, regarding high voltage, Gao Yang had merely mentioned it in passing without specifying how high it could go. The researchers turned their gaze toward Li Qing. Isn't this laser gun your invention? No, the developer is one of my students. Expressions of intrigue spread among the group. With a professor familiar with Li Qing questioning, you only have 2 doctoral students. Their research focus isn't on laser weaponry, is it? Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Neither of them. They are students from a special class. Many present were aware of this special class. Yet they found it hard to believe. An unfamiliar military representative inquired, "What is this special class?" Someone explained, "It's a program at the Defense Technology University, designed for experimental purposes, inviting only exceptionally talented individuals to cultivate a cadre of elite defense researchers." The military personnel's eyes lit up. Is the caliber that high? Voices of bewilderment emerged from the crowd. I teach in the special class. How did I not know there were such geniuses? Li Qing preferred to keep Gao Yang's name undisclosed, as there were too many people present. Let us put that aside for now. Shall we continue testing? Yes. But let us not exceed too high a voltage. Let us go with 1,000 volts. The technical staff began preparations for the third round of testing. 1,000 meters away, 10 steel plates were stacked. This would slow the penetration speed, allowing for more data to be gathered. With the power connected, the technicians donned thick protective gear. They were ready to commence testing. Professor Lee spoke firmly. Initiate the test. The next moment, power surged through the system. In an instant, an explosion of brilliance far exceeding previous measurements erupted. The sky was illuminated once more. The remote location of the Light Weapons Research Institute has led to speculation among onlookers, who, upon witnessing the persistent flashes of light, might suspect the emergence of a rare artifact. In an instant, steel plates were melted away, each layer, stacked 10 high, could withstand less than a second. The base of the laser gun, subjected to extreme heat, similarly faltered within a mere heartbeat. As everyone squinted against the brightness, the metallic base securing the laser gun softened and collapsed entirely. The rear of the laser gun, tethered by wires, inclined downward with the laser emitter aimed skyward. In the next moment, the laser emitter plummeted to the ground, shutting off instantaneously, while 1,000 volts coursed through it, causing it to ignite and emit wisps of smoke. A group of researchers, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, rushed forward. The technicians hurried to cut the power. Professor Lee held the scorching laser emitter, acutely aware that its internal components had loosened and disassembled into fragments. The other researchers, alongside military personnel, shared in the profound sense of loss. How could such a formidable prototype of a laser gun be so easily damaged? Yet, the fault could not be placed upon anyone. The laser's power was overwhelmingly potent, melting the automatic shooting platform at close range, a possibility they had not foreseen. While the group mourned the fate of the laser gun, someone suddenly remarked that prior to its damage, the laser seemed to have swept across the sky. A senior military official solemnly responded, "No worries. I had temporarily secured the airspace in this vicinity on my way here." There are no aircraft in the nearby skies. Yet, he pondered, what about the satellites above? With a furrowed brow, he continued, low-orbit satellites are at least 200 kilometers away. Can this laser truly reach such a distance? One of the researchers specializing in laser weaponry interjected, the higher the altitude, the thinner the air, resulting in less degradation of the laser beam and greater range. Coupled with the elevated voltage, it is indeed plausible. Another researcher chimed in. In theory, the range could be even greater, but the probability of destroying a satellite is exceedingly low. If it were to happen, we might as well buy a lottery ticket. No one lingered on the earlier mishap. Their focus shifted entirely to Professor Lee. Although the laser gun was damaged, as long as those with the requisite expertise remained, it could be reconstructed. Suddenly, alarms blared within the Aerospace Center of Long Nation. A flurry of technicians sprang into action, demanding to know what had transpired. A Starlink satellite, hovering above Long Nation, had been destroyed, and preliminary assessments indicated that a laser was responsible for its obliteration. The technicians at the Aerospace Center were taken aback. A laser? From where? It was surmised that the laser had originated from the ground of Long Nation. A ground-launched laser capable of destroying a Starlink satellite? The technicians were bewildered. Had humanity's laser weapon technology advanced to such an extent? They hastily reviewed the footage, clearly capturing a red laser piercing through the Starlink satellite, leading to its instantaneous destruction. It was undoubtedly a laser. The personnel at the Aerospace Center quickly analyzed the angle and timing of the laser to approximate its launch area. Within 2 minutes, they determined a rough location. However, at the time of the incident, that airspace had been designated a no-fly zone. Yet, how could a ground-launched laser possess such tremendous power? Do not speak of lasers launched from the ground into space. Even if the distance is merely 1 meter, the notion of a laser capable of instantaneously obliterating a satellite is simply implausible. The analysts at the Space Center find themselves increasingly bewildered. It is not only the Dragon Nation Space Research Center that is confounded. The Bald Eagles Research Center has also captured this astonishing imagery. However, in contrast to the bewilderment of the Dragon Nation's center, they are enveloped in shock and trepidation. Has the Dragon Nation's laser weaponry advanced to such a stage? The ability to effortlessly annihilate satellites? This is undoubtedly significant news. We must devise a means to acquire more information. Yet, to obtain such information, a pretext is necessary. When the company behind the Starlink satellites received a call from the Bald Eagle Space Research Center, they too were in a state of confusion. They had indeed experienced a loss of satellite signal, but with thousands of launches each year, the occasional signal loss is hardly unusual. They had not realized anything amiss until the call prompted them to respond. And they promptly issued a statement declaring that a Starlink satellite had been destroyed by a laser weapon right above the Dragon Nation. Instantly, the world erupted in fervor. This was a monumental event. In the early hours of the Dragon Nation, not many were online. Yet given the vast population, even a small number constitutes a notable quantity. A select few who were awake and surfing the foreign networks stumbled upon the declaration and were instantly jolted. The Dragon Nation has destroyed another nation's satellite? They hurriedly captured screenshots of the news and disseminated it across the Dragon Nation's internet. Upon seeing these screenshots, netizens in the Dragon Nation dismissed it outright, deeming it to be absolute fake news. A laser striking a satellite? Such advanced laser weaponry does not exist. Within the Light Weapons Research Institute, a group remained oblivious to the severity of the recent testing mishap. All eyes were fixed on Professor Lee, awaiting his revelation regarding the reality of the laser gun. They could not fathom that this laser gun was the creation of a mere student. Li Qing raised his hands in surrender. The designer and manufacturer is indeed just a student. What is his name? A teacher from the special class spoke solemnly. I teach the special class. How was I unaware of such a talented student? After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing finally replied, Gao Yang, that prodigy? A group of puzzled individuals turned their gaze towards the speaking professor, their eyes filled with skepticism. He has been dubbed a prodigy? So formidable? The elderly professor observed their expressions, his brow furrowed. Prodigy is merely a nickname. He never attends classes and spends all his time in the library. He is a renowned figure at the Defense Technology University. Li Qing continued, the laser gun is the first design project by Gao Yang. This is impossible. Someone interjected. This is not even a product your institution could manufacture. The internal components of this laser gun exhibit precision down to 1/10 of a micron, along with new materials. If you claim this was produced by a collaboration of numerous research institutes, I might be inclined to believe it, but a student? Unthinkable. Another professor remarked. Moreover, the breakthroughs in laser technology, a student, no matter how extensively they read, could not achieve this. Others chimed in. A craftsman capable of operating machinery with a precision of 1/10 of a micron would be revered among our researchers. Do you expect me to believe that a student under 20 could accomplish such a feat? Even the military bigwigs spoke up. Were it not for witnessing this with my own eyes, no one would believe it. Indeed, unless witnessed firsthand. Shall we arrange a meeting with Gao Yang? Witnessing him crafting another laser gun, Li Qing, aware of the collective gaze upon him, comprehended their ulterior motives. It was not a matter of disbelief, but rather an eagerness to meet Gao Yang. Yet, the uncertainty loomed over him. Previously astonished by the laser gun, he had overlooked its feasibility and hastily proceeded with the testing. In retrospect, it was indeed implausible. The creation of this laser gun by Gao Yang encompassed not only technical expertise, but also numerous other intricate aspects that defied logic. I must reach out and inquire. Li Qing retrieved his phone and dialed. Just as the call connected, someone nearby remarked, "It's 4 o'clock. He.s. surely asleep." Realizing this, Li Qing hesitated, unwilling to disturb Gao Yang's slumber. Just as he was about to hang up, the call was answered. A slightly fatigued voice resonated on the line. "Professor Li? You haven't rested yet?" Li Qing was somewhat taken aback. Gao Yang sensed something amiss. Calling someone in the middle of the night, and then questioning why they weren't asleep, seemed rather peculiar. "Not yet, I'm reading." A group of distinguished individuals remained silent, their heads nodding instinctively, revealing their genuine passion for learning. Li Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. While testing the laser gun at the Research Institute, I encountered a mishap, and the laser gun was damaged. No worries. It was merely a task to fulfill. If it's broken, so be it. The expressions of the esteemed individuals suddenly faltered as they struggled to maintain their composure. What did he mean by a mere task? Such a remarkable creation was merely a project to complete? What had they been researching all these years? Shouldn't he have considered their feelings before speaking? Li Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. My thought is, can we manufacture another one? Tomorrow. I will return to the lab and create another one. All right. Li Qing exhaled in relief. You should rest early. Don't overexert yourself. I will. A silence enveloped the call, and the distinguished individuals finally dared to speak. If he is willing to create another one, it is likely genuine. What else is there to discuss? Let us set off. Li Qing contemplated. Having not slept all night, I should rest in the car. In less than 10 minutes. The convoy commenced its journey, comprising a group of researchers and military personnel, heading straight for the Defense Technology University. The researchers, who had promised to rest during the ride, found themselves unable to sleep, exhilarated by the monumental technological leap. Now, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through them. They worried whether Gao Yang could indeed replicate the laser gun. Chapter 9. University Life? At 7:30 in the morning, Gao Yang awoke, having slept for just over 3 hours. Though still fatigued, he had grown accustomed to exhaustion from his recent late-night study sessions. Habitually, he picked up a book, reading while brushing his teeth, and even while using the restroom. With a book in hand, he pushed open the dormitory door and made his way to the library. Upon reaching the fork in the path leading to the library and the teaching building, Gao Yang paused. Had he really not attended classes for over a year? That seemed rather inappropriate. Perhaps he should visit his class? Having entered university, he ought to experience university life. After all, the system had already been activated, and there was no need to rush regarding future enhancement opportunities. Changing direction, Gao Yang proceeded towards the teaching building. It had been quite a while since his last visit, and he needed to check the classroom location in the class group chat. Building 8, 8th floor. Initially, the classroom was quite lively, engaged in fervent discussions. But upon Gao Yang's entrance, an immediate hush fell over the room. The students stared at him in surprise, wondering if a divine being had come to class. Gao Yang closed the book in his hands and inquired, "Where shall I sit?" Instantly, someone stood up and exclaimed, "You can sit wherever you like." Even the teacher would yield their place for you. A girl also rose, saying, "Here, I will give up my seat next to Ruo for you." The classroom erupted once more into cheerful chatter. Ruo's cheeks flushed. Although she and Gao Yang had no particular connection, she couldn't help but feel flustered by the commotion. Gao Yang chuckled softly but did not approach them. Instead, he walked to an empty seat in the back. "What were you all discussing that was so animated?" he asked. At that moment, Gao Yang had become the focal point of the class, his laser gun having captivated the attention of all his peers. They regarded him with admiration and respect, tinged with a hint of guilt for having previously dubbed him a divine being. When Gao Yang posed his question, someone quickly responded. A Starlink satellite above Long Country was shot down by a laser. The white-headed eagle is now holding Long Country accountable, claiming that they have violated space regulations. Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. This is an international incident. Indeed, but to shoot down a satellite with a laser, The technical difficulty is extraordinarily high. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. The challenge is indeed substantial. It necessitates advanced laser weaponry alongside precise targeting systems. If it's from the ground, the precision requirements are even greater. If it's a ship-mounted laser weapon, the difficulty slightly decreases, yet hitting the target still hinges on luck. Upon hearing Gao Yang's insights, his classmates gathered around him. Gao Yang, can your laser gun take down a satellite? The power would certainly suffice, but the accuracy is insufficient, making it quite challenging to aim. Low Earth orbit satellites are still 200 kilometers high, and laser weapons cannot adjust their angles like missiles can when approaching the target, thus presenting significant difficulties. I wonder how Long Country will respond. Is that even a question? They'll surely play dumb. Such advanced weaponry can be hidden for as long as possible. First, they'll issue a statement claiming they are investigating. This will buy them time until the public loses interest, at which point they'll provide an explanation, declaring it all a misunderstanding. Before the words were even out, someone remarked, Long Country has issued a statement. They are indeed investigating. At that moment, Gao Yang felt a distinct shift in the classroom atmosphere, which was markedly different from what he had imagined, much more vibrant. As for the news, Gao Yang did not dwell on it. He was well versed in laser guns, but his knowledge also led him to overlook the element of luck. At 8 o'clock, the time for class arrived, and the entire class quieted in anticipation of the teacher's arrival. After waiting for 10 minutes with no sign of the teacher, someone turned to the class monitor. Should we call the professor? The monitor dialed. The phone is off. Let me call Professor Lee. After a while, the monitor hung up. I called everyone. All their phones are off. In the classroom, all the students appeared bewildered. Multiple calls had gone unanswered. It was unprecedented for a teacher to be late. And to have all phones unreachable was quite rare. What could be happening? Gao Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that since he had entered the school, it was the first time he had attended a class without the teacher being present. The monitor stepped onto the podium. Let us wait. But while we do, why don't we discuss the ideas and experiences behind our first design project? Suddenly, someone turned to Gao Yang and said, this class is about optical weapons. Why don't you come up and speak? Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. He could certainly discuss the topic, as his knowledge of laser weaponry was both extensive and profound. However, his hesitation stemmed from the fact that he was not accustomed to lecturing. This statement contained a flaw. The distinction between not giving a lecture and being incapable of doing so was significant. Sure enough, in the next moment, nearly 7 or 8 voices chimed in unison. Just speak casually. Gao Yang looked at the eager faces of his classmates, smiled wryly, and ascended the stage. I won't follow the presentation. I'll just share my thoughts. Applause erupted in the classroom. After a moment's reflection, Gao Yang decided to discuss the technical aspects, which could be somewhat complex. Instead, he opted to delve into the theoretical framework and some straightforward ideas. More applause followed. Gao Yang chuckled. It was his first time teaching at a university, and here he was, the one delivering the lecture. His thoughts were quite clear, and he felt he could express some relatively simple concepts without needing a structured format, which surprisingly allowed him to share a wealth of information. As Gao Yang began to speak, the lively atmosphere of the classroom faded, replaced by a solemnity, for they could all discern that Gao Yang possessed genuine insight. In just a few words, he sparked inspiration among them. Some hurriedly took notes, recalling aspects of their previous designs that could be improved. Points they had overlooked before suddenly came to mind as they followed Gao Yang's line of reasoning. Others noted the ideas themselves. Everyone was intently focused, fully aware that this lesson was worth its weight in gold. This sentiment extended to a group of researchers waiting outside the school, their eyes heavy with fatigue as they lingered in their cars. Professor Lee was also waiting for Gao Yang to notify them. As the clock struck 9, the group of experts could no longer contain their impatience. Old Lee, why don't you call and check? Why hasn't Gao Yang informed us yet? Professor Lee pondered for a moment. He didn't sleep at all yesterday until 4, so he might still be asleep. Let us wait a bit longer. The group of experts had no choice but to continue waiting. Meanwhile, in the special class, everyone was captivated by Gao Yang's lecture. Almost everyone was diligently taking notes, their eyes shining with excitement. The content of Gao Yang's discourse had evolved from theoretical concepts to technical details. Many aspects were beyond their comprehension, but that was of little consequence. They simply needed to record the information. On the podium, Gao Yang felt a twinge of melancholy. He had originally intended to deliver just one class. Yet it had extended into 2, and the teacher still had not arrived. With 4 classes scheduled for the morning, would he be expected to cover them all? As the second class concluded, Gao Yang noticed that all the students remained attentively seated. I'll just step out for a moment. If the next teacher hasn't arrived, I'll continue. The class monitor stood up, bowed to Gao Yang, and then the entire class followed suit. Initially, Their admiration for Gao Yang stemmed from his presentation of the laser gun, but now, that admiration had transformed into profound respect. At that moment, Gao Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Professor Li. Upon answering, Professor Li tentatively inquired, "Did I wake you from your sleep?" Chapter 10, Another Agreement? Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. I had already risen and arrived at the classroom, yet no instructor came to teach, so I ended up covering 2 classes myself. Professor Li was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the predicament. There had been a miscommunication, with both sides waiting on the other to make contact. What a blunder. However, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, he was perplexed yet intrigued. "You actually conducted the class?" Indeed, the teacher responsible for the lecture did not show up. And I happened to be there, so I shared some insights. Professor Li glanced at another faculty member, who had a class scheduled for that morning. The researchers nearby, overhearing the conversation, scratched their heads in confusion. Forgotten? At this hour, who would even think about attending class? After a brief pause, Professor Li spoke into the phone. "You proceed with the class. Once it's over, you can manufacture the laser gun." Gao Yang observed the students below, keenly listening with hopeful eyes. "All right." He pocketed his phone and turned to the classmates who had just returned from the restroom, straightening himself. "Let's continue. Professor Li just called, instructing me to carry on with the lesson. I will be here for the next 2 classes as well." Applause erupted once more in the classroom. Gao Yang smiled and resumed his lecture, determined to cover the material he had yet to present. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Wasn't he supposed to be experiencing university life? How had he ended up lecturing instead? Meanwhile, in the vehicle, a group of researchers exchanged bewildered glances. The instructor had forgotten to attend class, and now Gao Yang was lecturing? One professor suggested, "Shall we go to the classroom and see how he conducts the lesson?" Professor Li, intrigued, replied, "Let us go take a look." The convoy predominantly consisted of military vehicles, which were commonplace at the Defense Technology University. Most students here were active-duty soldiers engaged in research, so military vehicles were abundant, though lengthy convoys were rare. The cars drove directly to a teaching building, where the military officials disembarked first. Many curious students were left dumbfounded. On the shoulders of one official were stars. While it was normal for officers to have stars, this particular official bore only stars and no bars. 1 bar signifies a lieutenant, 2 bars a colonel, and none indicates a general. 2 stars indicated a major general, a significant figure. Students were astonished. Had a high-ranking official come to inspect the teaching building? The next moment, the car doors opened, and a number of older researchers stepped out. The level of these researchers was not immediately apparent, as their attire bore no insignia. However, many among them had previously been invited to the university to deliver public lectures. And here was a high-ranking official assisting them out of the car. What caliber of researchers were these? Amidst the students' curiosity, the group swiftly proceeded to the classroom. Inside, Gao Yang was preparing to commence his lecture when he noticed a throng approaching, led by Professor Li. He paused and greeted, "Professor Li, continue with your lecture." "We are here to observe," Professor Li replied, rubbing his hands together as he moved to the back. The group of individuals followed in a single file. The students in the class were left somewhat bewildered. As members of a special class, they were accustomed to notable figures, given that their substitute teachers were all distinguished individuals. Yet here, dozens of esteemed scholars of equal rank gather, alongside prominent military figures, to attend Gao Yang's lecture. For Gao Yang, it is of little consequence. He possesses an unwavering confidence, for he harbors genuine knowledge within. The extensive laser technology imparted by the system has positioned him ahead of his time. Moreover, once the lecture has commenced, it cannot simply be halted. Observing the classroom filled to capacity with eager attendees, he resumes his discourse. Instantly, all students immerse themselves, attentively absorbing the material. The professors in the back, initially driven by mere curiosity about Gao Yang's teaching style, find themselves captivated, their breaths growing heavier as the lecture unfolds. The concepts he presents prove beneficial even to them. Efficacious methods of energy conversion, seemingly novel ideas previously unarticulated. These notions represent groundbreaking technology, and Gao Yang articulates them with ease. Reflecting on it, the technology employed in laser firearms indeed revolves around such principles. Energy released at standard voltage is relatively sluggish. Yet the formidable power of a laser gun stems from the utilization of efficient energy conversion methods, significantly reducing energy loss during the transformation process. As the lecture progresses, a group of distinguished scholars can no longer contain their excitement. They lower their voices and approach a student from behind. "Could you spare a sheet of paper? I'd like to take some notes." The student, busy jotting down notes, turns in surprise. "I want to take notes too." "Here, Take a page. Thank you. The scholar replies, accepting the sheet and swiftly writing down insights. Other researchers follow suit, and soon, the notebooks of those in the back are nearly depleted. From his vantage point at the podium, Gao Yang observes all that transpires below with a sense of admiration. These individuals are the pinnacle of research. Yet they set aside their egos to diligently take notes, utterly engrossed in the lecture. Unfazed, Gao Yang decides to delve deeper into the subject matter. Previously concerned that the students might struggle to comprehend, he now feels emboldened to present more intricate concepts. As the material becomes increasingly complex, even the second-row students find their notebooks emptied. After 2 full lectures, Gao Yang extends the session by an additional half hour, finally putting down his marker. We shall conclude here for today. Class dismissed. The students, somewhat dazed, feel a mix of confusion and enlightenment. The first 2 sessions were manageable, but the latter 2 left them in a fog of bewilderment. Yet, as aspiring researchers, they are enchanted, their minds alight with new possibilities. The ideas Gao Yang has introduced are not only applicable to laser firearms, but extend to virtually any device reliant on electrical energy. Many scholars are stirred with excitement, eager to return to their laboratories and commence their research. However, a more pressing matter looms. They wish to witness Gao Yang fabricate a laser gun before their very eyes. Those who once harbored doubts about his capabilities are now entirely convinced. Gao Yang's brilliance has captivated them all, and the contents of their notes are invaluable. As the students rise to bow and prepare to depart, Professor Li swiftly approaches the podium. Hold on, everyone. Before you leave, please sign a confidentiality agreement. The content of today's lecture must not be disseminated. The students in the special class were left in a state of bewilderment. Another signing? However, upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable. The content of Gao Yang's lecture was evidently advanced technology, one that was currently unparalleled. This innovation held immense value. Though it may not rival laser guns, it possesses the potential to significantly impact the industry. This technology could even serve as the cornerstone of a high-tech enterprise. Even selling the patent alone could yield substantial profits. A throng of individuals, clutching confidentiality agreements, casually perused the documents, their eyes brimming with envy. When would they reach Gao Yang's level, where one could casually present ideas and lecture, necessitating confidentiality agreements from all attendees? Chapter 11. A series of shocking revelations. After signing the contracts, all the students departed, leaving the researchers packed in the classroom. Initially, some harbored doubts, as it was indeed astonishing for a student to create such a formidable laser gun. However, after attending the lecture, their skepticism had largely dissipated. Yet, despite their newfound belief, they remained astonished. Gao Yang was not yet 19. How could someone so young achieve such remarkable feats? The content he delivered so effortlessly had already captivated them. A large group then proceeded to the cafeteria, as it was midday and food was a priority. Gao Yang found himself at the center of a throng, feeling somewhat out of place. Even more disoriented were the school's students, staring in disbelief. What was happening? Why was a group of esteemed professionals surrounding this extraordinary individual? Akin to stars orbiting the moon, the top researchers, with their elevated status, were seemingly vying for Gao Yang's favor. Then there was the rotund professor, holding a notepad and inquiring about something beside him, resembling a student seeking guidance from a teacher. How could this be? That portly professor was well known as the head of the Laser Weapon Research Institute. This scene captured the astonishment of countless students along the way, leaving them utterly perplexed about the unfolding events. During the meal, they attracted numerous curious glances, yet no one dared to approach, opting instead to observe from a distance and speculate. Once the meal concluded, at high noon, Gao Yang headed directly to the laboratory. Before even reaching it, Professor Li remarked, "Let us go to the most prestigious lab in the school. It is equipped with everything." Gao Yang's eyes lit up. The previous lab, while commendable in its array of equipment, was not at the pinnacle of excellence. The school housed an even superior laboratory, recognized as world-leading. Yet, not even students nor ordinary professors were permitted access. Those who were eligible to use it had to submit prior applications. This laboratory also had the capability to utilize supercomputers for calculations during experiments, significantly enhancing research efficiency. Would he be able to use it directly? Gao Yang hesitated. Surely he could. Professor Li retrieved his phone, powered it on, and called the principal. Shortly after hanging up, he turned to Gao Yang and said, "You have access. The principal just wants to come by and take a look." All right. Gao Yang was unperturbed by the attention, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to explore the superior laboratory. "I shall first examine the laboratory's configuration. If it proves sufficiently advanced, the potency of the laser gun could be elevated to an even higher echelon. Professor Lee shuddered, recalling Gao Yang's previous remarks that if the laboratory's equipment were adequate, the laser gun's power could indeed be amplified. The surrounding professors were taken aback, bewildered by the implication. Was the previous laser gun not the most formidable version? Was its power merely limited by the prevailing conditions? Their anticipation grew immensely. A throng of individuals marched toward the laboratory. Professor Lee inquired, "Do you require assistance? The laboratory has personnel available to aid you in the fabrication." "No need," Gao Yang replied, his attention captivated by the laboratory's equipment. The apparatus here was, on average, a tier above that of the previous laboratory. A comprehensive array of materials was at his disposal. He swiftly donned a white coat and entered the inner sanctum of the laboratory, rubbing his hands together as he began to inspect the parameters and operational methods of the various devices. Meanwhile, a group of researchers stood outside the laboratory, observing intently. Through the highly transparent glass, Gao Yang's actions were clearly visible, though the sounds from within could not escape. The inner area was equipped with blinds that could be drawn to obscure the view, providing the researchers with an environment free from distractions. However, since this session was essentially a demonstration, the blinds remained open. In addition to the researchers, high-ranking military officials and university administrators were present, as the matter of the laser gun had garnered significant attention. For the researchers, it represented a technological breakthrough. For the military, an enhancement of combat capabilities. And for the university, a source of pride. What institution could boast such remarkable students? They were from the National Defense Science and Technology University. Simultaneously, some individuals from the university felt a twinge of anxiety due to recent news events. They turned to Professor Lee and asked, "Professor Lee, can this laser gun target satellites?" Professor Lee cast a surprised glance at the inquirer, the principal, and responded, "How is that even possible? To strike a target at a minimum altitude of 200 kilometers from the ground, even with sufficient power, the accuracy is lacking. Achieving satellite targeting necessitates an exceptionally precise aiming system and favorable weather conditions. Only in cloudless skies could one hope to succeed." The principal nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. All eyes were now fixed on Gao Yang, who methodically completed his examination of the equipment, feeling a sense of assurance. This laboratory was indeed impressive, world-class, yet it could only enhance the laser gun's power by approximately 300 times, to reach a potency of 10,000 times. The current technological capabilities of Long Country were still significantly inadequate. Nevertheless, 300 times was already commendable. "Let us get started," Gao Yang declared, swiftly approaching the machine tool. Inputting the parameters of various components into the control console, the machine would then proceed to automatically process the parts. The optical system equipment was also available here. Alongside the necessary material ratios for the laser emitter and the technicians responsible for operating individual equipment could hardly match Gao Yang's proficiency, could they? Not merely skilled, but astonishingly precise. He made no errors whatsoever. It was as if the entire process had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The manufacturing flowed seamlessly, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Professor Lee observed, and then turned to an elderly gentleman, saying, "Did you not doubt his ability to handle such equipment?" The old professor was the very one who had previously expressed skepticism about Gao Yang's capability to utilize ultra-high precision machinery. Now, he found himself confronted with undeniable evidence of Gao Yang's expertise. Yet, there was no trace of embarrassment on the old professor's face, only exhilaration as he marveled. He is astonishingly proficient. Even without research capabilities, his operational skill alone warrants a high salary. A chorus of nods followed, until someone remarked, "Did he actually smelt the metal coils himself? And he hand-polished the glass lenses twice? Can human craftsmanship truly rival that of machinery?" A crowd of researchers outside the lab was left utterly stunned by Gao Yang's performance. Having gone a sleepless night, they should have felt exhausted by this hour. Yet the more they watched, the more invigorated they became, for the awe was palpable. The process of preparing the components took Gao Yang a full 3 hours. The school leaders, researchers, and military personnel stood for those 3 hours, fatigued in body, yet brimming with spirit, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once the components were ready, Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, signifying that he could now manufacture the laser gun with 300 times the power he had designed. The assembly was next. Raising his head, Gao Yang met dozens of expectant eyes, many rimmed with dark circles, reflecting weariness, but even more, hope. Chapter 12. Tremendous Power? The difficulty of assembly was indeed high, given that the laser gun contained numerous intricate internal components with a high degree of precision. Under normal circumstances, even with technical skill, Manufacturing it would be impossible. However, Gao Yang's acquired memories were comprehensive. In addition to possessing the technology for the laser gun, he also held the craftsmanship required for its creation. Now, he could even manufacture a laser gun with a 10,000-fold amplification, making the assembly of this 300-fold power enhancement a breeze. Equipped with high magnification glasses, Gao Yang commenced the assembly. Outside, a group of dignitaries watched anxiously through the glass, hardly daring to breathe. Inside the laboratory, one could hear a pin drop. Researchers widened their eyes, bloodshot from exhaustion, having gone over 30 hours without sleep, yet still brimming with excitement. The assembly process lasted 2 hours. Gao Yang set down his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and gazed at the fully assembled laser gun on the table, ready to seal it with its outer shell. This new laser gun was not only more intricately designed and powerful, but also possessed an exquisite appearance. The silver, high-temperature resistant casing secured the internal components, making it less susceptible to damage. Raising his gaze once more, Gao Yang was met with countless hopeful looks. The laser gun was complete. As the laboratory door swung open, Professor Lee rushed in, his excitement palpable as he beheld the sleekly designed laser gun. Compared to the previous model, this laser gun truly embodied the essence of one's imagination of what a laser gun should be. The object measures approximately 30 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height. It is larger than a handgun, yet smaller than a rifle, resembling a submachine gun. Upon grasping the weapon, Professor Lee first experienced a sense of comfort. The grip was remarkably satisfying, adorned with grooves that enhanced friction. Its weight was estimated to be around 12 to 13 pounds. Professor Lee's voice trembled slightly. Has the power of this weapon improved compared to the previous laser gun? Gao Yang removed his gloves and outer coat, responding, "It has increased by approximately double." Professor Lee suddenly lifted his gaze to Gao Yang. "By how much?" "Double," Gao Yang confirmed. Professor Lee tightened his grip on the laser gun, feeling a surge of anxiety. He feared it might slip from his hands. "Let us return and conduct tests." Gao Yang abruptly seized the laser gun, his eyes meeting Professor Lee's bloodshot ones. "Testing cannot occur now. You all need rest. Tomorrow is the time for testing." This group had been engaged in testing until the early hours of the morning, and by 4 o'clock, they had called him, likely having gone without rest for the entire day. "Don't exhaust yourselves to the point of collapse." Gradually, Professor Lee relaxed his grip and turned to the principal. "Please make the arrangements." The principal made a call to secure accommodations at nearby hotels for the researchers and military personnel to rest. These individuals had not slept for over 30 hours. Despite their excitement, fatigue was undeniably present. With the revelation of Gao Yang's laser gun, a heavy burden was lifted from their hearts, allowing for a sense of relief. They returned to the hotel and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Gao Yang headed to the cafeteria for a meal before making his way to the library. Ruru was also present in the library, and, upon seeing Gao Yang, rose quickly to approach him. "Yang Gu." Gao Yang promptly interrupted. "Please refrain from calling me Yang Gu. I'm not accustomed to it. Just call me Gao Yang." He recalled how, during his 3 years in high school, he was referred to as Yang Gu for the first half of the year. But for the remaining 2.5 years, he was known as Wei Gu. Ruru nodded. "It seems that Long Country has already developed powerful laser weaponry." Gao Yang regarded her with a hint of confusion, as it seemed improbable. Within the confines of the school laboratory, under such superior conditions, it was conceivable to produce a potent laser gun. However, mass production would not benefit from such advantageous conditions, leading to a significant reduction in power. Ruru handed her phone to Gao Yang. "The Bald Eagle has released a video depicting the destruction of a satellite by a laser." Accepting the phone, Gao Yang first saw the Bald Eagle's statement, which indicated that they had deduced the approximate area of the laser's origin based on the angle and timing of the incident, urging Long Country to continue its investigation. He then opened the video, which lasted merely 10 seconds. A Starlink satellite, previously flying smoothly in space, was abruptly penetrated by a laser, its main body disintegrating on the spot. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that Long Country's research in the field of lasers was more advanced than he had anticipated. Gradually, his furrowed brow relaxed. Truly, Long Country lived up to its reputation. It was evident in their actions. While they claimed that the practical significance of laser weapons was minimal, merely capable of targeting cameras, they were simultaneously employing laser guns against satellites. The power of these laser weapons was indeed impressive, demonstrating substantial practical application. With such precise targeting, they were likely ready for real-world deployment. Ruo expressed her surprise, inquiring how it compared to your laser gun. Merely observing this, it was impossible to discern specific details for comparison. Gao Yang, intrigued by the conversation, contemplated calling Professor Lee to see if he could gain access to the laser weapon, as it might yield unforeseen discoveries. However, Professor Lee was likely deep in slumber at that hour. They could always discuss it during tomorrow's testing. Returning the phone to Ruo, Gao Yang turned to find a book, intent on continuing to charge the system. As Ruo took the phone, she observed Gao Yang, who had already located a book and settled down to read, suddenly feeling a surge of motivation. Was she still indulging in gossip? She tucked away her phone and began to read as well. Online, the news regarding laser attacks on satellites had reached a fever pitch. The morning statement from Longhua aimed to quell the rising fervor, yet the white-headed eagle evidently sought to sustain the momentum of the event, fervently amplifying its significance. The essence of the second statement was straightforward. Have I not informed you of the laser launch point? Why are you still investigating? Can you expedite the process? The entire world was fixated on this matter, placing undeniable pressure on Longhua. Indeed, they were actively investigating. The location of the laser launch had long been known to them, and they were aware that a light weapons research institute was situated there. Upon reaching this juncture in their inquiry, it became necessary to relay the information to the Longhua Institute, as the Light Weapons Research Institute fell under its jurisdiction. Prior to proceeding with the investigation, they required notification and approval. However, their investigation hit a snag as the Longhua Institute attempted to establish contact but found no one available. They were aware of a top-secret test conducted the previous night, which had even restricted airspace. When they endeavored to reach out, not a single responsible party could be contacted. All phones were switched off. The researchers at the institute remained tight-lipped, and even attempts to connect with military personnel proved futile, as their phones too were turned off. It was as though the individuals had evaporated into thin air. Given the project's excessive confidentiality, they could not forcefully pursue contact, leaving only those with higher clearance to engage. The president of the Longhua Institute, surnamed Yuan, glanced at the file presented before him, opened it, and furrowed his brow. He had seen Professor Lee's report request, but the more he read, the more absurd it seemed. A student from the university had invented a powerful laser gun? Under normal circumstances, he would consider such phrasing exaggerated and inconsequential, yet the current situation was different. Satellites had already been obliterated by laser fire. The president instinctively looked up at the sky. Could a laser gun capable of destroying satellites possess immense power? It must be extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 13, Recruitment. President Yuan of the Longhua Institute closed the file and instructed, "Prepare the vehicle. I shall visit the Defense Technology University." The secretary, taken aback, stammered, "Director, are you going to investigate personally?" "Investigate what?" President Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the secretary. "This matter requires no investigation. Any excuse will suffice. There will be no results." The secretary remained perplexed. "Then what is your purpose?" President Yuan remained silent. "When it comes to recruiting talent, one must engage directly to demonstrate genuine intent. A 19-year-old student had crafted a laser gun capable of annihilating satellites? Such talent cannot be merely described. It is a prodigy, an extraordinary and unparalleled marvel. Prepare the vehicle, and additionally, I wish to examine the file of a student from the Defense Technology University named Gao Yang." "Very well." However, within half an hour, Dean Yuan boarded a plane, embarking on a nocturnal journey directly to the Defense Technology University. Upon reviewing Gao Yang's file, his brow furrowed momentarily before he broke into a smile. Astonishingly, he had received a probationary sanction. The secretary, puzzled, glanced at Dean Yuan, wondering about the situation. Having perused the file himself, he knew that such a sanction would remain with Gao Yang for a lifetime, a blemish that would be difficult to erase. Why then was Dean Yuan smiling? In the dead of night, Dean Yuan's vehicle halted in front of the Defense Technology University. He glanced at the time, 9:30 p.m., sufficient time remained. The secretary observed Dean Yuan alight from the vehicle and dash toward the campus, bewildered, utterly at a loss. What was with Dean Yuan today? He had not informed the Defense Technology University of his arrival and had stealthily come, seemingly in haste. As Dean Yuan strode through the secretary's astonished gaze, he spotted a bicycle. The secretary was indeed baffled. The university had vehicles, so why ride a bicycle? Nonetheless, he had no choice but to pedal after Dean Yuan. Dean Yuan rode swiftly to the library, checking the time once more. Exactly 10 p.m. He tossed the bicycle to the secretary, inhaled deeply, and entered the library. At this hour, the library was notably quiet and sparsely populated. However, Dean Yuan was aware that it would close at 10:30 p.m. As he stepped inside, his gaze swept across the room and quickly landed on Gao Yang, who was engrossed in several books piled before him. Having seen Gao Yang's photograph, Dean Yuan confirmed his target and approached swiftly, opting to observe before interrupting. Upon examining the books on the table, he noted that the topmost one delved into the design and manufacture of sniper rifles. Curiously, it was not related to lasers. Dean Yuan picked it up, discovering it primarily discussed the reverse engineering of various sniper rifle models. Just then, Ruo approached and placed a cup of coffee beside Gao Yang. Dean Yuan glanced at Ruo, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Once she had departed, he seized the opportunity to initiate a conversation. Is she your girlfriend? Gao Yang remained silent, his focus still on the book. Dean Yuan, feeling a touch awkward, raised his voice slightly. Hello, classmate. Finally, Gao Yang lifted his head, glanced at Dean Yuan, silently picked up his book, and moved to a corner. Even reading a book was not free from interruption. Dean Yuan stared at Gao Yang retreating to the corner, momentarily taken aback by his intense concentration. Yet, such is often the nature of genius. Without further ado, he hastened over and stated directly, Gao Yang, I have come specifically for you. At last, Gao Yang set down his book, sipping his coffee. And you are? Before Dean Yuan could respond, someone from behind chuckled. Dean Yuan from Lonka Institute. It is truly an honor for you to visit our school. Had I known earlier, I would have prepared a proper reception for you. Dean Yuan turned around, his expression darkening instantly. Principal gone. The principal smiled as he sat beside Gao Yang, his expression a mixture of amusement and seriousness as he addressed Dean Yuan. Your nose is quite perceptive. Dean Yuan recognized that the challenge of inviting Gao Yang had considerably increased, yet the heightened challenge did not deter the invitation. Gao Yang sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss, yet he remained, unable to extricate himself from the situation. Dean Yuan stood up and extended his hand towards Gao Yang. I am Yuan Da, the Dean of the Dragon Science Institute. At that moment, Gao Yang felt somewhat bewildered. What was happening? The Dean of the Dragon Science Institute was here? The Dragon Science Institute is the largest research institution in Longhua, distinguished by its 3 colleges. Over 200 research institutes and numerous observation stations, covering a multitude of fields and industries. In Longhua, the Dragon Science Institute wields considerable influence. The dean of such an esteemed institution had come to seek him out? What merit did he possess? A laser gun. Gao Yang shook hands with Dean Yuan. I am Gao Yang. Dean Yuan was straightforward. I wish to invite you to further your studies at the Dragon Science Institute. Bang. Principal Gon slammed his hand on the table and stood up. What do you mean by that, Yuan? Dean Yuan turned to Principal Gon. What do you mean by that? A genius like Gao Yang should be nurtured, not given a probationary status. Principal Gon found it difficult to counter. The disciplinary action being a matter of record, the punishment has been rescinded. Yet, even with the rescission, it would remain in his file. Dean Yuan turned back to Gao Yang. The Dragon Science Institute possesses the largest collection of books in the nation, and we can provide you with any materials you require. Additionally, we have the country's most advanced laboratories at your disposal, and we can even tailor a research institute specifically for you. Principal Gon took a deep breath, his expression softening as he looked at Gao Yang. You can also use the best research facilities in our school at any time. Moreover, there are numerous significant projects underway, such as the largest superbrain project in Longhua, or whatever else piques your interest. You can directly engage in those endeavors. Gao Yang was taken aback. He understood Dean Yuan's intentions, recruiting him. Such a top-tier laboratory, worth billions, was being offered solely for his use. Dean Yuan glanced at Principal Gon and continued. In addition, there will be preferential access to resources for your research projects. You can request funding as needed, provided it is not excessive, and it will be allocated directly. We could even establish a dedicated research fund for you. How does an initial sum of 100 million sound? Gao Yang was stunned. 100 million? Though not freely expendable, it was still an extraordinary amount for research funding. Allocating such a sum to a project versus directly to him were 2 entirely different concepts. This was funding meant for him. He could use it to purchase a sports car, or even study its performance. Principal Gon was also taken aback. Dean Yuan was indeed willing to invest significantly, providing a student with such a large sum. However, he quickly recalled Gao Yang's laser cannon, a technology that could not be acquired for a mere 100 million, not to mention a billion, or even hundreds of billions. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, let us promptly establish a research foundation, exclusively for you, Gao Yang, with an initial funding of 120 million. Dean Yuan felt a pang of disbelief. Old Gon was truly generous. He fell silent, pondering what other advantages could be offered. The greatest advantage of the Long Institute lies in its vastness. It encompasses nearly every conceivable research direction, with a dedicated institute for each. In contrast, the Defense Science and Technology University excels in specialization, focusing solely on weaponry. The relationship between the two entities is remarkably close, to the extent that their technologies are nearly shared. Otherwise, the testing of laser weapons would not take place at the Light Weapons Research Institute under the Long Institute. Moreover, the outstanding graduates from both institutions often cross paths and are readily employable by one another. However, the closeness of their relationship does not negate the existence of competition. In Chapter 14, during the second round of testing, Director Yuan, with a tone of reason, addressed Gao Yang. The Long Institute is truly your best haven. By joining us, you will have the opportunity to explore a myriad of technologies, free from the constraints of application. You can provide your innovations to the Defense Research Institute or share them with other researchers for practical applications. At the Defense Science and Technology University, your research focus is confined strictly to weaponry. Principal Gon interjected with a cold voice. Is there something wrong with researching weapons? Without the Defense Science and Technology University, where would security and peace originate? Director Yuan seized the moment to counter. The Long Institute boasts numerous weaponry research facilities. Whatever your research interests, we can provide you with the latest technologies as references. Principal Gon remained undeterred. We can offer that too. Director Yuan turned his gaze to Gao Yang, intensifying his pitch. I could even invite your girlfriend to join us, offering her an excellent package. Principal Gon, feeling a surge of irritation despite not knowing the source of Gao Yang's supposed girlfriend, retorted, your girlfriend would also receive preferential treatment at our institution. Even if you were to part ways, I could introduce you to my granddaughter. Gao Yang, taken aback by the escalating tension between the two, quickly clarified, I do not have a girlfriend, and I choose to remain at the Defense Science and Technology University. Noticing Gao Yang's resolute demeanor, Director Yuan was perplexed. Why? Gao Yang had grown accustomed to his current environment. While the Long Institute might offer better conditions, he would still have to acclimate anew. For his research, he primarily relied on the system rather than engaging in genuine inquiry. Thus, he perceived no substantial difference between the Long Institute and the Defense Science and Technology University. Additionally, he wished to savor the nuances of university life, as attending the Long Institute would necessitate an immediate graduation. However, Gao Yang refrained from articulating his thoughts. The teachers and classmates here are exceptionally kind to me, and I have grown accustomed to studying in the library. Principal Gon chuckled, recognizing Gao Yang's determination. Old Yuan, perhaps you should refrain from further persuasion? Director Yuan ceased his fruitless efforts, yet still remarked, the doors of the Long Institute will always be open to you. Should you change your mind or wish to join us after graduation, you are always welcome. Furthermore, I wish to witness your laser weapon. Principal Gon responded with a smile. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct weapon testing. If you have time, do come and observe. I will certainly be there. Director Yuan hastily departed. Principal Gon exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Gao Yang. No girlfriend is perfect. I will share my granddaughter's WeChat with you shortly. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. Let's not discuss girlfriends. When can I expect the research funding and the laboratory you promised me? Principal Gon winced. Within 3 days. With the principal's departure, a smile unconsciously crept onto Gao Yang's lips. Having his own laboratory and access to substantial funds was immensely gratifying. Director Yuan's visit had undoubtedly secured significant benefits for him. Lifting the coffee cup to his lips, he took a sip before returning to his book. At the Light Weapons Research Institute, technicians were swiftly preparing the range. A group of researchers, having rested overnight, had already assembled. Professor Lee, cradling a box containing a laser gun, awaited in silence. As a military vehicle arrived, all eyes turned. The first to disembark was Principal Gon, followed closely by Dean Yuan, and then the main figure, Gao Yang. Gao Yang, holding a book, stood out amidst a crowd of elderly individuals averaging 60 years of age. Once the gates of the shooting range were closed, Professor Lee finally retrieved the laser gun. Dean Yuan approached briskly, scrutinizing the weapon. Its mere appearance left him in awe. The laser gun was indeed a stunning piece of craftsmanship. Most astonishingly, it measured no more than 30 centimeters in length, yet it had the capacity to obliterate satellites. How fearsome! After a moment of exploration, Dean Yuan handed the laser gun to the technicians and moved to the edge of the range, awaiting the commencement of the tests. Before the testing began, the technicians distributed specially designed sunglasses, slightly tinted. Upon wearing them, a sense of darkness enveloped, obscuring clarity of vision. Once the technicians secured the laser gun, they turned and announced, testing is prepared. We may commence. Professor Lee promptly instructed, conduct a final inspection. Several technicians focused intently on the equipment before them, confirming that the data collection apparatus was functioning correctly. Fire. With the press of a button, a brilliant laser erupted. At a distance of 100 meters, the steel plate was melted through, followed by another at 200 meters, which met the same fate. The arrangement of steel plates extended all the way to 3 kilometers. In less than 2 seconds, even the steel plate 3 kilometers away was completely liquefied. As the laser gun powered down, Dean Yuan removed his sunglasses. His gaze fixated in disbelief upon the elongated strip of steel, observing the holes and the molten metal still flowing from their edges. He found it hard to fathom the magnitude of this power. It exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. This was steel, instantaneously penetrated. It is worth noting that the Lonka Institute possesses a dedicated research facility for lasers, and achieving the melting of steel necessitates prolonged exposure. Even laser cutting machines, operating under extreme temperatures 2 centimeters apart, require the aid of high-pressure gas to effectively sever metal. Yet, Gao Yang's laser cannon had effortlessly pierced through steel. This formidable power could not only penetrate ground-based Starlink satellites, but could even breach a space station. Lost in thought, Dean Yuan was startled by the professor's excited tremor. This laser is less bright than last time. The loss along the laser's path has diminished. Dean Yuan was bewildered. Last time, while he was still in a daze, the researchers eagerly rushed to the testing area to examine the data just obtained. Dean Yuan, disregarding his dignified image, hurried forward. Before he could approach, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The maximum temperature reached 50,000 degrees. The temperature at which the steel plate 3 kilometers away was irradiated exceeded 45,000 degrees. The reduction in laser loss had extended the range. The estimated range surpassed 200 kilometers. Continue testing. Dean Yuan squeezed into the crowd, which had parted to commence the second round of testing. Before the testing commenced, there were still those who held concern for Director Yuan. However, now their attention was solely captivated by the laser gun. Director Yuan, indifferent to their fixation, gazed absently at the results of the initial test. In disbelief, he marveled at the sheer power exhibited, which surpassed all existing laser weaponry worldwide by a significant margin. Such a diminutive firearm wielded such formidable strength. One could only imagine the catastrophic potential if it were scaled up to artillery proportions. Then, his eyes fell upon the second document, revealing the results from the previous test. 2 tests, 2 laser guns. How could such remarkable advancements be achieved in such a brief span? Suppressing his astonishment, Director Yuan turned to observe Gao Yang, who was engrossed in reading. Aside from his interest in the first test, Gao Yang had shown no further concern for the subsequent evaluations. Merely a laser gun with a 300-fold amplification, having satisfied his curiosity about its power. He found it inconvenient to depart, and thus chose to occupy himself with a book instead. Director Yuan felt a surge of admiration mixed with regret. Had Principal Gan not arrived promptly the previous day, he feared Gao Yang might have already been secured for his own institution. Returning to his station, he resumed his scrutiny of the tests. Each assessment required multiple iterations, and a cadre of researchers had devised numerous testing methodologies for this laser gun. In addition to employing brute force for stability tests, every conceivable testing approach was utilized. The more they tested, the more they were astounded. The power had doubled compared to the preceding laser gun. Chapter 15, The Drill. The military personnel grew increasingly satisfied. This device possessed immense power, and if it could be developed into a true piece of equipment, its efficacy in combat would undoubtedly be formidable. Nonetheless, the laser gun could not yet be deployed on the battlefield. Firstly, the cord trailing behind it posed a logistical dilemma. One could hardly inquire about the availability of sockets before engaging in battle, could they? This was an energy issue. Furthermore, the laser gun remained an experimental prototype. Would it be feasible to mass-produce it once it left the laboratory? Yet, these were minor concerns. With the right technology, such challenges could be easily surmounted. Through this testing experience, Director Yuan came to realize a pivotal truth. Before his arrival, he had regarded Gao Yang as a super genius. Now, he understood that he had still underestimated him. Such talent transcended the confines of a single research institute. It had risen to a level that could impact all of humanity. At such a young age, Gao Yang had achieved remarkable accomplishments. What could be expected in just a few more years? Living to 70 or 80, he would likely catalyze transformative changes across the globe. Approaching Gao Yang, Director Yuan proactively extended his business card. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Any request you make, I shall endeavor to fulfill to the best of my ability. Whether it be resources, data, or even assistance, simply express your needs, and I will ensure they are met. Gao Yang did not desire much. He had access to resources already. But his curiosity was piqued by the laser cannon that had made headlines for destroying satellites. May I have the opportunity to see the laser cannon that has been the talk of the news? Director Yuan was taken aback. staring at Gao Yang in bewilderment. What? Wasn't he that laser cannon struck by your laser gun? Gao Yang responded with confusion. How could that be possible? The laser gun currently exists only as a main body. Although its power is sufficient, it lacks an aiming system, rendering it incapable of hitting a satellite. Dean Yuan gazed at the laser gun, recognizing its potency yet lamenting the absence of guidance. However, the perplexing aspect is that the trace of the laser's emission indicates that the launch point was indeed the Light Weapons Research Institute. Professor Li expressed his confusion. A laser targeting a satellite? What is going on? The remaining researchers shared his bewilderment. Their phones had been sealed since the testing of the laser gun and had not been in contact with the outside world. Even those who possessed phones had not bothered to check the news. They were utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Dean Yuan silently retrieved his phone and opened the news. Handing it over, Professor Li was the first to read it, his eyes widening in disbelief, before passing the phone to the others. During our test, there was a mishap, and the laser gun accidentally fired at the sky. Could it be that others were equally astonished? What luck is this? A mere second of error led to a satellite being damaged? The researchers found it hard to believe, as satellites travel at considerable speeds in orbit. If they could strike such a target, they might as well try their luck at the lottery. Hitting a satellite would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. Upon scrutinizing the data, they noted that the location and time of the satellite's destruction matched perfectly with their moment of error. They were left in shock. The power of this weakened laser gun proved to be astonishingly high, capable of annihilating a Starlink satellite situated 300 kilometers above the Earth. Gao Yang had initially intended to witness the laser weaponry of others, but now realized he was the cause of the incident. What should I do? Dean Yuan chuckled. What is there to worry about? Even if you brought down the entire Starlink network, it wouldn't matter. The military will simply issue a statement declaring the weapon test a failure. And as for you, Gao, you bear no responsibility. You shall receive all due credit and rewards. The military official added with a grin. We will expedite the application of the laser weapon. Very well, Gao Yang nodded, recognizing that with the technology in hand, designing a practical weapon would pose no significant challenge. The military personnel departed, satisfied. Dean Yuan was also about to leave. After taking a few steps outside, he suddenly halted and turned to Principal Gon. The upcoming military design exercises must exclude the laser gun. Principal Gon laughed. What are you afraid of? The laser gun is not yet ready for combat. We can't possibly bring an extension cord to the exercises. Dean Yuan chuckled in response and then drove away. Principal Gon took Gao Yang into the car, heading back to the school. While seated in the vehicle, Gao Yang curiously inquired, what about the design exercise competition? Principal Gon explained with a smile. There has always been competition among several schools. This time, the design exercise competition focuses on individual equipment, pitting Lonka University against the Defense Science and Technology University, each preparing gear for a special operations team. Then, the two teams will engage in individual combat. It was Gao Yang's first encounter with such a competition, and he found it quite intriguing. The effectiveness of the equipment would be evident through real-world application. Noticing Gao Yang's interest, Principal Gon chuckled. Would you like to join the fray? I can arrange for you to participate in the competition. Gao Yang hesitated slightly. Will it be very troublesome? Principal Gon introduced with a smile. The design competition will not take up too much time. There is no need for you to create weapons. Each individual weapon has a dedicated designer. Your role is simply to provide ideas and guidance, while the students will handle the rest. Gao Yang felt a surge of interest, not primarily driven by the desire to win, but rather by the allure of practical experience, an experience that might even influence him. Furthermore, it wouldn't require an excessive investment of his time. Noticing Gao Yang's evident intrigue, Principal Gon continued, in recent years, we have frequently engaged in competitions with the Long Institute, primarily to stimulate student creativity. Both institutions invest their utmost effort, often resulting in designs that are truly eye-catching. Especially the contrasting design philosophies of the two schools. You will undoubtedly appreciate the differences. Gao Yang nodded, indeed eager to participate. Even merely observing a close-range exercise would be quite fascinating. All right, I shall take part. Principal Gon cheerfully explained, this military equipment design exercise will focus on individual soldier simulations. Hence the emphasis on personal weaponry. Two teams will utilize weapons designed by students from each school for practical exercises. Should they perform well, the developed weapons may have the opportunity to become official equipment. Gao Yang nodded, not taking the last statement too seriously. After all, such proclamations were often mere rhetoric, lacking credence. Each formal equipment transition requires countless meetings and an extensive duration to execute. The replacement of conventional weapons entails a massive overhaul, incurring astronomical expenses. For instance, the white-headed eagle has undergone substantial weapon changes only 4 times in the past 2 centuries, despite the plethora of weaponry developed. Similarly, Long Nation had recently replaced its individual soldier weaponry, making further changes unlikely in the near future. Thus, Gao Yong's goal was clear: to emerge victorious. He felt no pressure, as the challenge appeared minimal. With the system in place, if he were to lose, it would be an absurdity of the highest order. Even if the system were absent now, the extensive knowledge of laser weaponry he had acquired previously would enable him to triumph effortlessly in this exercise. He just needed to contemplate the best approach to secure victory. Chapter 16, Victory Assured. Upon returning to school, Gao Yong first familiarized himself with the exercise design competition. It must be said, the design of this exchange competition was quite commendable. Weapons developed by students could be directly utilized on the battlefield, provided they passed rigorous stability tests. Moreover, neither side would know what weaponry the other was employing prior to their clash. Weapon confidentiality would determine the outcome on the battlefield. Such practical engagement served as an incentive for the students as well. Reflecting on previous competitions, it was evident that each contest generally had a specific objective. For instance, last year's design challenge focused on equipment suited for extreme cold environments, while the year prior's competition revolved around multifunctional helmets. As Gao Yong perused the competition records, he felt compelled to acknowledge the excellence of students from both schools. The tactical helmets designed by students from the Long Institute incorporated over a dozen technologies, each representing a distinct research avenue. In contrast, the students from the Defense Science and Technology University prioritized genuine battlefield applicability. Their helmets featured anti-jamming systems, with various functions exhibiting enhanced stability, particularly excelling in crucial capabilities. Both designs from the two parties are remarkably exceptional. Following subsequent enhancements to the helmets, they have been assembled in small quantities for special forces, marking a significant achievement for the participating students from both sides. Gao Yong continued to explore additional materials and, after a thorough examination, discerned that this is a game for geniuses. It is no wonder he had never heard of it before, as only a select few students from the school can partake. To participate in such competitions, one must excel academically and garner accolades in various contests to even have a chance of awareness. It is a competition among prodigious talents. However, compared to the extraordinary Gao Yong, they still fall short. Upon returning to school, Gao Yong promptly reached out to the competition team. With merely half a month remaining, he needed to familiarize himself with the team's circumstances. He made a phone call in advance, instructing the team members to await him in the conference room. The design competition is equipped with its own laboratory and conference room. In the conference room, 10 individuals were already seated, seizing the opportunity before Gao Yang's arrival. One of them remarked, "Captain, after months of hard work, we're nearing the end, and now we have a temporary captain?" The original captain, Chun Hong, replied, "I am uncertain about the specifics, and I am not aware of Gao Yong's background. However, besides the director's call, my professor also reached out, urging me to seize this opportunity. He mentioned that this could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance to learn from him." The group fell silent. Chun Hong's professor is a distinguished figure in the field. With such esteemed endorsement, their anticipation for Gao Yong grew. Who exactly is he? Half an hour swiftly passed, and Gao Yong entered the conference room. Observing the 10 individuals sitting upright, he straightforwardly inquired, "Have you brought your design materials?" "Yes," Chun Hong promptly responded, handing over the documents to Gao Yong. The others followed suit, each presenting their work. Gao Yong began to peruse the designs submitted by the 10 members. The designs were comprehensive, featuring handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, grenades, tactical helmets, and even cold weapons. They unveiled a complete set of individual soldier designs. As Gao Yong skimmed through the materials, he eventually shook his head after a moment of contemplation. They all fall somewhat short. The expressions of everyone present tightened visibly. How could he discern anything from just a glance? Gao Yong, unfazed by their thoughts, surveyed the room. "Your equipment designs do indeed show improvements over the most basic models, presenting certain advantages. However, to secure victory in the competition, it is insufficient. There lacks a distinctly outstanding edge." While speaking, Gao Yong picked up the first document. "Whose design is this handgun?" "Mine," a female student replied. Gao Yong scanned the blueprint once more, then swiftly made revisions, returning the design to her within 5 minutes. Attempt to modify it according to this approach. The girl took the blueprint, initially dismissive, then became astounded as she examined it closely. Upon finishing, she glanced at Gao Yong as if she had encountered a ghost. She had previously believed her design to be commendable, yet now realized she had been a frog at the bottom of the well. Following Gao Yang's logic, She recognized that the power of her handgun could be enhanced significantly while reducing recoil substantially. Is it truly feasible? As she absorbed Gao Yang's insights, he had already prepared the second document. Who designed this rifle? I did. Chun Hong raised his hand. Gao Yang handed it over. Chun Hong observed, his expression shifting. As the original captain, he harbored some resentment towards Gao Yang, who had unexpectedly assumed his position. Yet, this discontent lay buried deep within him. However, he now found himself convinced and understood the teacher's intentions. The modifications made by Gao Yang surpassed his prior design by an entire echelon. This innovative approach provided him with tremendous inspiration, managing to enhance stability even while increasing the firing rate. Gao Yang's appointment as captain was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for him. The remaining 8 individuals, watching the changes in the two men's expressions, were filled with curiosity. As they grasped Gao Yang's modification ideas, their intrigue transformed into astonishment and admiration. By the time Gao Yang had delineated all the proposed improvements, the entire group of 10 felt a profound respect. The changes he introduced had already yielded significant benefits. Gao Yang rose, declaring, "This meeting is adjourned. You may resume your tasks." The 10 promptly stood, their demeanor respectful, replying, "Captain, please take care." After exiting the conference room, Gao Yang glanced at the somewhat chaotic laboratory outside, stating, "I'll arrange a new laboratory for you." With that, he departed for the library. The 10 exchanged glances, as students. Possessing a laboratory was already a stroke of luck, yet Gao Yang seemed dissatisfied. This laboratory was quite commendable. Many doctoral students lacked such facilities. Unless one was a doctoral student assisting a professor with projects, where would they find a laboratory? A female student gazed at Gao Yang's retreating figure and remarked, "Captain, where did this genius come from?" Chun Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Do not refer to me as captain. Gao Yang is our captain. Regardless of where Gao Yang hails from, our victory is assured. Let us get to work." The 10 busied themselves, eager to clarify the ideas Gao Yang had provided. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was not idle. He headed straight for the library, immersing himself in his studies. The insights he had shared could potentially elevate their exercise success rate by 50%, but achieving absolute victory would require his own efforts. With merely half a month remaining before the exercise commenced, he needed to dedicate himself to his reading, preparing for the second enhancement opportunity. Once again, Gao Yang embraced a life consumed by relentless study. As he delved into book after book, his progress in gaining knowledge accelerated. He paid no heed to external affairs. In the interim, however, the official government of Long Country responded to the outcry surrounding the incident of a satellite being destroyed by laser fire. Chapter 17. A new laboratory? The response to the inquiries circulating online came from the military of Long Country. They stated that during the testing of laser weapons, an error had occurred, resulting in the misidentification of the target. This response was succinct, direct, and exuded confidence. They did not apologize for destroying another nation's satellite. They merely acknowledged a mistake. This statement triggered a significant uproar globally. For the high-ranking officials of various factions, this response was tantamount to an assertion that Long Country possessed formidable laser weaponry capable of striking low Earth orbit targets directly. This revelation was undeniably alarming. It implied that once conflict commenced, all satellites in low Earth orbit would be obliterated. Consequently, the communication systems of most factions would be rendered obsolete, and their military forces would be left blind. Moreover, if laser weapons possess the capability to target satellites, they undoubtedly can intercept missiles as well. This represents true interception. Unlike the superficial attempts by the so-called Eagle that rely heavily on mere rhetoric. If missiles can be thwarted, what of aircraft? Surely, they can be intercepted too. Coupled with the character of the Dragon Nation, such advancements can only be showcased through significant progress. It is quite alarming that the current failures may already be obsolete. It is imperative that the Dragon Nation genuinely recognizes its missteps. Otherwise, the repercussions could be extraordinarily grave. This line of reasoning has sent shivers down the spines of various powers. The Dragon Nation's progress appears to be rather monumental. Almost simultaneously, numerous factions began exploring every avenue to investigate the existence of laser weapons. Ordinary citizens were equally taken aback by the news, and after the initial shock, the people of the Dragon Nation were filled with delight. While they had an inkling that these were their own weapons, the official acknowledgement transformed the situation entirely. Their excitement was palpable, particularly among those who had previously consumed media analyses claiming such weapons were non-existent, likely a misunderstanding, or perhaps foreign imports. Initially, they were disheartened. Now, however, they felt vindicated. They eagerly confronted the critics. Conversely, the common folk overseas were preoccupied with accountability, having targeted satellites. Would there not be financial repercussions? Yet, despite their online uproar, the Eagle remained conspicuously silent. Their objective was to ascertain the nature of the laser technology, now that the truth has been unveiled. Further entanglement would only serve to humiliate them, for they had initially proposed the concept of laser weapons, and now the Dragon Nation could utilize them to strike satellites, while they themselves could only employ them to dazzle cameras. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a chance for a 10,000-fold amplification. Gao Yang suddenly raised his head. 10 days. In a state of relentless dedication, on the 10th day after assuming control of the communication group, the amplification opportunity was finally charged. Rising to his feet, Gao Yang hurried toward the laboratory. Currently, the finest laboratory at the Defense Science and Technology University was exclusively his. Upon entering the laboratory, Gao Yang called Chun Hong. Within half an hour, Chun Hong, along with a team of 10, arrived at the laboratory entrance, carrying various bags, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Hesitant to enter this sterile laboratory, the pinnacle of their institution, were they truly permitted to enter? They felt they lacked the qualifications. But how could this be? Such a facility required formal requests even for esteemed professors to utilize. Was Gao Yang merely toying with them? In the midst of Chun Hong and his team's bewildered gazes, Gao Yang emerged from the laboratory. What are you all still doing? Change into your gear and come in. Chun Hong and the others were left dumbfounded. Are we really going to manufacture weapons here? Is there an issue? Chun Hong stammered. We could easily manage with the previous laboratory. He felt as if he had become a mere rustic, having dwelled in a thatched cottage. Now Gao Yang descended like a celestial being, leading him to the palace and pointing out the emperor's chambers, saying, "You will reside here." He felt too intimidated to proceed. Enough dawdling. Only 2 days remained before the equipment must be delivered to the operational teams participating in the drills. Come in. With that, Gao Yang turned and walked away. The group exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and made their decision. Let us go in. After changing into appropriate attire and meticulously clearing away their belongings, they stepped into the laboratory. As they entered, someone exclaimed, "This is a high-precision machine tool with a mere 500th of a micron error, currently the finest in the Dragon Country." Astonishingly, the customized equipment had been previously quoted at 30 million, possibly in US dollars. The apparatus, which he had seen in his teacher's lab, seemed to be worth around 1 million. However, while the appearance was identical, the specifications differed significantly, with a price tag at least 10 times higher. A group of individuals tread cautiously, glancing around with trepidation. The sheer number of devices made them anxious, for any minor damage could result in financial ruin. Gao Yang stood at the design table, observing the shrinking group of people and urged, "Do not waste time. Familiarize yourselves with the laboratory and commence your tasks." Chun Hong, striving to maintain composure, encouraged everyone, "Let us give it our all." The group inhaled deeply and carefully began to unpack their materials, setting the stage for their designs. As Gao Yang noted the flurry of activity, he continued with his own endeavors. He refrained from hastily designing the weapons for the competition and instead focused on the laser weaponry. For the competition, he planned to amplify the designs, avoiding any exposure before the rehearsal design team. Conversely, the laser weapon design was pressing. Without a suitable energy source, a laser gun could not be realized, necessitating the design of a laser cannon instead. The laser cannon proved to be more reliable, eliminating energy concerns. By enlarging the laser emitter, its power could be substantially increased while maintaining lower precision requirements. In laser guns, the component error could not exceed 1/10 of a micron, as high precision often led to malfunctions. Furthermore, such precision would hinder mass production, as only elite laboratories could achieve a 1/10 micron error. However, with an enlarged design, achieving a 1 centimeter error became feasible, making the production process easier and reducing the likelihood of damage. Upon completing the laser cannon design, Gao Yang proceeded to create a vehicle-mounted laser cannon and an aircraft-mounted variant, as well as a laser cannon for tanks. By 8 in the evening, after finalizing all designs, he called Professor Li to share the designs for several laser weapons. There were designated facilities for manufacturing these designs, freeing Gao Yang from the need to produce them personally. Once the others departed for the evening and the immediate tasks concluded, Gao Yang contemplated what weapons to amplify next. High-tech weapons like laser guns had too many restrictions. Thus, he decided to enhance conventional firearms, handguns, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Having perused numerous books on firearms, his gaze fell upon a sniper rifle resting on a table. The sniper rifle was an exceptional tool, known for its long range and formidable power. Gao Yang resolved to amplify the sniper rifle. The manufacture of the sniper rifle proved straightforward. Within half an hour, he had crafted a rifle measuring 1.2 meters in length, boasting a range of 1,200 meters, high precision, a weight of merely 8 pounds, and a magazine capacity of 12 rounds. It was a standard sniper rifle. Yet with the system in place, even the most ordinary inventions could achieve extraordinary amplification. The uncertainty remained. Which aspect would be randomly enhanced? Chapter 18. Amplification of precision. If it pertains to range amplification, the implications are rather unfathomable. With a base range of 1,200 meters, the minimum amplification is 100-fold, translating to an astounding 12,000 meters. Should one strike the maximum amplification of 10,000 times, the range would surge to a staggering 12 million meters, or 12,000 kilometers. From the Arctic, one could potentially snipe targets at the equator. This is indeed extraordinary. After a brief moment, Gao Yang found it rather surprising that the system had yet to activate. Could it be that a sniper rifle does not qualify as an invention? Yet, this was his very own design. Was the sniper rifle deemed unworthy? Recalling his last test, Gao Yang first assessed the power of the laser gun before the system responded. Was testing a prerequisite? He promptly contacted Professor Li, requesting ammunition for a test at the shooting range. Professor Li was taken aback. You wish to test a gun? Indeed. The principal has assigned me to the exercise research group, prompting me to design a firearm. Professor Li nodded. You are quite young. There is no need to act so mature. It's essential to engage in various activities, meet new friends, and perhaps find a girlfriend. Otherwise, your university experience would be in vain. I will send you the blueprints for the laser cannon to the factory, as I cannot accompany you to the shooting range. I will call ahead. You can go directly to the range, where you will find every type of ammunition. Excellent. Professor Li ended the call, dismissing the matter as merely testing a firearm. Gao Yang immediately proceeded to the shooting range. In the dead of night, the range was devoid of even a single bird. The staff prepared targets for Gao Yang, suggesting, given the considerable power of the sniper rifle, I recommend assisting you with the test. No need, Gao Yang replied. Although he had handled firearms during military training, he had yet to try a sniper rifle. What man does not revel in the thrill of firearms? He lay prone, aiming at a target 200 meters away, and squeezed the trigger. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Gao Yang felt as though someone had dealt a powerful blow to his shoulder, causing sharp pain. The staff glanced at the equipment, missed the target. Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, a notification echoed in his mind. Host has developed a sniper rifle. Amplification is possible. Would you like to utilize an amplification opportunity? Gao Yang disregarded the system. Now was not the time for amplification. He would wait until returning to the laboratory. For now, he yearned to shoot. He fired off 10 rounds, all of which missed the target. The staff, unable to bear the sight any longer, suggested, shall I give it a try? No need, Gao Yang responded, switching shoulders and continuing to fire. After another 10 shots, he scrutinized the target now within 50 meters. How could he be so off? Was his aim not calibrated? Yet, it was a rifle he had crafted with his own hands. Such a notion seemed impossible. Frustrated, Gao Yang abandoned further attempts and carried the rifle directly back to the laboratory. Upon closing the laboratory door, he immersed himself in the system. Utilize amplification opportunity. Amplify the sniper rifle. In the next instant, a vast ethereal disc materialized before him. As he spun the disc, Gao Yang's eyes widened, fervently hoping for a 10,000-fold amplification. Although current technological standards may not suffice for production, the foundational industrial level would undoubtedly improve, allowing for gradual implementation. The more amplification he could draw now, the better. The disc slowed its rotation, still a distance from the desired 10,000. With a click, the disc halted, landing on 4,399 times. The multiplier is acceptable, yet I remain uncertain as to the aspect in which the enhancement lies. In the next moment, a notification resonated in Gao Yang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have developed a sniper rifle, achieving an accuracy enhancement of 4,399 times. Gao Yang felt perplexed. How can accuracy be enhanced? Originally, an error of 1 centimeter could be magnified to a mere micrometer. What difference does that make? In the blink of an eye, all equipment within the laboratory commenced operation. Simultaneously, the sniper rifle that Gao Yang had just crafted was disassembled and began the process of reconstruction anew. This procedure was remarkably swift, as if all apparatus had been accelerated, producing a multitude of components that were then assembled. Before Gao Yang stood a sniper rifle measuring 1.5 meters in length. Ding. Based on the existing equipment, only a 600 times accuracy sniper rifle can be manufactured. Following this, a torrent of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind. encompassing technical knowledge regarding sniper rifle accuracy. The memories were abundant and lucid, revealing that the system's interpretation of accuracy is akin to precision, striking the target. Hence, the firearm's aim was exceptional. Typically, precision is attributed to individuals, but here it describes the gun, as it possesses automatic targeting capabilities. The grip and stock are capable of autonomous movement, achieving automatic aiming in this manner. Furthermore, the rifle is equipped with a high-definition camera and a processor capable of performing basic lead calculations. To prevent failure in hitting the target after locking on, the sniper rifle's range has been extended to 3 kilometers. Essentially, once locked by the system, escape is futile. To further ensure accuracy, recoil has been minimized. Upon assimilating all this knowledge, Gao Yang opened his eyes. He grasped the sniper rifle, examining it meticulously. The black weapon bore intricate, scale-like patterns. Prior to firing, these patterns would unfurl forward. After firing, they would abruptly close, utilizing this impact to counteract recoil. The design is undeniably striking, captivating Gao Yang to the point of attachment. It felt as though the rifle possessed a life of its own, breathing with each shot. The weight had increased to 12 pounds, somewhat heftier than before, yet it bore no significant consequence. At the front was a wide-angle lens, ensuring the detection of more adversaries. With such a design, invincibility was assured. With this rifle in hand, how could he possibly lose in the upcoming exercises? Even the notion of defeat seemed implausible. Gao Yang, clutching the rifle, proceeded directly to the shooting range, eager to test his creation. Upon arrival, the range staff had yet to conclude their shifts. The technicians who had accompanied Gao Yang previously were still present. Upon seeing him return, one inquired, "Shall I conduct the test?" "No need, I shall do it myself." "Should I place the target at 30 or 20 meters?" Gao Yang glanced at the staff member. 20? Move it back to 200 meters. The staff member nodded with a smile and relocated the target to 200 meters, returning to Gao Yang's side. "You may begin." Gao Yang drew forth his sniper rifle, initiating adjustments. The staff, gazing at the rifle, was momentarily taken aback. What an impressive weapon. It is indeed lengthy, likely measuring 1.5 meters, while slender in form. The design exudes an explosive charm at first glance. Coupled with the scaly patterns adorning the barrel, it enhances its allure. Gao Yang lifted the gun, aimed at the distant target, and pulled the trigger. A thunderous roar echoed as the bullet was discharged. Surprisingly, Gao Yang felt no pain in his shoulder. The recoil was significantly diminished. The technicians, bewildered, gazed at the results. A perfect 10? Just moments ago, Gao Yang had missed the target 20 times in a row. He had faltered at 50 meters, yet here he was, achieving a perfect score at 200 meters? Surely, it was mere luck. Chapter 19, The Gun God. The technician nodded. "That shot was remarkable. Keep up the good work." Gao Yang smiled, rising from his prone position to stand and aim the gun. The technicians were taken aback, standing while holding a sniper rifle, and in an improper shooting stance at that. This could lead to injury. The technicians hurried forward to intervene. However, before they could reach him, Gao Yang had already pulled the trigger once more, aiming at the distant target. Boom. Another resounding blast. Gao Yang merely swayed slightly. Was he a seasoned marksman? Following that, the system reported, a perfect 10. The technician's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be a perfect 10? The sharpshooter? Yet Gao Yang had just missed 20 consecutive shots. As he contemplated this, Gao Yang maintained his standing position and fired consecutively, testing the gun's firing rate. Theoretically, this firearm could achieve 2 rounds per second. However, Gao Yang was not a professional shooter and couldn't reach the maximum rate. Striving to maintain the fastest possible speed, he discharged the remaining 10 rounds, taking 10 seconds to do so. Nevertheless, this rate was impressively swift for a sniper rifle. Most astonishing was the accuracy. The nearby staff were wide-eyed. Was he treating the sniper rifle like an assault rifle? Continuous fire? Furthermore, all 12 rounds fired in succession hit the perfect 10. Was this a phenomenon beyond comprehension? Gao Yang exchanged the magazine and addressed the staff. "Let us change targets to 500 meters. The staff gaped. 500 meters was a considerable distance, requiring a true marksman to hit. For an amateur, it was virtually impossible. Yet, complying with Gao Yang's request, they activated the equipment for the target positioned 500 meters away. "We can begin." Gao Yang changed his position, raised the gun without aiming, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A perfect 10. The staff's jaws dropped again. A perfect 10? And on the first shot, what did this signify? An absolute marksman. Then came the system's continuous reports. 10, 10, 10, 10. With all 12 rounds expended, Gao Yang glanced at the results before turning to the staff, who were now engulfed in self-doubt. I need a target at 1,000 meters. The staff, in a daze, mechanically looked up and activated the 1,000-meter target equipment. There were specific conditions for using the 1,000-meter target, for this distance was not for amateurs. Yet, with all 12 shots at 500 meters scoring perfect 10s, he was deemed qualified. Gao Yang stood there, and amidst the bewildered gazes of the staff, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 10 points. The staff listened to the mechanical sound of the report, their mouths agape. This is impossible. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the first shot hit the bullseye. And it was night. How could this be achieved? Gao Yang glanced at the staff, suddenly released his left hand, and, with his right hand, held the gun single-handedly before firing again. Bang! 10 points. The staff was once more left in a daze. As he hit the target 1,000 meters away with a sniper rifle, and yet again scored 10 points? Is this a marksman? This is a monster. Gao Yang had only shown off with one shot. The 12-pound rifle was heavy to hold with one hand. He resumed using both hands, firing consecutively. The staff wore a ghostly expression, as every shot was a 10. With such skill, why not participate in the Olympics? Just as they were pondering this, Gao Yang's voice rang out again. Help me out. Prepare a target at 2,000 meters. The staff was taken aback. The range only goes up to 1,500 meters. Then prepare a target at 1,500 meters. At 1,500 meters, the bullet would take time to travel and would also drop. Additionally, current wind speed and the wind conditions at several hundred meters must be considered. Generally, only a marksman can utilize such distances. Gao Yang fired. Bang, 10 points. The staff was numb. Another 10 points. This is 1,500 meters. The first shot hit the bullseye? What kind of studies does one need to pursue to become a soldier king? Gao Yang fired twice more. Feeling a bit fatigued in his left hand, he switched to his right hand and continued shooting. The staff opened his mouth, but said nothing. Confusion filled his gaze. His worldview had been utterly shattered by Gao Yang. How could a marksman so easily change shooting stances? For an ordinary person, switching hands to right is already impressive. Switching hands to snipe? And still scoring 10 points? A god of firearms. After finishing a magazine, Gao Yang set down the gun. Is it possible to prepare a moving target? Certainly. The staff pressed a button, and the distant target began to move. Gao Yang commenced firing again. Bang! A resounding shot. 10 points. The staff stared blankly at the shooting range. The target was barely visible, but he could just make out its movement. In less than a second, Gao Yang fired again. 10 points. After another round, Gao Yang set the gun down. Shooting was undoubtedly a strenuous task, and his arms were sore. However, he had likely tested the gun's capabilities, hitting every target. Not only could he strike stationary targets, but he could also hit moving ones, taking into account the air conditions, humidity, and bullet drop. Such a weapon on the battlefield would be somewhat unfair, but reliable indeed. Gao Yang returned the gun to its case and turned to head back to his dormitory for sleep. With this device, the exercise should hold no uncertainties. The staff watched Gao Yang depart and began to clear the scene. First, they replaced the target paper. Then, the staff gazed at the target paper 200 meters away. Their expression once again blank, for there was but a single bullet hole. This meant that all 12 of Gao Yang's bullets had passed through that tiny hole. How could this be possible? In haste, he rushed to inspect the second target paper, which, like the first, bore only a single bullet hole. Yet, this was a target positioned 500 meters away. The staff suspected a system malfunction, as the initial shot had registered a hit, while all subsequent shots were deemed 10-ring hits. There was no other explanation for the fact that every shot at a target 500 meters distant had struck the minuscule central dot. This was not mere marksmanship. It was as if one had activated cheats in a game. At 1,000 meters, there was again only a single hole, further solidifying the staff's conviction that the system was indeed malfunctioning. The two target papers at 1,500 meters left the personnel in profound silence. Each of these sheets bore merely one bullet hole. However, the size of the hole was significantly larger compared to those on the other targets. One bullet could not possibly create such an expansive hole. It was evident that multiple bullets had struck the periphery of the original hole, thereby enlarging it. At 1,500 meters, with a moving target, the central bullet hole had expanded by approximately half a centimeter. This indicated that, with 12 shots fired at a rate of 1 shot per second, Gao Yang's hit area was no larger than a 50-cent coin. Such marksmanship was utterly preposterous. The staff found themselves engulfed in deep skepticism. After returning to his dormitory for a brief slumber, Gao Yang made his way to the laboratory the following morning. Eager to manufacture another sniper rifle, he had decided to keep the initial version created by the system as a treasured memento, as he was utterly enamored with it. Early on, Chunhong entered the laboratory, followed by others who gradually arrived to commence the production of their designed firearms. Here, crafting weapons felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Observing his peers preparing to create sniper rifles, Gao Yang interjected, "You needn't bother with your sniper rifles. I have already manufactured one." Chapter 20. No practical value. His classmates were taken aback but offered no rebuttal, for they beheld a new sniper rifle resting on the table. Its aesthetic design was extraordinarily striking, even verging on perfection. At first glance, it could easily be mistaken for a work of art. With a gun length of 1.5 meters, it appeared imposing and formidable. "Is this your design for the sniper rifle?" one inquired. Gao Yang nodded. "Its range extends to 3 kilometers, with a firing rate of 60 rounds per minute." "What?" The student tasked with designing the sniper rifle was momentarily stunned. And Shun Hong and others turned their attention as well. "What purpose does a sniper rifle with such a rapid firing rate serve? Is it to be used like a rifle?" Furthermore, a range of 3 kilometers was indeed terrifying. Gao Yang raised his gaze to the bewildered assembly of classmates. "It also features an automatic targeting function." Huh. Their confusion deepened. What did he mean by automatic targeting? While it was commonplace for drones or fighter jets to incorporate automatic targeting, the presence of such a feature on a sniper rifle was utterly absurd. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Let's focus on our tasks. We must complete a full set of equipment before the combat team arrives. We cannot afford delays." Everyone busied themselves, and those who had abandoned their sniper rifle designs began assisting others in their production efforts. Gao Yang remained active throughout the laboratory, crafting 2 additional sniper rifles to ensure firepower sufficiency. Simultaneously, he made temporary improvements to the firearms being developed by others, aiding in their manufacture. From day to night, a total of 10 sets of individual combat gear were successfully completed. That evening, 2 military vehicles arrived at the Defense Technology University. A 10-member combat team hailing from Special Operations Forces. They serve as the instruments for this exercise. Prior to their arrival, the 10 warriors were well aware of their purpose, and their curiosity was piqued regarding the arsenal the students would provide. With anticipation, the 10 soldiers entered the shooting range. Within the range stood a total of 11 individuals. Gao Yang, the leader of the exercise design team, stood at the forefront, a smile gracing his face. "Greetings, I am Gao Yang, the captain of the design team for this exercise." The 10 soldiers simultaneously saluted, and Gao Yang returned the gesture, then gestured towards the equipment on the table. "You may first don the gear. Today is merely an introduction, with 3 additional days ahead for training and familiarization." The soldiers, laden with an array of equipment, proceeded to the adjacent changing room to attire themselves. "Squad leader, I have a feeling we are destined to lose." "Lose? Nonsense. This equipment is rather conventional, comprising standard firearms, bulletproof vests, and tactical helmets, all appearing quite ordinary." "Who said that?" "This sniper rifle is undoubtedly a fine piece of equipment." One of the snipers in the group had already cradled the sniper rifle, attempting to aim. "Wow, the feel is exquisite, more comfortable than my own wife." "Are you considering a change in spouses then?" "Let us give it another go. A pretty exterior must come with practical value." The sniper toyed with the rifle, absolutely stunning. The scale design is even adjustable, impressive. The others remained skeptical, believing that weaponry adorned with flashy designs lacked practical utility. However, as the design team had assigned the equipment randomly, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Once clad in their gear, the 10 soldiers emerged from the room. Shun Hong, accompanied by fellow students, assisted the soldiers in familiarizing themselves with the equipment. The familiarization process commenced with target practice. As all participants tested the pistols, they were left momentarily speechless after their first volley. "This pistol feels incredibly comfortable. Its accuracy is remarkable, delivering an exceptionally smooth experience that compels one to fire again. The recoil is present, yet relatively mild." Upon inspecting the bullet holes in the distant target, they observed that they were nearly clustered together, showcasing extraordinary stability. The 10 soldiers instinctively exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment. This weapon is truly exceptional. If the other fundamental attributes are equally commendable, it could easily be integrated for compact deployment. Next came the assessment of rifles and grenades. The soldiers were once again left in awe, as the performance of these weapons exceeded their expectations. They had previously utilized the latest models, yet these firearms surpassed their current arsenal significantly. Even in terms of performance metrics, they were overwhelmingly superior. Then came the trial of the sniper rifles. With 2 rifles at hand, the 2 snipers took their positions, aiming at a target 200 meters away, and fired simultaneously. The resounding crack echoed almost in unison. Following this, the announcement of their scores rang out. 10 rings. 10 rings. The onlookers among the soldiers erupted in applause, for the first shot had resulted in 2 simultaneous perfect scores, What a stroke of luck. However, those in Gao Yang's team wore expressions of skepticism. They recalled Gao Yang's earlier words about the rifles being equipped with an integrated aiming system. Meanwhile, the two snipers, lying prone, turned to one another, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Why is the recoil of this gun so minimal? Apart from the negligible recoil, this firearm appears to possess extraordinary accuracy. Their first shot lacked stability. With a shared glance, the two resumed firing. Boom. Another resounding blast echoed. A perfect 10. 2 perfect 10s, and the remaining 8 soldiers fell silent, astonished. If it were their familiar sniper rifle, achieving 10 consecutive 10s at 200 meters would pose no challenge. In fact, it would be rather ordinary. Yet, this was a new weapon, capable of such precision. Gao Yang spoke up. Adjust to 1500 meters. Both snipers turned to him in disbelief. 1500 meters? Was he speaking nonsense? With such minimal recoil, how could this weapon have a range of 1500 meters? Gao Yang calmly replied, this rifle has a range of 3000 meters. The snipers were utterly baffled. This was simply inconceivable. Nonetheless, since Gao Yang suggested it, they were willing to give it a try. The staff began to rearrange the shooting area. Once more, the snipers positioned themselves, peering through their scopes at the distant target, steadying their breaths as they attempted to aim. At 1500 meters, they were normally capable, but using this new rifle left them uncertain about the bullet drop, forcing them to rely solely on instinct. Gao Yang's voice broke through the silence. No need to aim too precisely. This firearm has an automatic targeting function. Once the target is locked, you may fire at will. The snipers, bewildered, looked up. What? We can shoot without aiming? Almost instinctively, they complied with the command and fired. Boom. 2 shots rang out simultaneously, followed by the report. Perfect 10, perfect 10. The snipers were dumbfounded, as were the other soldiers. Chun Hong and the rest of the research team exchanged incredulous glances. How could this be? They were certain that neither sniper had aimed since both had lifted their heads, causing their rifles to sway. Yet, they achieved perfect 10s? 1 perfect 10 might be attributed to luck, but 2? Automatic targeting? This was akin to cheating. The snipers were equally astonished, exchanging a glance before lowering their heads to shoot again. This time, they aimed at a different spot, deliberately offsetting by at least 2 meters. Just before pulling the trigger, they witnessed the rifle swiftly adjust its angle, and by the time they fired, the muzzle was perfectly aligned with the center of the target. Perfect 10, perfect 10. Chapter 21, Marksmanship. The snipers opened their mouths, ready to speak, but the words faltered. What the? Another sniper echoed, what the? The soldiers observing were similarly struck with awe. What the? The exercise design team regarded Gao Yang with even greater admiration. The 2 snipers began firing once more, this time in rapid succession. With 10 rounds remaining, they completed the task in 5 seconds. 2 shots per second. Gao Yang, filled with both admiration and humility, realized this was the firearm's optimal firing speed. In this rapid-fire scenario, a total of 20 rounds resulted in 20 perfect 10s. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Rising from their prone positions, the 2 snipers questioned their very existence. Gao Yang spoke in a low voice. There is no need to test the bulletproof vests. The official competition will evaluate their performance later. Furthermore, all information regarding this design's weaponry is strictly confidential. The 10 soldiers, regaining their composure, looked at Gao Yang with newfound respect. Understood. Gao Yang nodded. Before the exercise, familiarize yourselves thoroughly with the firearms. If you win this batch of weapons, I shall personally ensure you receive a few. If you lose, you will have nothing. Understood. The soldiers were instantly filled with excitement. Winning such exceptional weapons would be an unexpected boon. After finishing his instructions, Gao Yang turned and walked out. His part in the exercise was complete. And now it was up to these soldiers to demonstrate their adaptability in the field. Chun Hong and the others observed Gao Yang's retreating figure in silence. Didn't we plan to invite Captain Gao to dinner tonight? Chun Hong pondered before shaking his head. Why don't you go and ask him? The person queried merely shook their head, feeling an immense pressure when facing Gao Yang. The others sighed. Well, we are not from the same world. But who knows? Maybe decades from now, I'll point at Gao Yang on the television and tell my grandchildren that I once worked on a research project with him. Laughter followed, though tinged with a hint of bitterness. All were young, bursting with ambition, yet in the presence of Gao Yang, they felt dwarfed by his towering presence. Let us go? It's time to eat. With that, the group departed, leaving behind the members of the Special Forces team. They too fell into a moment of silence until one sniper suggested, why don't you all try out the guns? Although the others were not snipers, who wouldn't want to handle such an advanced sniper rifle? After firing a couple of rounds, each hit the target perfectly, scoring 10 rings. The two snipers found themselves at a loss for words. As elite members of the Special Forces, they were inherently talented, even genius, honed through years of rigorous training to reach their current level. Yet, with this rifle, an ordinary person could achieve the same effectiveness as they did. In contrast to the excitement of others, the snipers felt a mix of emotions, troubled by the thought of being rendered obsolete. Once this rifle becomes widespread, they would face extinction, for their own marksmanship would pale in comparison to that of the weapon. Despite their discomfort, training must continue. They had to become more familiar with the sniper rifle. The more they practiced, the more awe-inspiring the weapon proved to be, for its performance was astonishingly superior. Typically, sniper rifles have a slow firing rate and require improvements. Yet no one had made any advancements because the intervals between shots are prolonged for aiming. However, this sniper rifle eliminates the need for precise aiming, thereby increasing its firing rate to rival that of a machine gun. Moreover, it boasts immense power with minimal recoil. When all these features are combined, the weapon becomes extraordinarily formidable. Within a 6-kilometer radius, it can hit any target with pinpoint accuracy, and with such a rapid firing rate, who could dare approach? Not only is evasion futile, but the rifle also comes equipped with infrared heat sensors and night vision capabilities, rendering anyone behind cover utterly exposed. Thinner barriers would simply be obliterated, sending those behind them to their demise. After enduring initial discomfort, the sniper gradually became entangled in his thoughts. And as he grew more accustomed to the sniper rifle, his mindset shifted once more. Although it was painful to be outclassed by this weapon, they welcomed it wholeheartedly. In the context of small-scale combat, it was indeed invincible. It could minimize the casualties of comrades and enhance the likelihood of victory. Being eliminated by it was inconsequential. As for drills, this rifle rendered defeat virtually impossible. Regardless of the opponent's preparations, unless they had missiles ready to strike, there was no chance of winning. This was individual combat. Where would the missiles come from? He even entertained an absurd notion that this sniper rifle might have the potential to intercept missiles. Gao Yang was unaware of the profound impact this sniper rifle had on the tender psyche of the sniper. He was solely focused on modifying the previously designed laser cannon. The former laser cannon lacked a targeting system. If the targeting system from the sniper rifle were to be integrated into the laser cannon, it would be capable of striking satellites. Not just low-orbit satellites. Even those in geostationary orbit could be targeted. In the dead of night, Gao Yang dialed Professor Li. Has the laser cannon begun production? Not yet, Professor Li replied after a pause. There are numerous components to analyze. Whether for reasons of confidentiality or for optimal manufacturing, we must produce them separately. That is acceptable. Acceptable? I have conceived an improvement. We could add an auxiliary targeting system to the laser cannon. But the targeting system and the main body of the laser cannon would not conflict. We can produce the cannon first, and then the targeting system. Professor Li was momentarily stunned. A targeting system? He felt he must have misheard and repeated, system? To be called a system, it must be comprehensive and systematic. But the issue is, Gao Yang has just produced a laser weapon and now presents a complete targeting system? How could that be possible in such a short time? Gao Yang, oblivious to Professor Li's thoughts, assumed he had not heard correctly. Yes, the targeting system. I will design it and show it to you later. Or even produce it to demonstrate its effectiveness. All right. Professor Li suppressed his curiosity. There's no rush. It's late, so rest is important for your health. Understood. After hanging up, Gao Yang felt exhilarated and found it hard to sleep. The integration of a targeting system with the laser weapon would amplify its lethality to terrifying levels. It would strike precisely where aimed, hitting targets effortlessly. In the dead of night, he rushed to the laboratory to design the targeting device for the laser cannon. This task was relatively simple, utilizing existing technology, requiring only adaptation to the specifications of the laser cannon. However, while the technology was straightforward, the design process was somewhat cumbersome. He worked tirelessly until noon the following day to complete it. After resting in the laboratory lounge until the morning of the third day, he called Professor Li. The design for the automatic targeting device of the laser cannon is complete. When will you be available to retrieve it? On the other end of the line, Professor Li examined the semi-finished laser cannon. The first experimental laser cannon has been completed. We are now preparing for testing. Would you like to come and see it? Where are you? The laser cannon was his design, and he was eager to witness its power. Tell me your location, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Chapter 22. He can't go up either. Before being picked up, Gao Yang visited the library. He intended to examine the general power of the laser cannon, but testing often takes considerable time. To avoid wasting time, he decided to read at the testing site. Just as his backpack filled with books, two military vehicles halted outside the library. and armed soldiers respectfully invited Gao Yang aboard. The vehicles then proceeded directly to the nearest military airport, where he boarded a plane to the testing location. After navigating through numerous checkpoints, Gao Yang finally reached his destination. It was evidently a highly classified military base, where tanks, armed helicopters, and various artillery pieces were on display. Soldiers in full combat gear patrolled and conducted drills in formation. This was Gao Yang's first visit to such a place, and as he walked forward, he curiously glanced around, noticing an array of weaponry he had only heard of but never seen. Particularly striking was the tank. One could hardly deny its former glory, yet today, any weapon could counter tanks. He wondered if it might be possible to enhance large equipment like tanks. Not far along, Gao Yang spotted Professor Li. The professor appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to a lack of rest in recent days. Yet he exuded an air of excitement and vitality as he quickly approached Gao Yang. "Let me take you to see the laser cannon." Under Professor Li's guidance, they passed through several more checkpoints until Gao Yang finally beheld the laser cannon. The laser cannon was relatively short, with a barrel approximately half a meter long. And at its rear was a spherical component with a diameter of half a meter, housing the energy and fire control systems. Overall, it appeared quite compact. The prototype was adorned with camouflage, yet its size and smooth exterior belied any sense of lethality, presenting a deceptive charm. A group of researchers was conducting final checks nearby. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the control console and targeting system adjacent to the cannon. "Could you show me the design blueprints for this targeting system?" The researchers paused, taken aback by the audacity of this young man requesting the blueprints in their presence. Such documents were confidential and not to be viewed casually. They turned to Professor Li, their expressions conveying a simple question: "Where did you find such an inconsiderate student?" Professor Li chuckled. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Gao Yang, the designer of the laser cannon." The researcher's eyes shifted back to Gao Yang, now filled with astonishment and disbelief. Could such a high-tech laser cannon truly be the work of this young man? Yet, it was Professor Li speaking, a man known for his seriousness. Was it genuine? Professor Li nodded. While it was a team effort, he was the sole creator. The researchers could hardly contain their astonishment as they regarded the barely 20-year-old Gao Yang. "How old are you?" 19. The chief engineer responsible for the project scratched his head. Having encountered many young prodigies in the past, he had never seen someone develop a laser cannon at such a tender age. It was truly remarkable. However, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The laser cannon was entirely designed by Gao Yang, and there is little to conceal regarding the aiming system. He hastily presented a substantial stack of blueprints. "Here are the schematics for the aiming system. Should there be any points of confusion, feel free to inquire." Gao Yang accepted the blueprints and swiftly examined them, flipping through the pages with remarkable speed. He had already acquired the automatic aiming system through the system, placing him at the forefront of this technology globally. What appeared convoluted to the layperson was crystal clear to him. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Utilizing laser targeting followed by the launch of the laser cannon is indeed a commendable approach. Essentially, once aimed, it will hit its target, yet it still lacks a certain finesse." All the researchers turned their attention towards him. The first concern was accuracy. The effective lethal range of the laser cannon extended to 200 kilometers. If a target moves by a mere meter beyond that distance, the aiming system must adjust the laser cannon with an exceedingly minute degree of precision, which it currently lacks. Furthermore, the adjustment speed is insufficient. Should a target move rapidly enough, the cannon's ability to pivot its aim cannot keep pace with the target's speed. Another issue is the limited visibility of the aiming system. Despite the laser cannon's extensive range, the system can only lock onto targets within a mere 20 kilometers, rendering it incapable of identifying distant targets. A hushed silence enveloped the group of researchers, for this was an undeniable reality. Conventional missile targeting systems utilize satellite guidance for precision targeting. However, the laser cannon operates in a straight line. It cannot rely on satellites and can only engage in direct sighting. The crux of the matter is that the best straight-line targeting they can currently achieve is through laser targeting. The challenges highlighted by Gao Yang seem insurmountable. The chief engineer nodded. "This is a technical issue. We will assemble a team to tackle it." "That may not be necessary," Gao Yang interjected. "I have already devised a targeting system." Professor Li recalled Gao Yang's phone call from the previous day. Could it be that he had indeed designed a targeting system for the laser cannon? The chief engineer appeared momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across his face. "Is it capable of targeting 200 kilometers away? It can target even further." Gao Yang responded, turning to Professor Li. "When does testing for the laser cannon commence?" "At 2 o'clock this afternoon." Gao Yang glanced at the time and then surveyed the factory housing the laser cannon. which was equipped with numerous devices for manufacturing advanced weaponry, all of high specifications. There's still time. Hand me a hammer. The chief engineer, perplexed, nevertheless handed Gao Yang a hammer. With a decisive swing, Gao Yang struck the base of the laser cannon, separating the angle adjustment mechanism from the main cannon. The impact shattered several components. A stunned silence fell over the group. Professor Li quickly grasped the situation. You intend to fabricate the targeting system now? There's still time. Gao Yang reiterated, passing the hammer to Professor Li. Separate the main body of the laser cannon from the targeting system and smooth out the welding points. Professor Li held the hammer, glancing at the astonished chief engineer. Assist me. The chief engineer stood in disbelief, staring at the damaged base. Confusion clouding his features as he looked back at Professor Li. Do you have any idea how many people are coming this afternoon? Do you know who they are? If something goes awry, the consequences could be dire. Professor Li cast a glance at the chief engineer overseeing the manufacturing project, then at Gao Yang, who was already adjusting the equipment. Is it more severe than launching a satellite? The chief engineer was momentarily taken aback, abruptly turning to gaze at Gao Yang. Isn't this a military secret weapon? He then lowered his gaze to the laser cannon, questioning whether the secret weapon was not right before him. Upon glancing back at Gao Yang, he noticed that the latter was already inputting the parameters for the components. The realization dawned upon him. The ramifications were grave for him, yet trivial for Gao Yang. Drawing a deep breath, the chief engineer exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Lend a hand." One researcher completed the disassembly of the laser cannon's main body, while Gao Yang had already activated a multitude of devices. Although the equipment here was not the most advanced, it was comprehensive. He lacked for nothing. Multiple components could be manufactured simultaneously. Once the chief engineer finished his tasks, he turned his attention towards Gao Yang and then to Li Qing, inquiring, "Is he really only 19? If I were to operate this equipment, I would not exhibit such proficiency." Professor Li remained silent, finding it awkward to respond, as he too would struggle in such a situation. Chapter 23. I shall take responsibility. A multitude of components were produced, and Gao Yang commenced the assembly without the need for blueprints. The memories etched in his mind served as a guide. His assembly speed was remarkably swift, yet the complexity and quantity of the parts rendered the process time-consuming. The chief engineer and others observed anxiously from the sidelines. The base was constructed, securing the laser cannon in place, followed by the installation of the targeting system. After toiling until 2 o'clock, a technician briskly entered. "The spectators for the test have arrived. When can we commence?" Just as Gao Yang affixed the final shell, he declared, "All done. We can begin the test now." The chief engineer beheld the laser cannon, which had undergone significant transformation, previously encumbered by a cumbersome adjunct. It now stood with only a compact sighting device beside it. Gao Yang turned to the chief engineer, explaining, "This endpoint can connect to a terminal via a data line, allowing for target input to initiate an attack. It can be integrated with radar and satellites to confirm targets and execute strikes." The chief engineer's mouth gaped in astonishment. Gao Yang's sighting device could outclass his targeting system by 100-fold. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding its practicality. However, time was of the essence. Leaving no room for verification, testing was the only recourse. The staff wheeled the laser cannon outside, with Professor Li leading Gao Yang ahead to the testing site. The testing area was an open expanse atop a hill, aimed at targets on another mountain. The viewing platform was situated on a different slope, providing a comprehensive vantage point. Upon arriving at the viewing area, Gao Yang was greeted by a formidable assembly of dignitaries. Almost every individual bore the insignia of high rank, with some adorned with multiple stars. The general Gao Yang had encountered previously spotted him and swiftly approached. Gao Yang, the general, surnamed Fu, smiled as he drew Gao Yang into the throng. "Allow me to introduce you, the developer of the laser gun and cannon. Now a student at the Defense Science and Technology University, Gao Yang." A collective expression of disbelief washed over the generals as they scrutinized Gao Yang, rendered speechless. "I too was initially incredulous, but heroes emerge from youth," General Fu praised. Gao Yang remained indifferent. Skepticism was entirely understandable, particularly given his age. The notion that he had developed a laser weapon of formidable power was, in itself, rather astonishing. An elderly general suddenly beckoned him. "Come sit here. The view is splendid." Observing the 3 stars adorning the general's shoulders, Gao Yang quietly approached and took his seat in the front row. The elder exuded an undeniable aura, an authoritative presence befitting his high rank, yet at this moment, he seemed remarkably amiable. "Gao Yang, what a splendid name, like the sun rising high," he remarked. "Tell Grandfather Zhou, is this laser weapon truly your creation?" Just as Gao Yang was about to respond, a figure rushed in, interrupting him. Report. The technicians are unable to operate the laser cannon. We will need to delay the testing. General Zhou furrowed his brow, and as he did so, a formidable intensity enveloped him. The technicians cannot operate it? What sort of technicians are they? Bring the project leader here. Yes, sir. Within 2 minutes. The chief engineer arrived in a jeep, perspiration glistening on his forehead as he stood before General Zhou. Sir? General Zhou maintained a stern countenance. Why are the technicians unable to operate the laser weapon? Had they not participated in its development? The chief engineer hastily explained. Originally, the technicians were involved in the development of the laser weapon, but no need for circumlocution, just speak plainly. The chief engineer glanced at Gao Yang. The laser weapon requires a targeting system for optimal operation. The system we originally manufactured is outdated. However, Gao Yang has temporarily devised a new targeting system, yet our technicians lack the expertise to use it and will require time to familiarize themselves. A gathering of dignitaries turned their gazes toward Gao Yang, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Could this young man truly possess such prowess? General Zhou also regarded Gao Yang. Is this newly fabricated targeting system superior to the original? The chief engineer shook his head. I cannot say. Someone from the back interjected. You expect us to observe the testing, only to find that the plan has been altered without a clear understanding of the specifics? How did you come to be the project leader? The chief engineer's expression darkened further. Gao Yang interjected. This is not his fault. I insisted on the modification. The laser cannon has a range exceeding 200 kilometers, but the targeting system he prepared could only manage 30 kilometers at best, and given the system's sluggish response, it could only engage stationary targets. I could not abide by this. I made the changes. If accountability is to be assigned, let it rest upon my shoulders. All eyes turned to Gao Yang, astonished by his audacity. Yet their thoughts wandered to another matter. If, as Gao Yang claimed, the targeting system could manage 30 kilometers, combined with its immense power, even if it could only engage fixed targets, this laser cannon was indeed formidable. General Zhou's tone softened abruptly as he addressed Gao Yang. How effective is your modified targeting system? It strikes precisely where aimed, obliterating targets upon sight. A splendid declaration. General Zhou rose. 15 kilometers away from the laser cannon, there is a tank. You shall control the cannon and destroy the tank. Gao Yang retrieved his phone and turned to the chief engineer. Kindly provide the contact information for the on-site technicians. I require their assistance in linking the targeting system to my phone. The chief engineer promptly took out his radio to make the necessary arrangements. In merely 10 minutes, all preparations were complete, and a rudimentary control panel materialized on Gao Yang's mobile device. With a swift motion of his fingers across the screen, he commanded, "Lock onto the target, fire." In the blink of an eye, a brilliant beam of laser erupted from the location of the laser cannon. The laser, as thick as an adult's waist, instantaneously pierced through a tank situated 15 kilometers away, obliterating it in a heartbeat. As the laser faded, a group of dignitaries hastily retrieved their binoculars to observe the distant tank, which now bore a gaping hole at its center, rendered utterly inoperable. 1 second to lock on. 1 second to destroy. This laser weapon was undeniably formidable. General Zhou nodded in approval, remarking, its power is impressive. Can we test it on a drone at 50 kilometers? Gao Yang affirmed, approximately in that direction. Preparations for the drone were swiftly underway. Gao Yang deftly maneuvered on his mobile device, soon locating the drone and pressing the confirmation button. The image from 50 kilometers away materialized. The newly launched drone was struck by the laser, disintegrating into ashes high in the sky. Although the binoculars could not capture such a distance, footage had been recorded by someone in the vicinity and transmitted immediately. The clarity was remarkable. The laser obliterated the airborne drone in an instant. Drones had indeed shone brightly in modern warfare, affordable, highly effective, and challenging to target. The laser cannon demonstrated the capability to engage drones with remarkable efficiency. Most notably, it had annihilated a drone from 50 kilometers away. All military officials present wore expressions of astonishment. Regardless of their prior stoicism, their composure shattered in this moment of exhilaration. Chapter 24, Complete Interception. To obliterate a drone from 50 kilometers away exceeded all expectations prior to their arrival. Initially, the anticipation was merely to strike fixed targets. Suddenly, General Zhou contemplated an essential query. Could this laser cannon intercept missiles? Gao Yang shook his head, responding to General Zhou's crestfallen gaze. I am uncertain of the missile's specific parameters. If it is a hypersonic missile, it is highly likely we cannot intercept it, as this targeting system was hastily constructed. The look of disappointment on General Zhou's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by silence. The implications of this statement were profound. Firstly, the probability of intercepting hypersonic missiles was low. Hypersonic missiles are distinct from supersonic ones, defined as traveling at 5 times the speed of sound. If we cannot intercept hypersonic missiles, can we intercept ordinary supersonic ones? Moreover, given that this targeting system was a makeshift creation, would the subsequently developed targeting systems possess the ability to intercept? General Zhou pondered deeply, yet succinctly stated, arrange to test with missiles. Understood. General Zhou commenced calls to arrange for missile launches. Gao Yang interjected, we need satellite data to ascertain the approximate trajectory of the incoming missiles. General Zhou nodded. Turning to one of his aides, share satellite information with Gao Yang. With all preparations finalized, General Zhou addressed the laser cannon. The missile's landing point is 300 meters in front of the laser cannon. Gao Yang nodded affirmatively, ready. General Zhou picked up the phone, launch. Upon issuing the command, General Zhou sat quietly in his chair, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Thus far, he had been thoroughly satisfied with the laser cannon, and now it felt like a final test of its capabilities. A total of 12 missiles were involved. Even if he could intercept only one, he would consider it a success. Gao Yang glanced at his phone screen, observing a flurry of information, including incoming missile alerts and targeting system lock confirmations. He then pressed the activation button. A beam of laser shot forth, with the cannon swiftly adjusting its angle before firing again. 12 consecutive shots ensued, and Gao Yang turned to General Zhou. All 12 missiles had been successfully intercepted. Zhou remained silent as he picked up the phone and activated the speaker. All interceptions successful. I require the specific interception parameters. After a prolonged silence on the other end, a voice, tinged with disbelief, reported 300 kilometers from the target, and all were intercepted. General Zhou abruptly turned to Gao Yang. How far? 300 kilometers. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a brief moment, Zhou inquired, are you certain there are no errors? I need satellite imagery. It has been verified multiple times. It was indeed a laser interception. The distance is accurate. The satellite imagery will be transmitted immediately. Once the call ended, no one dared to speak. The situation felt almost surreal. When the satellite images arrived, a group of high-ranking officials gathered closely to examine them. Akin to schoolchildren watching a gaming expert in an internet cafe. Not only they, but even the recently reprimanded chief engineer appeared bewildered. The interception efficiency was unprecedented. Typically, intercepting missiles would require dozens to take down a single one, with a success rate that was far from assured. Yet, under Gao Yang's oversight, the success rate was astonishingly 100%. It was somewhat extraordinary. Moreover, wasn't the effective kill range supposed to be 200 kilometers? How were missiles intercepted from 300 kilometers away? After scrutinizing the satellite images, the crowd turned their gazes toward Gao Yang. General Zhou opened his mouth. Did you not claim that the laser cannon had a range of 200 kilometers? Gao Yang nodded. At 200 kilometers, it can guarantee the instantaneous penetration of a 1 centimeter thick steel plate. It can still inflict damage at 300 kilometers, albeit less significant. The missile's front was penetrated in just 1.5 seconds. General Zhou was momentarily speechless. To penetrate a missile in 1.5 seconds was a feat of world-class caliber. What about the targeting system? Was it not limited to ensuring accuracy within 200 kilometers? Gao Yang explained. Within 200 kilometers, it can strike precisely, ensuring a 100% hit rate. Beyond that range, external factors such as weather, fog, and rain will affect accuracy. General Zhou inhaled sharply. So, even under adverse weather conditions, it can still lock onto targets within a 200-kilometer radius? Indeed, Zhou's body trembled slightly. With this technology, the Dragon Kingdom's air defense would be invincible. With installations spread across a radius of 200 kilometers, what could possibly approach from the skies? Whether it be aircraft, missiles, or drones that plague the world, they would be utterly destroyed. Gao Yang put away his phone and turned to General Zhou. Am I still accountable for any modifications? Zhou appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering and breaking into a smile. You certainly must be held accountable, at the very least. You must be credited with a significant achievement. With that, Zhou turned to the chief engineer. Continue with the subsequent tests. The chief engineer nodded and proceeded to the location of the laser cannon, preparing for subsequent testing. General Zhou patted the chair beside him and gestured to Gao Yang, inviting him to sit down for a conversation. Once Gao Yang took his seat, General Zhou smiled and remarked, when Xiao Fu reported that the laser cannon was your invention, I was skeptical. Now, I am truly impressed. At such a young age, you possess an extraordinary demeanor. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. It was Gao Yang's first experience of receiving such praise, especially from a prominent figure who bore 3 gold stars on his shoulders. He humbly attributed his success to good fortune. General Zhou laughed heartily, saying, "One should not be overly modest in youth. What is there to be humble about?" Gao Yang considered this and replied, 99% talent, complemented by 1% luck. General Zhou chuckled even more, giving Gao Yang a pat on the shoulder. "Well then Old Zhou, will keenly observe just how formidable your 99% talent truly is." The other dignitaries around them chuckled before falling silent, eagerly awaiting the formal testing to commence. At that moment, their spirits were high, having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the laser gun in the previous test. They were now eager to discover just how formidable it truly was. Such a weapon on the battlefield would undoubtedly yield tremendous results. The testing parameters had been predetermined, and they would proceed methodically. The results were unexpectedly excellent. Gao Yang's initial valuation, based on the design, was the most conservative estimate. Yet, even that conservative estimate had stirred excitement among many, and now the testing results far surpassed those cautious expectations. Throughout the testing, Gao Yang primarily focused on his book, occasionally glancing up at the proceedings. By the time he finished reading a book, the testing was nearing completion. General Zhou spoke in a serious tone. "This laser cannon is now a mature weapon. As a researcher, are you not the least bit excited?" "As expected," Gao Yang replied. General Zhou laughed once more. "What a confident statement. Remember this number. If you have any inventions, improvements, or needs in the future, feel free to give me a call." He emphasized the last 2 words, needs, with a slight weight. Gao Yang glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. And he indeed had a request. "Could you take me back to school?" Chapter 25. Where does the marksman come from? General Zhou was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you staying a couple of days longer?" Today was merely a foundational test. Further assessments are required. The subsequent tests would be more practical, which had little to do with Gao Yang. Once the equipment was provided and its power confirmed, the remaining usage was the soldier's responsibility. "I am participating in a design competition for an exercise at school, and I am the team leader. I need to check on it tomorrow." "A design competition for exercises?" General Zhou inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, it involves weapons designed by students, which are then given to small combat teams to compete with." General Zhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the concept, but instinctively glanced at the laser cannon. Gao Yang quickly understood his thoughts and explained, "Only individual soldier equipment is allowed. Laser weapons cannot be included." "You are the team leader?" General Zhou asked, turning his gaze to Gao Yang. "Yes. Do you think you can win?" "There's basically no doubt about it." What a confident assertion. General Zhou turned to his secretary and said, "Adjust the schedule. I wish to observe the individual soldier equipment that can secure an undisputed victory." The prominent figures behind him were also stirred by curiosity. "Shall we go together? Let us witness the weapons designed by the current students." Professor Li, seated in the last row, was left astounded by the sight of such distinguished individuals attending a competition among children. What a spectacle! However, he felt it was not his place to speak at that moment. He too had to accompany Gao Yang onto the plane. Upon landing, Gao Yang and Professor Li were promptly taken to the Defense Technology University. As they sat facing each other in the vehicle, Professor Li regarded Gao Yang and remarked, "It appears you have yet to hold a military position. You should consider pursuing one." At the Defense Technology University, the vast majority of students held military ranks, while Gao Yang was an ordinary student admitted to the institution. Although one could typically join the military upon entering the university, the issue was that Gao Yang had not attended a single class previously. Nevertheless, he felt indifferent, as research could be conducted anywhere. He would address that matter later. Professor Li chose not to pursue the topic further and instead stated, "You are under significant scrutiny this time. You must secure a victory." Gao Yang silently picked up a book, feeling that there was no need for further discussion on matters of assured success. Professor Li glanced at the book, somewhat perplexed. He questioned the effectiveness of Gao Yang studying such material at his current level. However, having just been proven wrong, he refrained from asking more questions and promptly returned to the school to inform the principal of the situation. With so many distinguished guests present, thorough preparations for the upcoming exercise were essential. Gao Yang immediately immersed himself in the library, continuing his studies. He viewed the exercise design competition as merely an occasion for entertainment. Victory was already assured in his mind. The competition involved 2 institutions, the Defense Technology University and Lonka University. The format was straightforward, consisting of 3 matches, attack, defense, and random scenarios. Each participant's weapon was equipped with laser devices, and their attire was fitted with sensors to simulate the most realistic combat experience. At that moment, 20 fully armed soldiers stood at attention in front of the exercise area, their posture straighter than ever. Their stance was impeccable, eyes wide open, exuding an aura of intensity, their bodies taut with anticipation. They feared their legs might buckle under the pressure, especially with so many high-ranking officials in attendance, at least a dozen generals, including 2 3-star generals. Was this truly just a playful competition among students? Their presence felt more like an official event, and the atmosphere was undeniably nerve-wracking. Among the soldiers, 10 were taken aback to find Gao Yang, the captain of their design group, seated between 2 esteemed figures, affording him the finest view of the entire exercise arena. What status did this captain hold to sit there? Even more astonishing was that he was engrossed in a book, completely oblivious to the unfolding exercise. The stands were filled with spectators, including numerous high-ranking officials from both universities. However, compared to the attendees from the Defense Technology University, those from Lonka University appeared utterly bewildered, having only just learned of the military's significant presence. How could such a minor competition possibly capture the attention of such high-ranking officials? The principal of Lonka University turned to the members of the design group behind him and asked, "Do you feel confident?" "Yes," they replied. "The equipment on display clearly showcases our extensive use of advanced technology, including drones and modern weaponry." In stark contrast, the Defense Technology University is equipped solely with conventional arms, which are long overdue for retirement on the contemporary battlefield. The president of Lonka University nodded in agreement, albeit with an unsettling premonition. He glanced towards President Gan, who appeared to be smiling. President Gan, with a grin, handed the microphone to General Zhou, urging him to speak. General Zhou waved dismissively, stating, "We are merely here to observe. You handle the proceedings." Taking the microphone, President Gan announced, "The competition will be a best-of-3 format, a flag capture battle. We will determine the sides through target shooting." It was quite standard to select sides through shooting. Each side designated a marksman, both of whom were snipers, to hit targets located on the 3rd floor of a building 300 meters away. Shooting from below posed a slightly greater challenge. The snipers from both teams steadied their rifles and fired. 10 rings. 10 rings. The spectators on the high platform couldn't help but nod in approval. Their shooting skills were commendable. 9 rings. 10 rings. 7 rings. Each sniper fired 10 rounds, and none representing Lonka University scored below 7 rings. An outstanding performance that could only be described as extraordinary. The snipers from the Defense Technology University, however, achieved a perfect 10 rings across the board. The military dignitaries praised their marksmanship. President Gan resumed, "The Defense Technology University will select the defensive position first, with 5 individuals to defend against 10 attackers, while the attacking side will consist of 10 individuals assaulting the 5 defenders." From the audience, a soldier representing the Defense Technology University boldly declared, "Report. We forfeit our right to choose sides." President Gan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by such confidence, and turned to the representative of Lonka University. "You have the right to choose sides now." The representatives from Lonka University did not hesitate. "We choose the attacking side." Both teams commenced their preparations, and General Zhou nodded. They are quite confident in their abilities. Gao Yang raised his head and surveyed the situation, noting the opposing team's confidence. The attackers held the initiative, yet faced a formidable challenge in crossing the open ground. However, in the face of such a significant disparity, confidence alone was insufficient. On the Defense Technology University side, 5 soldiers entered a 3-story brick structure, with 2 snipers striding purposefully, while the remaining trio seemed almost casual, even contemplating sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, the opposing team, concealed behind cover 300 meters away, made their final preparations. "Begin." With that command, all 10 soldiers from the Defense Technology University surged from their cover, employing tactical maneuvers to reach the second position. Yet, one by one, their bodies stiffened as they abandoned their tactics. The sound of notification echoed through their earpieces. "You have been eliminated. Please exit the battlefield." Out of 10, only 4 made it to the second cover. In mere seconds, 6 soldiers were eliminated. On the viewing platform, the representatives of Lonka University were left in disbelief. What had just transpired? Such swift tactical maneuvers resulted in the elimination of 6 soldiers? Where had those extraordinary marksmen come from? Their firing rate was astonishingly fast and remarkably accurate. This was utterly absurd. A direct reduction of half their forces. How could they possibly secure victory now? The odds seemed insurmountable. At the Defense Technology University, the insiders are few, and the majority are left in bewilderment. Even the prominent figures surrounding Gao Yang could not help but exclaim, "What an extraordinary marksman! Which unit does he belong to?" Chapter 26. This is unjust. Merely inquiring yielded no answers. No one nearby possessed the knowledge. On the training ground, the battle was far from over. The 4 surviving warriors opened a box and retrieved a drone. Upon releasing the drone, its screen instantly turned red. The drone had been hit and rendered inoperative. The 4 warriors produced another drone, but this time, they hurled it forcefully into the air. The thrown drone swiftly regained its balance mid-flight. This maneuver left many professionals in the stands in awe. A group of students had managed to create such an impressive drone. The speed at which it was thrown, coupled with its ability to adjust its flight posture in the air, was somewhat astonishing. However, the display of prowess lasted but half a second, as the drone was similarly struck, leading to its immediate elimination. They had brought a total of 10 drones, all of which were shot down. The 4 warriors, concealed behind cover, were left with no choice but to force their way forward, drawing closer to the building. Smoke grenade. Once the smoke grenade was deployed, a dense cloud enveloped the area. At that moment, all 4 rushed out simultaneously, aiming to use the cover of the smoke to tactically advance towards the next shelter. Yet, almost immediately, a notification echoed in their earpieces. You have been eliminated. Please exit promptly. Do not interfere with the ongoing proceedings. You have lost. The entire training ground fell into a deafening silence. Was that it? Had the exercise ended before it had even truly begun? 2 snipers across the way had merely set their rifles on the window and concluded the battle with 10 shots? Principal Gon was momentarily taken aback. How fortunate were they to have invited 2 exceptional marksmen at once? As a demonstration for new weaponry, they had yet to witness the full display of various equipment's prowess. In the second round, the roles were reversed. The team from Lonka University positioned 5 individuals to defend within the building, while the Defense Technology University mobilized 10 for the attack, with 10 minutes allocated for preparation. Both sides commenced their preparations for the second match. At this juncture, the defeated Lonka University students could not contain their grievances. Isn't this cheating? Such marksmen are a rarity. They believed it impossible to showcase the capabilities of the new weaponry under such circumstances. Hearing the students' complaints, the principal of Lonka University reassured them, let us see, during defense. Facing the snipers may prove slightly more manageable. The students fell silent, their gazes fixed on the field. The 10-minute preparation period swiftly elapsed, and the second exercise commenced. The objective remained the same, capture the flag. 10 warriors armed with weapons designed by the Defense Technology University stood behind cover 300 meters away. 2 snipers, wielding their rifles, peered over the cover, spotting an adversary aiming from the window of the opposing building. Simultaneously, drones ascended into the air. Those who did not take refuge behind cover would be struck by the warriors in front. Yet, hiding behind cover did not shield them from the drone. After the drone was struck, it triggered the elimination mechanism and plummeted to the ground. The individuals sheltered within were left in a state of bewilderment. Hitting a drone was already a formidable task, yet it had been taken down while simultaneously eliminating 5 targets. In that fleeting moment of distraction, 2 snipers surged forth, arrows drawn in both hands. Elimination. Elimination. Following a succession of 5 eliminations, the battle came to a close. 10 individuals remained unscathed. The 5 defenders stood in stunned silence. Did merely 2 seconds pass? No. In those 2 seconds, with 2 rifles, only 5 shots were fired. Each shot from the sniper rifles found its mark with lethal precision. What was happening? Principal Gon was momentarily taken aback. Victory to the Defense Science and Technology University. This is unjust. Suddenly, a young voice erupted in indignation. This is a design competition for drills, not a mere exercise. The speaker was a student from Lonka University, his face etched with dissatisfaction. The primary purpose of this competition is to showcase newly manufactured weaponry, not to highlight marksmanship. With these 2 sharpshooters present, our equipment cannot even be demonstrated. This is inequitable. The principal of Lonka University remained silent, casting a glance at Principal Gon, who also perceived the unfairness but refrained from voicing it directly. Principal Gon found merit in the young man's words. He too was astounded by the exercise. It was meant to be a grand display of equipment, yet 2 extraordinary snipers had effortlessly pierced through the competition. 2 rounds, lasting less than 2 minutes in total. However, Principal Gon did not voice his thoughts outright, but looked towards Gao Yang, eager to gauge his response. Yet, Gao Yang was engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding exercise. General Zhou, seated beside Gao Yang, noticed Principal Gon's gaze and waved dismissively. Why are you looking at me? Handle it as you see fit. Principal Gon was taken aback. He hadn't even been looking at General Zhou. Yet, denying it would put General Zhou in an awkward position. After a moment's contemplation, Principal Gon felt that such a swift conclusion lacked substance. Let the sharpshooters who could influence fairness step down, and we shall have another round. The design team from the Defense Science and Technology University, seated just behind Principal Gon, contemplated voicing their opinion, insisting the snipers were irrelevant, but the principal had already spoken. So they opted to wait. The exercise resumed, with sides switched and the two snipers replaced. The snipers, caught off guard, wondered why they were being substituted. However, from their vantage point on the field, they were too distant to hear the discussions above. Was it perhaps a method of controlling variables? Testing the sniper rifles with different individuals? As the two snipers exited, they left their rifles for two assault team members. With two fewer personnel, the 10-member team from the Defense Science and Technology University could only adopt a defensive posture, leaving 3 to spectate. Principal Gon observed as all were prepared, then took up the microphone. The third round of the exercise begins. The moment he declared the commencement, 10 warriors clad in Lonka University gear surged forth towards the cover with tactical precision. As they charged out, 2 assault team members, positioned 300 meters away atop a high-rise, wielded sniper rifles, unleashing a rapid succession of shots. Bang, 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 bang. Elimination, elimination. The sound of 10 eliminations echoed as the 10 warriors stood frozen, bewildered by the ringing of their own demise. Were not the sharpshooters eliminated? Why then were they still falling? Even more absurd was the fact that those 2 snipers had only accounted for 6 eliminations in the span of 2 seconds. The 2 snipers currently present have astonishingly dispatched 10 targets in a single breath. In no more than 3 seconds, they utilized their sniper rifles to eliminate 10 individuals. Whether through gunfire or laser simulation, the latter being incapable of penetrating human flesh. One cannot help but ponder the implications in a real scenario where bullets could string them together like candied hawthorn. Moreover, such rapid fire from a sniper rifle? One could easily mistake it for a submachine gun. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. The recent event involving young students had some feeling disoriented. Was this elite special forces team composed of sharpshooters? Doubts lingered, especially since it had already been established that 2 sharpshooters had been taken down moments ago, and now 2 more had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The expressions of the generals present reflected a similar astonishment. These 2 marksmen evidently outperformed the previous duo. Chapter 27. Is it possible for one's marksmanship to be so precise? Observing such snipers at work was undeniably a pleasure, although this particular exercise began to feel somewhat tedious. After 3 rounds, the entire event had lasted barely 3 minutes. It seemed as though their efforts had been in vain. They had hoped to witness the young talent's prowess in weapon design, but aside from the swiftly deployed drones and their rapid adjustments, there was little else that stood out. The superlative snipers certainly disrupted the fairness of the competition. Principal Gon was taken aback. Snipers of this caliber were treasures wherever they appeared. Yet they were casually borrowed for this demonstration? Should they eliminate these 2 sharpshooters and continue the competition, or announce the results? Before he could deliberate, General Zhou interjected. Let us have another round, expelling those 2 sharpshooters from the team. This exercise is meant to showcase equipment, and it is indeed inappropriate to flaunt skills. Chun Hong and the others felt a bit flustered, exchanging glances as they silently urged one another to speak about the sniper issue, yet none dared to voice it. After all, it was the principal who had previously spoken, and now it was General Zhou. At this juncture, Principal Gon opted to heed General Zhou's advice. Then let us proceed with another round. The Special Operations team from the Defense Technology University will have those 2 sharpshooters compete again. Chen Hong could no longer contain himself and discreetly called Gao Yang. As Gao Yang's phone rang, interrupting his reading, he pulled it out and casually inquired, "Who won?" General Zhou replied, "Your design team's Special Operations squad has triumphed in 3 rounds." Gao Yang rose to his feet, saying, "Then let's go." General Zhou quickly detained Gao Yang, saying, "It's not over yet. Don't rush to leave. Isn't it best 2 out of 3? Having won all 3 rounds, why not depart?" Gao Yang, perplexed, noticed the peculiar glances from those around him. "Is it forbidden to make calls?" Principal Gon swiftly clarified, "It's not that you cannot make calls, but the competition is not yet concluded. Your Special Operations team has 4 sharpshooters. This significantly undermines the fairness of the exercise." At that moment, Gao Yang remained absorbed in his reading, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, let us have a rematch." With that, he returned to his seat. Behind him, Chen Hong and the others stood in stunned silence. Had Gao Yang not yet grasped the situation? Principal Gon nodded. "Please notify that the 2 sharpshooters should step down for the time being." Gao Yang regained his composure. "Are the 2 snipers sharpshooters?" "Indeed. Their rate of fire is swift, and their aim remarkably precise." Suddenly, Gao Yang realized that in a best-of-3 format, 2 matches would suffice to conclude the contest. Why then was a third match necessary? Had an additional round been added? Confused, Gao Yang inquired. So, among the 4 sharpshooters, 2 are snipers for this round. And the other 2 belong to the previous round? Principal Gon sensed something amiss. Yes, is there an issue? Gao Yang raised his gaze towards Principal Gon and then scanned the surrounding crowd. All eyes fixed upon him. Is it possible that the accuracy does not lie with the marksmen, but rather with the firearms themselves? Principal Gon was momentarily bewildered. Could it truly be that the precision resided within the guns? This notion seemed, at the very least, questionable. The expressions of the others mirrored his disbelief. The accuracy attributed to the weapons? General Zhou queried. What do you mean by that? The guns are accurate? Indeed, I have equipped the firearms with an automated targeting system, enabling them to aim autonomously. The expressions of the crowd transformed into one of perplexity. The personnel from Lonka Institute reacted similarly, as if they had just heard a fanciful tale, an automated targeting system on a firearm? Surely, this could not be a dream. Observing their reactions, Gao Yang understood that elaboration would be futile. He waved towards the distant training team. The soldiers of the Special Operations Unit quickly approached, their bodies tense with anticipation as they saluted. Gao Yang took hold of the sniper rifle and gestured towards the other team. What is the operational range of your drone? The remote control distance is 2 kilometers, replied a student from Lonka Institute. Gao Yang arched an eyebrow. To its maximum range, then. The students from Lonka Institute paused for a moment, then promptly complied, sending the drone soaring into the distance. It ascended further and further, nearly reaching the point of invisibility. All right, 2 kilometers. Gao Yang lifted the sniper rifle and turned to face the gathered dignitaries. Could it be that I am also a sharpshooter? With that, he aimed at the distant drone and pulled the trigger. The training system was still connected, and all present witnessed the notification of the drone's elimination. The students from Lonka Institute were taken aback, quickly asserting, the system uses laser testing. The shot is a perfect straight line. In real combat, a bullet traveling 2 kilometers will undoubtedly drop and be affected by wind speed. Moreover, the effective range you claim for that weapon may not even reach 2 kilometers. Gao Yang nodded. That is a valid point. If I were to destroy your drone, I wouldn't be liable for compensation, would I? At this distance. If you can hit it, I won't just waive the cost. I will even gift you another drone. Gao Yang chuckled, glancing at the technicians nearby. Come. Bring me a bullet. The technician, momentarily stunned, recognized Gao Yang as the sharpshooter who had previously missed 20 shots before achieving 10 perfect bullseyes. This was no mere sharpshooter. This was a god of firearms. Regaining his senses, he hurried off to fetch a bullet. Soon, he returned with the ammunition before Gao Yang. Gao Yang loaded the rifle, inserting a round into the magazine, and adjusted the targeting apparatus, switching from training mode to combat mode. In just 2 seconds, he raised the rifle, aimed at the distant drone, and pulled the trigger. In the next instant, the drone, still airborne, erupted in a spectacular explosion. Originally, the target seemed almost invisible at such a distance, yet in this moment, it was shattered before our eyes, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. 2,000 meters in the air, hitting a flying drone? What extraordinary marksmanship is this? Even the greatest sharpshooter would be intrigued by such a feat amidst the profound silence. Gao Yang explained. This firearm boasts a maximum range of 3 kilometers, equipped with an automatic targeting system that ensures remarkable precision. In the stillness, someone suddenly interjected. This gun can shoot 3 kilometers? Do you even comprehend the recoil of such a weapon? You didn't flinch at all. Gao Yang glanced at the speaker, a student from Lonka University, whose expression was one of utter disbelief. The phenomenon remained inexplicable. The most effective demonstration would be to fire the weapon, loading another bullet into the chamber. Gao Yang chose not to aim at the distant target, but instead directed his aim at the sandbags on the training ground and pulled the trigger. A thunderous sound erupted as the bullet struck the sandbag with pinpoint accuracy, tearing it apart with tremendous force, sending yellow sand swirling into the air. The student gaped, watching the cloud of sand, his mind racing with the thought of the sheer power unleashed. The sandbags could absorb much of the bullet's energy through compression, but to obliterate a sandbag required an extraordinarily formidable force. The bullet's power, fully charged, also indicated its long range. Yet, with such immense force, what of the recoil? Gao Yang continued. The recoil of the gun is mitigated by the design of the scales on the top, rendering it relatively minimal. Other than that, it possesses no remarkable features. Once the presentation concluded, silence enveloped the area once more. After a moment, General Zhou's voice broke through. You call that lacking in features? Chapter 28. Not on the same level. A 3-kilometer range constitutes the pinnacle of sniper rifles. At such distances, a bullet must traverse the air for several seconds, necessitating calculations for lead time. Few can maintain shooting accuracy over such ranges worldwide. Each sniper of this caliber has undergone extensive and costly training, often amounting to several million. The expense is not the primary concern, rarity is what matters. Training such elite snipers requires not only wealth, but also innate talent. This is why top-tier snipers are so rare. With Gao Yang's weapon, it equates to the ability to produce these once scarce sharpshooters en masse. An ordinary individual wielding this gun could surpass even the most skilled professional sniper. Professional snipers can inflict devastating effects on the battlefield. A top sniper can significantly impact frontline engagements, often intercepting entire convoys single-handedly. Coupled with a terrifying rate of fire, one individual can rival an entire sniper team. Encountering a scattered squad, a single burst could decimate them, delivering lethal suppression. Such an astounding effect here. And yet, this is all Gao Yang has? General Zhou took the gun from Gao Yang's hands, aimed at a flag atop the roof, and effortlessly squeezed the trigger. The flag was severed cleanly. General Zhou's eyes widened. That was several hundred meters away, and the bullet should have produced a fearsome recoil. However, the recoil was remarkably minimal, giving him the impression that it was merely a small-caliber pistol. After setting down the sniper rifle, General Zhou was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at the equally incredulous generals behind him. Come, everyone, give it a try. A throng of generals stepped forward, eager to test the weapon. In the distance, the flagpole splintered into several segments under the barrage of bullets. Principal Gan, standing nearby, opened his mouth in astonishment. This sniper rifle was astonishingly extraordinary, surpassing his comprehension. What experiences had led Gao Yang to design such an automatically aiming sniper rifle? Moreover, Gao Yang had actually produced a finished product. The concept of automatic targeting could be applicable in many domains, including laser weaponry, various artillery, and even missiles. Yet, the challenges of aiming with a sniper rifle were considerably greater. Factors such as wind speed, humidity, gravity, and the movement of the target all had to be taken into account. How could a targeting system achieve instantaneous precision under such complex conditions? The technical difficulty was indeed astounding. Principal Gan observed the throng of excited generals, yearning to partake in the experience himself. Yet he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of composure and pride. The president of Lonka University subconsciously glanced at Principal Gan, feeling a twinge of envy. A student of the Defense Technology University had emerged as such a prodigy, potentially elevating their ranking. The students of Lonka University were equally bewildered. Upon viewing their own designs, their first impression was one of flamboyance. Then came the confusion. Was this not merely a student exercise? How could an automatic targeting sniper rifle exist? It felt as if in a childish brawl, one child had pulled out a nuclear missile launcher from their pocket and pressed the button. Entirely incongruous. A group of generals fired several rounds, transitioning from initial indifference to sheer exhilaration. They experienced what it felt like to be top-tier snipers, hitting their mark with precision. Initially, they had thought this demonstration lacked significance and even contemplated not attending. Yet now, they felt it was well worth their time. The mere appearance of this sniper rifle made the day's endeavor worthwhile. They would gladly linger here for a year if necessary. Finally, General Zhou, holding the weapon, blew on the now heated barrel and turned to Gao Yang. Did you design this? Gao Yang nodded. The targeting system used was likely of the same design as that of the laser cannon. General Zhou, not lacking in insight, immediately connected the two. Gao Yang nodded again. Musing that it should be said in reverse, the laser cannon utilized the same targeting system as the laser rifle. General Zhou scrutinized the sniper rifle carefully, nodding in acknowledgement. Is this weapon capable of mass production? After a moment's contemplation, Gao Yang shook his head. It cannot. This rifle is a laboratory product with exceptional precision. I can attempt to design a version suitable for mass production, but the actual efficacy remains uncertain. We can first experiment. If it proves inadequate, we can take the lead in establishing a highly efficient production facility, even if it means limited output. Agreed. General Zhou nodded in satisfaction, his gaze appraising Gao Yang before returning to Principal Gan. Prepare a confidentiality agreement. All information regarding this weapon must remain undisclosed. Principal Gan hurried off to make arrangements. The confidentiality agreement served more as a warning, cautioning against indiscreet talk. Any breach would lead to severe consequences. After everyone had signed the confidentiality agreement, General Zhou turned to Gao Yang and stated, "These 2 sniper rifles will be taken with me. The military department also has research facilities that require an assessment of the weapon's specific performance and subsequent assembly. Gao Yang was indifferent to this, as he was content with the original version of the rifle. Very well, he replied. General Zhou pondered for a moment before addressing Principal Gan. Is there anyone specifically assigned to protect Gao Yang at present? Principal Gan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Gao Yang had developed laser guns and cannons, yet had not begun the reporting process. The products designed by the Defense Research Institute undergo rigorous review and testing before being reported, which subsequently determines rewards and benefits. However, the innovator this time was Gao Yang. Currently, the laser cannon was still in the testing phase, and results would only be reported afterward. At this moment, Gao Yang had no special privileges. General Zhou's expression visibly darkened, mirrored by the other generals around him. The Dragon Kingdom has protective measures for top-tier researchers, and those with special contributions or positions are assigned guards. Gao Yang undoubtedly qualified. It was astonishing that such a genius had no protection whatsoever. Principal Gan felt immense pressure. Bearing the brunt of this oversight, it was indeed a lapse in his responsibilities. Gao Yang was at school, and he should have been accountable. If overseas forces discovered that Gao Yang was the one who developed the laser weapon, they would undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means. Gao Yang was still young, not yet 20, yet had achieved such remarkable feats. His future was limitless. It was inexcusable to neglect his safety. General Zhou spoke firmly. I will assign my bodyguards to Gao Yang. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. I have been at school. I do not require a bodyguard. General Zhou's expression was resolute. Feel free to voice any other requests. But when it comes to security, you will heed my counsel. The surrounding students looked at Gao Yang with newfound admiration. A student at school with a bodyguard? They genuinely envied him, but felt no jealousy. This was what Gao Yang rightfully deserved. The drill concluded rather anticlimactically, after several months of preparation, in just 3 minutes. However, the emergence of the automatic targeting sniper rifle rendered the exercise immensely valuable. The generals had not come in vain. General Zhou rose, escorting Gao Yang outside the drill area, where he called for guards and assigned 10 to Gao Yang. Gao Yang observed that each of these guards was armed and operational guards. These guards served as a stark reminder to Gao Yang. The more he developed, the more perilous his inventions would become. Chapter 29. Homeward bound. Although the Dragon Kingdom is safe, safety is relative. The inventions he created, all augmented through systems, would significantly bolster national strength. He would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of overseas powers. History had shown the peril, as several nuclear scientists in Iran had been assassinated. This was a cautionary tale. One must never underestimate the malevolence of others. These 10 guards seemed competent, but would only suffice against conventional threats. Should someone manage to acquire Gao Yang's automatic targeting sniper rifle, these guards would be easily overwhelmed. Ensuring safety must be prioritized. As he settled into the vehicle, Gao Yang retrieved a book he had randomly selected, which fortuitously pertained to the design of bulletproof vests. Perhaps donning an entire bulletproof vest would provide him with a modicum of safety. After Gao Yang departed, the remaining individuals gradually emerged from the training ground. The president of Lonka University boarded a bus with the students. Observing a group of somewhat dispirited learners, he smiled. Today, everyone performed remarkably well. In the presence of so many distinguished figures, daring to voice concerns about fairness is commendable, and your performance on the battlefield was equally impressive. The equipment demonstrated was noteworthy, particularly the drone's rapid stabilization technology, which was exceptional. However, there is no need to feel disheartened about losing to Gao Yang. Each era of the Dragon Kingdom witnesses the emergence of extraordinary talents. Your task is to pursue him as your goal or follow in his footsteps. The students of Lonka University looked up at the president, their gazes gradually solidifying with determination. They would never yield. On the transport vehicle, 20 Special Forces soldiers faced each other, serving as mentors for the contemporary warriors of Lonka University. They observed the sniper across from them, their eyes filled with curiosity. Unaware of the automatic targeting capabilities of the sniper rifle, they refrained from approaching the platform. Nevertheless, they were astounded by the sharpshooter's skill. They yearned to exchange experiences. Yet the constraints of their confidentiality agreements left them feeling stifled. Upon returning to the school, Gao Yang had completed reading the book on bulletproof vests. The technical sophistication of these vests was remarkable. Even with identical materials, varying curvatures could lead to significant differences in ballistic performance. Furthermore, the bulletproof vests currently available on the market, in Gao Yang's opinion, did not measure up. For instance, when a bullet strikes a ceramic vest, fragments may shatter and the protective plates could deform. In most cases, they can save a life, yet injuries are still probable. Extensive bruising might be considered fortunate, while blunt force trauma could result in fractures or even fatalities. Nonetheless, Overall, bulletproof vests can substantially reduce mortality rates. However, the reality of wearing a vest that could withstand continuous gunfire was far removed from his expectations. Cinema had misled him. What if a bulletproof vest could be amplified 1,000-fold? Gao Yang made a beeline for the library, seeking literature related to bulletproof vests. Before the system could grant a 1,000-fold enhancement, he needed to produce a superior vest. The better the base vest's performance, the more effective the subsequent enhancements would be. Even a slight improvement in performance could yield tremendous results once amplified 1,000-fold. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his reading, President Gan entered the library and approached him directly. "I knew you would be here." Gao Yang looked up. "Is there something you need?" President Gan chuckled. "Why not consider submitting an application to join the military? The results of the second round of testing for the laser cannon will soon be available, and once released, the information will be formally reported to the Defense Science Academy, at which point rewards will be distributed. Should you enlist, developing the laser cannon would certainly merit a first-class merit award. This is an honor that can only be earned while lying low." Gao Yang's interest was piqued. The difficulty of achieving a first-class merit award was immense. Yet it not only accelerated promotion, but also represented a rare accolade. Most importantly, first-class merit is also a form of privilege. The military position itself is a privilege as well. "Very well, what do you require of me?" "Just provide some basic materials." For others, enlisting is quite challenging. But for students of the Defense Technology University, joining the military is remarkably simple. Upon graduation, one receives a 100 yuan allowance, and with good performance, it can ascend to 120 or even 130. Gao Yang had previously disregarded this due to his preoccupation with energizing the system. Now, it is indeed time to enlist. Principal Gan also felt a sense of relief. "Very well, I will have someone contact you to inform you of the necessary preparations." Gao Yang nodded and lowered his head to continue reading. Principal Gan exited the library. Observing the guards stationed outside, "Please get in touch with my secretary to arrange accommodations for you on campus." "Yes, sir." Principal Gan nodded in satisfaction. Within the school, others referred to him as principal, yet he also held a military rank. Gao Yang swiftly received a message from his liaison, requesting photocopies of documents such as his household registration, and he would also need to cancel his registration. Normally, a physical examination would be required, but Gao Yang received special approval, exempting him from such requirements. The thought of his household registration reminded him that he had not returned home in a year and a half. His brow furrowed once more. He took out his phone and dialed a number, which connected swiftly. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "Xiaoyang, has something happened?" Listening to the probing inquiry from the other side, Gao Yang felt a pang of discomfort. "I need to return for a while. The school has requested my enlistment and requires photocopies of my household registration." The man fell silent for a moment before responding. "That might be a bit difficult. I can handle it when I get back." "Approximately when will you arrive?" "I'll prepare some food for you." "I'm not sure. I'll call you when I'm close." "All right." After ending the call, Gao Yang proceeded to scour the library, knowing that this trip home would require at least 2 or 3 days. Thus he needed to prepare ample reading material. 30 books should suffice. 2 guards carried the 30 books, following closely behind Gao Yang as he mentioned his return. "We can accompany you in a vehicle or arrange for transportation back." "Let us arrange a vehicle. That would be more convenient." The guards were exceedingly respectful. "When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow." "Understood." The guards promptly made arrangements. This batch of guards was already aware of the events that transpired at the training ground. They were not merely following orders to protect Gao Yang, but were genuinely willing to lay down their lives for him. They were quite diligent in their tasks. In less than 10 minutes, they informed Gao Yang, "The plane has been arranged. You will first take a flight to the Jiangqing base, then travel by car from there." "Can we keep a low profile?" "No military vehicles. It would be better if you dressed a bit more ordinarily." The guards were still clad in military uniforms, which made them conspicuously prominent. "Understood." Upon returning to his dormitory to read, 2 guards stood sentinel at the door, attracting the attention of numerous students. The following morning, Gao Yang commenced his journey home, first traveling by car to the military airport he had visited previously, then boarding a special aircraft to Jiangqing Airport. There, he spotted 2 jeeps and saw the guards had changed into civilian attire. The 2 guards took their seats beside Gao Yang, one on each side. "From now on, we are your classmates." Surely this is inconspicuous enough? When these guards donned their military uniforms, they appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. Remarkably, there was nothing out of place about it. However, the bulging shapes at their waists drew attention, and one could surmise that they were likely carrying handguns, though perhaps not many. Chapter 30, Request for Support. Gao Yang was engrossed in a book while in the car, and as they approached their destination, he called his father. In half an hour, the vehicle halted before an aging factory. Dressed in a suit, old Chang stood by the roadside, beaming with a smile. Upon seeing Gao Yang exit the vehicle, he hurried over. "You've grown quite a bit. Let's head home first. Is this your classmate? Come in together." Gao Yang, accompanied by 2 guards, proceeded into the factory. This old factory had withstood the test of time and still stood firm. Hearing the roar of machinery within, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. "Old Chang, this is impressive. Have you upgraded your equipment?" Old Chang, accustomed to being addressed in this manner by Gao Yang, nodded with a smile. "We've acquired a batch of second-hand processing machinery. Business is slightly better than before." Gao Yang wandered around the factory. It was not large, housing no more than 10 individuals. The equipment had indeed been updated, yet not significantly. It remained largely outdated machinery discarded by others. Such a factory could only handle the most basic components, earning a meager income. At this moment, old Chang assessed Gao Yang. He had indeed grown taller since their last meeting, but soon his smile faded a bit. "I called your grandfather yesterday. He mentioned he wants you to come back for dinner tonight and bring your household registration booklet." This was entirely within Gao Yang's expectations. Given his grandfather's strong desire for control, he would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity. Old Chang's expression turned somewhat grim. "There's no need to clash with them. Just go for the meal, retrieve the household registration booklet, and then we can leave." Gao Yang nodded, but did not respond outright. The situation at home was complicated. In brief, his grandfather had only one daughter, who, against all odds, married old Chang. Shortly after giving birth to Gao Yang, she passed away. Gao Yang took his mother's surname and grew up at his grandfather's home, where he was regarded as an adversary by his grandfather's siblings' children and grandchildren. For his mere existence obstructed their inheritance. His grandfather never intervened, perhaps torn between the decision of whether to bequeath the family fortune to his grandson or his brother's descendants. Gao Yang, with a forthright disposition, would directly confront any grievances. Upon entering university, he refrained from returning home for a year and a half. If not for the need to retrieve the household registration booklet, he might have gone 4 years without returning. As for avoiding conflict, as long as he wasn't provoked at the dinner table, everything would be amicable, but if someone did cross him, he would not bow down. However, it was unnecessary to voice such thoughts at that moment. After lunch, Gao Yang paid a visit to his mother's grave before taking old Chang's car to a villa district. The district's pinnacle residence boasted 3 stories and covered an area of over 1,000 square meters. At that moment, the courtyard was filled with luxury vehicles, indicating a significant gathering. Old Chang parked the car and turned to Gao Yang, advising, "Be sure not to get into any conflicts. We'll leave right after dinner." "Understood." Gao Yang replied with a smile. "I'm not as reckless as I used to be." With that, he strode confidently into the villa. Inside the grand hall, numerous guests were already engaged in casual conversation. The moment Gao Yang stepped into the villa, all eyes turned towards him, their expressions and gazes somewhat peculiar. A voice soon emerged, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, isn't this our Gao family's prodigy? You've gained admission to a prestigious school, and yet you don't even come back to visit your grandfather during the new year." Gao Yang merely cast a glance and replied with a smile. "Annie, where did you have that face done? It seems a bit asymmetrical." The woman's complexion changed instantly. "I haven't had anything done." "Well, if you say so, then it must be true," Gao Yang responded with a grin. Though these words appeared innocuous, their impact was substantial, leaving her without a retort. She dared not linger on the topic, desperately trying to divert attention from her face. For a moment, the others remained silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. Gao Yang took a seat on a solitary sofa and turned to the 2 guards, instructing them, "Find somewhere to sit. Don't just stand there." It truly felt as if he regarded this place as his own home. Another voice chimed in, equally laden with sarcasm. Gao Yang turned to look. "Is this your home?" Andy 3? Andy 3 fell silent at once. There was only one daughter in his grandfather's family, and he was the sole grandson. All the relatives before him were merely the children of his grandfather's siblings. Some topics were simply too sensitive to broach. Gao Yang scoffed, understanding their motives. Without him as a grandson, these relatives would have the opportunity to claim a portion of the Gao family's fortune. Thus, they sought to oust him. Then came a voice from Uncle 3. "Gao Yang, how can you speak to your elders like that?" Just as Gao Yang was about to respond, the sound of a cane tapping on the stairs echoed from above. He looked up to see an elderly man descending slowly, each tap of the cane punctuating his words, "Returning home only to bicker, as if you've never matured." Gao Yang glanced up at the old man. His grandfather. "I have no desire to argue. I merely returned to retrieve the household registration book to complete a cancellation procedure and will leave once it's done. The grandfather's expression darkened. You'll get the household registration book after dinner. All right, Gao Yang replied, returning to his reading. Auntie Tu interjected. How can you not even call him grandfather? The older you get, the less manners you show. Lacking manners? Gao Yang was taken aback. Perhaps you should take a look at your two sons before making such remarks. One of your sons has just been released from prison for causing serious injury while driving under the influence. And the other has defrauded his own family after losing at gambling. Is that what you call good upbringing? What? Did prison teach him manners? Auntie Tu's face contorted. Turning a ghastly shade, Gao Yang continued, You are truly no better than my mother. You little brat, how dare you speak like that? A man, roughly 30, sprang to his feet, seizing a fruit knife from the table. Say another word. Gao Yang looked at him wielding the knife. Cousin, such good manners. Is that how your mother taught you? Damn it. Cousin could no longer contain himself and lunged at Gao Yang, leaping onto the coffee table. Behind Gao Yang, the two guards sprang to their feet, but being positioned behind him, they could not reach him in time to intervene. Their reactions were swift. Realizing they could not stop the assault, the two guards stood in front of Gao Yang, brandishing their firearms, their vigilant gazes scanning the surrounding crowd as they declared, Under attack, requesting support. Inside the villa, Old Chong was left utterly stunned. His son's classmates carried firearms with them? The Gao family was equally bewildered. Gao Yang's two classmates were not only armed, but had actually discharged their weapons. What on earth was happening? Were the students from the Defense Technology University really that formidable? Able to roam about with handguns? Meanwhile, the cousin who was shot bore an expression of sheer terror. His right hand was injured, and he retreated, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Old Master Gao had yet to descend the stairs, and upon witnessing this upheaval, his expression was one of shock and confusion. After a lifetime of navigating tumultuous waters, Old Master Gao found himself utterly befuddled by the scene before him. Chapter 31. This is utterly impossible. Just as the villa fell into silence, a tremendous crash echoed from outside as a jeep barreled through the villa's heavy iron gate. The accompanying guards rushed to the villa's entrance, swiftly disembarking and storming inside with their weapons drawn. They soon breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang was unharmed. Their relief was palpable, yet the occupants of the villa were once again taken aback. Gao Yang's classmates merely wielded handguns. But these newcomers were fully armed and prepared for action. What was their purpose? Anti-terrorism? The cousin, upon seeing this group, was so frightened that he recoiled, wide-eyed. Gasping in terror, Gao Yang smirked. Auntie, what a clever plan. You propose to exchange one unworthy son for two, thereby allowing you to retain a substantial portion of the family fortune. Who knows? Others might even express their gratitude to you and offer an additional share. What a shrewd strategy. Before the aunt could comprehend the situation, the two guards lunged towards her son, prompting her to hastily interpose herself between them. You've already shot him. Are you going to arrest him now? If you wish to apprehend someone, take me as well. She shouted. Call the police. The aunt began to throw a tantrum. But within the villa, everyone remained unmoved. In the face of such an ordeal, summoning the police would be futile. They might even collaborate with the enforcement officers. Seeing her outburst yield no results, the aunt turned to Old Chong Yongfu. What kind? Old Master Gao turned around and said, Come and take the items. Gao Yang ascended the stairs accompanied by two guards, entering the old man's office. Master Gao handed Gao Yang a household registration book and an envelope, stating, Inside the envelope is a card containing 20 million, prepared in advance for you. Gao Yang only accepted the household registration book, replying, No need. I am not in want of money. Master Gao gazed at Gao Yang, saying, In the past, I insisted on keeping you by my side. Do you still harbor grievances? There are matters beyond my control. They are all my juniors, and you are my sole grandson. If your father wishes to take you away, let him do so. You shall not inherit my estate. After pondering, Gao Yang responded, What you treasure, I regard as worthless. Your so-called estate can be given to whomever you please. All I know is that Old Chong has endured disdain and grievances here just to care for me. With that, Gao Yang strode out. Outside, the guards had already subdued his cousin, who was tending to his bandaged hand. An investigation would soon commence, and even if his cousin had acted impulsively, a thorough inquiry would ensue. As for the second aunt, having just brushed against death, she dared not intervene, watching helplessly as her son was taken away. Her eyes filled with desperation. Standing at the door, Gao Yang turned to Old Chong. Let's go. Old Chong hurriedly followed, still wearing an expression of disbelief. He climbed into the vehicle, observing the military truck ahead, his gaze clouded with confusion. What just happened? Gao Yang contemplated and replied, I made some discoveries at school, which could be deemed a breakthrough, and thus I have security. Old Chang, somewhat surprised, asked, just that? Indeed, Gao Yang smiled. Though his so-called small invention might not be so trivial after all. Old Chang refrained from further inquiries as they drove back to the factory. Gao Yang did not re-enter, but directly boarded the military vehicle heading back to school. Sitting in the vehicle, he addressed the guards. How will today's events be handled? Those present at the scene would be investigated. If they bore no ulterior motives and merely acted out of impulse, it would not be a significant issue. However, if their actions were premeditated, the consequences would be grave. Gao Yang waved his hand. That is not what I meant. Their fates are of no concern to me. I am inquiring about the repercussions of you firing your weapons. The guards were taken aback, then replied, there shouldn't be major complications. But we will certainly be questioned and required to file a report, especially since shots were fired outdoors. Thank you. I will send you some equipment later. The guards were momentarily stunned. What did he mean by sending equipment? However, they quickly recalled the sniper rifle, feeling a surge of excitement, and nodded vigorously. Thank you. Gao Yang lowered his head to continue reading. Today's events served as yet another reminder. Danger lurks everywhere. Caution and vigilance are paramount. After all, if family members could rush at him with knives, what more could nefarious individuals do? He needed to procure a bulletproof vest without delay. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his reading, a dossier concerning the testing of laser cannons, along with relevant design documents, was dispatched to the Defense Science Academy. The Defense Science Academy is on par with the Dragon Science Institute, with the latter researching a variety of subjects while the former focuses solely on weaponry. A dedicated team exists for laser weaponry. Upon receiving the materials, the technicians at the Research Institute were filled with excitement. They had previously been aware of the existence of laser weaponry and were eagerly anticipating further developments. However, the confidentiality measures were so stringent that no information was divulged. They were even unaware of the origins of the research into laser weapons. Was it possible that, apart from their facility, the Defense Science Academy had other subordinate research institutes engaged in the study of laser technology? Driven by curiosity, the group soon laid eyes on the information at the top of the documents, detailing the researchers involved. They were taken aback. Gao Yang, a sophomore majoring in light weapon engineering at the Defense Technology University, the director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute hesitated, pondering, was this laser weapon the one capable of destroying satellites? I'm not sure. This information was sent from below. The director, intrigued, opened the materials. Upon doing so, he was once again left speechless. The topmost information consisted of parameters, and as he scrutinized these figures, a look of bewilderment washed over his face. The data was simply terrifying. As leading researchers in the realm of laser technology, their initial reaction was disbelief. It seemed too implausible. The figures presented within the documents were far more alarming than anything they had observed through satellite imagery. The destructive power was immense, capable of effortlessly penetrating a tank. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, it could intercept any weaponized aircraft. Mounted on an airplane, it could easily obliterate nearly all ground targets. Such capabilities were utterly inconceivable. Yet, the fact that this documentation had reached their hands indicated that it had undergone testing, meaning that all the data presented was derived from empirical results. Chapter 32. It seems achieved. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, the expressions of all the researchers reflecting sheer incredulity. Their worldviews were on the verge of shattering. Such data, in their estimation, should not be possible. The information delivered to them was almost certainly authentic. Without verification or testing, the materials would never have arrived at their facility. But how could such a laser weapon possibly be manufactured? Currently, the laser technology of the Dragon Nation had indeed positioned itself at the forefront of global advancements. Yet the techniques they possessed were on an entirely different level compared to the laser cannon data before them. If their understanding was at an elementary level, the weapon they were observing was at least at a level of advanced mathematics. How could such a weapon have been developed by a mere sophomore? The group struggled to come to terms with this revelation, yet at that moment, they were eager to delve deeper into the specifics of the design. The more they examined, the more they were awestruck, maintaining a prolonged silence. After 2 full hours, the group had perused the entire set of design blueprints. They realized that, through these designs, they could indeed produce the final laser cannon. Yet comprehending the intricacies was exceedingly challenging. The level of understanding required was simply beyond their reach. Under normal circumstances, they would grasp the principles upon viewing the schematics. However, now they found themselves utterly confounded, their minds swirling in confusion. How could laser weaponry function in such a manner? Though it was also a laser emitter, Why was this apparatus capable of unleashing such ferocious beams of light? How was the efficiency of energy conversion so extraordinarily high? Moreover, why is the energy consumption of this laser weapon so remarkably low? Were it not for the fact that this development was submitted from below, it would have long been disregarded as implausible. However, now that its authenticity has been established, a collective thought emerges among the group. How could this device possibly be the product of student research? The director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute, surnamed Wei, tapped the documents before him and declared, henceforth, the focus of our research institute will be the study of this laser cannon. A profound silence enveloped the room. Previously, they had always been the subjects of research, and now they found themselves in the role of researchers, which felt somewhat disorienting. Yet, anticipation coursed through them, for they were genuinely curious about the technology involved. How could such a formidable power be achieved with laser weaponry? Professor Wei glanced down at the initial pages of the documents, exclaiming, I must pay a visit to the Defense Science and Technology University. What utter nonsense! How can such an individual still be attending classes? Someone capable of instructing me is wasting time in school. Lao Li, accompany me on this trip. When? Professor Li began. But Professor Wei interrupted. Currently, our research institute has no other projects. Our sole focus is the laser cannon. A voice interjected, we must have other projects. The technology of the laser cannon cannot be disclosed, and we cannot fully trust everyone within the institute. Professor Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Who has the time? Let us depart immediately. I will accompany you. Came a voice from a participant who had been silent throughout the meeting. Professor Wei acknowledged, Lao Jin. You have taught at the Defense Science and Technology University and are indeed familiar with the institution. Professor Jin replied thoughtfully, not only am I familiar with the school, but I also know this student well. I taught in the special class for half a year, and he was the sole student in that class. Surprised and envious glances turned toward Professor Jin from the group. To have achieved such remarkable accomplishments, and he was a student of Lao Jin? If this were to come to light, Lao Jin might well leave a mark in history. Was his approach to laser weaponry something you taught? Professor Wei inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Professor Jin remained silent for a moment, and amidst the group's eager anticipation, he finally replied, What did I teach? I taught for half a year, and he never attended class. I never even laid eyes on him. I was quite frustrated at the time. But now it seems fortunate he didn't attend classes. Otherwise, I would have misled him. Professor Wei nodded. Then let us proceed. You can assist in locating him. Make sure not to go through the school. Lao Gan will undoubtedly resist releasing him. Simply inquire about where Gao Yang is. That will be easy. He is usually in the library and has earned the moniker of the genius. The two set off at once, hurrying towards the Defense Science and Technology University, making a beeline for the library. As they approached, Principal Gan received notification of their presence near the library. He had anticipated that someone would seek out Gao Yang, but he could not prevent him from going to the library. This was the strategy he had devised. He instructed the library staff to remain vigilant and report if any elderly individuals approached, as such figures were likely to be searching for Gao Yang. The library typically saw few students, and even fewer teachers visited. Any elderly patrons could very well be there for Gao Yang. Last time, Dean Yuan arrived just in time, thanks to the timely information provided by the library staff. In the library, Gao Yang sat in a corner, engrossed in books solely about bulletproof vests. With a cup of coffee beside him, sipping his coffee, he delved into literature regarding the materials used in bulletproof vests. The book comprehensively covered conventional materials and techniques related to bulletproof vest production. While the technical complexity of this endeavor isn't exceedingly high, achieving superior quality proves to be quite challenging. To illustrate simply, if an ordinary bulletproof vest resembles a steel plate, the finest bulletproof vests are akin to steel plates treated with various advanced techniques, or even constructed from superior alloys. Regardless of whether it is treated steel or fortified alloys, all originate from basic metal enhancements. Gao Yang was currently studying the technology behind standard bulletproof vests, exploring various techniques and materials, with the intention of conducting experiments later to identify the best option for enhancement. As Gao Yang became engrossed in his reading, an abrupt voice interrupted. Hello. May we have a word? He looked up to see two elderly gentlemen, approximately in their 60s or 70s. Clearly researchers, they possessed the distinctive aura characteristic of scholars. What can I assist you with? Gao Yang inquired directly, wishing to avoid any unnecessary pleasantries. Professor Jin promptly responded, I am a lecturer in the special class, specializing in energy weapons. Gao Yang rose to his feet, feeling a tinge of guilt for not attending his classes. After all, these were his instructors, and skipping classes could be interpreted as a lack of respect. Professor Jin, please have a seat. I sincerely apologize for not attending your lectures. Fortunately, you did not attend. Had you done so, I might have hindered your progress, Professor Jean replied, somewhat taken aback by Gao Yang's demeanor. Rather than sitting, he introduced his companion. This is Dean Wei, the director of the Laser Weapons Research Institute. Gao Yang immediately comprehended their purpose for visiting, likely akin to Dean Yuan's intention, eager to recruit him. Nevertheless, he extended his hand, greeting, "Hello, Dean Wei." Dean Wei quickly shook Gao Yang's hand. Relieved by his courteousness, it seemed today's meeting would indeed be fruitful. As he contemplated this, Principal Gan's voice echoed behind them. "Dean Wei, you traveled quite a distance without informing me?" His tone had an unusual edge, especially as he observed Gao Yang and Dean Wei shaking hands. Panic began to set in. Gao Yang cannot leave. He absolutely must not. Principal Gan thought anxiously. Dean Wei felt a jolt of apprehension and glanced back at Principal Gan, both being of equal standing, thus unable to impose restrictions. He quickly turned back to Gao Yang, stating, "I am here to extend an invitation for you to join the Laser Weapons Research Institute. Our institute stands at the pinnacle of global laser weapon research. Once you join us, everything within the institute will be at your disposal. Everyone can serve as your assistant, including myself. You will have access to resources and personnel." As his words concluded, Principal Gan hastily approached, internally fuming while also feeling genuine panic. Gao Yang must not abandon the Defense Technology University. Leaving before graduation held a vastly different connotation than departing after completing his studies. The field of laser weaponry is a focus of Gao Yang's research, and the director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute has come to extend an invitation. Undoubtedly enticing for Gao Yang, especially considering that during Director Yuan's last visit, Gao Yang did not even rise to greet him. Yet this time he took the initiative to shake hands. Ahem. As for the equipment at the Laser Research Institute, our school can procure what we lack, and regarding personnel, should you require assistance, the school can summon anyone you desire. Director Wei turned to Director Gan. What do you mean? At Gao Yang's level, can he still learn anything at the school? Who else could teach him? Now he must rely solely on his own research. Director Gan, not to be outdone, retorted, "Research is research. Does it matter if he goes to your Laser Research Institute?" Director Wei stood up. "If he engages in laser weapon research, then our institute is undoubtedly the best place for him." Gao Yang observed the two, perplexed. He had no intention of leaving, and as for the Research Institute, he certainly would not go there, as it lacked sufficient literature. On the other hand, even if he were to visit a laboratory, he would not step foot in the Laser Weapon Research Institute, as he likely would not be involved with laser weaponry for a considerable time. After contemplating, he said, "Director Wei, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall not be attending your institute." Director Wei was somewhat taken aback. "Why not?" Gao Yang shook the book in his hand. "I intend to shift my research focus." This revelation further surprised Director Wei. "Why?" Director Gan, too, was anxious. Glancing at the words on the book cover, "How did you end up researching bulletproof vests? You were engaged in laser research. Why not continue?" Changing research directions at this juncture is akin to starting over. Gao Yang smiled. "It is not that I do not wish to pursue laser weapon research, but rather that continuing would yield no meaningful outcome." Director Wei found this hard to comprehend. How can laser weaponry be deemed meaningless? It is undoubtedly the future's mainstream. Light and electromagnetism represent the primary trajectories of technological advancement. Gao Yang gestured for Director Wei to remain calm. "I am not asserting that laser research lacks significance. I am stating that continuing my research holds no value. This is due to industrial capabilities being unable to support my inquiries." Director Wei was taken aback. How could that be? The precision of laser cannons could be produced by slightly advanced factories. Director Gan suddenly realized, initially, Gao Yang was researching laser guns. Director Wei's eyes widened in sudden realization. The weapon that initially destroyed satellites was a laser gun? How could that be? The power of such a laser gun must be immense. Laser guns cannot be mass-produced and can only be created in laboratories. Thus, they evolved into laser cannons. After pondering, Director Wei, still reluctant, remarked, "The foundational industrial level will improve. You can gradually continue your research, and once industrial capabilities enhance, you can proceed with manufacturing. My theoretical knowledge has already surpassed the current industrial base, leading by many years, and as manufacturing capabilities improve, I will subsequently unveil further technologies." Director Wei looked at Gao Yang with incredulity, his expression filled with confusion. He understood why Gao Yang deemed it meaningless. This research had already surpassed the entire human level. Indeed, pursuing it further was truly futile. Gradually, Director Wei sat back down. "However, your new research direction is quite a leap. from laser weaponry to bulletproof vests in an instant. Gao Yang smiled, acknowledging the considerable span involved. However, with the system in place, it seemed inconsequential, merely a matter of casually experimenting with designs. Dean Wei opened his mouth, suddenly feeling somewhat disheartened. Casual experimentation? He then produced a laser gun, a laser cannon. Had their entire lives been spent in vain? All their relentless research, overshadowed by the ease of casual design by others. Principal Gon beside him also felt a pang of melancholy. He wished that all researchers in Longhua could approach their work with the same carefree spirit as Gao Yang. Dean Wei was at a loss for words, deeply affected by the revelation. He exchanged contact information with Gao Yang and discreetly departed with old Jean. Principal Gon sat across from Gao Yang, pondering aloud that it seemed the Arms Research Institute would soon come calling. Gao Yang recognized this as a test from Principal Gon. Although he had no intention of leaving, he still contemplated for a moment. Did the Arms Research Institute possess any advantages? Not particularly. Their primary strength lay in having more comprehensive testing equipment, with the remainder focused on research improvements followed by testing. Each year, they tested a multitude of firearm designs. But without significant technological breakthroughs, substantial progress was unattainable. The difference between firearms from 2 centuries ago and those of today primarily resided in industrial advancements. The technological gap in firearms was not as pronounced. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, knowing that if this were to reach the ears of those engaged in firearms research, it would surely spark a confrontation with Principal Gon. Though all firearms could lethally strike, enhancements in firing speed, range, and accuracy markedly increased lethality. Should they indeed come, he could simply decline their advances, sparing Principal Gon a trip. Gao Yang chuckled softly before returning to his reading. Principal Gon suggested, "You might as well spend some time in the classroom, at least to familiarize yourself and offer guidance to your peers." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "I had the same thought, but today is a holiday with no classes." With that, he resumed his reading, determined to make the most of the day off by devouring 20 books. Meanwhile, in the Arms Research Institute, a group of individuals were fixated on 2 uniquely designed sniper rifles resting on the table. The appearance of these rifles was nothing short of breathtaking. Could such weapons achieve a 3-kilometer range? The head of the institute looked on in astonishment at General Fu, who had delivered the rifles. General Fu nodded affirmatively, indeed. Though we await the results of testing for specifics. The institute head remained skeptical. The rifles appeared overly ornate. A truly exceptional weapon's beauty stemmed from its design aesthetics, not from embellishments like scales. Such firearms were typically the product of student designs, prioritizing appearance over substance. Nevertheless, as General Fu had presented them, they warranted thorough testing. Chapter 34. Is this a sniper rifle? The testing range for the sniper rifles extended only 200 meters. Although the rifles boasted far-reaching capabilities, the testing results primarily relied on calculations. Precision in calculations could accurately determine the effective range. Conducting an actual test over 3 kilometers would necessitate a skilled marksman for each shot, lest they fail to hit the target, rendering the testing futile. The technicians positioned the rifle and prepared for preliminary firing. No specialized equipment was needed for the initial trial. The firearm was securely mounted on the automatic launch platform, and with a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a resounding bang echoed as the bullet struck the very center of the target 100 meters away. A researcher nearby chuckled, exclaiming, "What a remarkable adjustment on the first try, absolutely precise, right on target." The technician smiled modestly, attributing it to sheer luck, and pressed the launch button once more. The second bullet was fired to confirm the accuracy of the first shot. Once again, it found its mark at the bullseye, indicating that formal testing could commence. The technician swiftly adjusted the equipment on site and replaced the target paper. However, he suddenly froze, staring at the target's markings, momentarily lost in thought. 2 bullet holes, perfectly overlapping? Such extraordinary luck was rare. He hadn't witnessed such coinciding bullet holes in ages. Typically, closely placed bullet holes were merely a stroke of fortune. He folded the target paper for safekeeping, replaced it with a new one, and swapped out the grass target behind it as well. The subsequent live-fire testing aimed to ascertain the depth of the bullet's penetration to calculate its kinetic energy. Once all was prepared, the testing began, focusing initially on the weapon's power. As the gun fired again, the grass target was penetrated by nearly half a meter. If it were a 2 or 3 centimeter steel plate, it would likely be pierced with ease. Calculations indicated that the bullet retained lethality within a distance of 3,400 meters under level flight. At close range, it could effortlessly penetrate armor. Standard bulletproof vests would be ineffective, and even if the heavy protective gear could withstand it, the wearer would still suffer a tremendous impact. Upon the release of these testing results, The researchers gazed at the sniper rifle with newfound admiration. How could this firearm, weighing merely around 12 pounds, wield such formidable power? And why was the recoil data so minimal? It was only slightly greater than that of a typical handgun. How could this be possible? A group of researchers approached for a closer inspection and noticed the scales. Firing once more, this time with a keen focus on the scales. They observed that prior to firing, the scales opened, and upon firing, they abruptly closed. This mechanism effectively mitigated recoil. Yet, the instantaneous force generated by such a mechanical design yielded such significant results? With the third and fourth rounds fired, the team had now discharged 10 shots. All fixated on the scales' transformations, utterly impressed. The design of these scales was nothing short of genius, employing undeniably advanced technology. It was remarkably stable. I recall an incident from 2 years prior when an individual incorporated springs into the stock to absorb and release energy, which drastically diminished accuracy. This design, robust in its construction, not only reduced recoil but also enhanced precision. As the researchers animatedly discussed their findings, they noticed the technician was lost in thought. "What is the matter?" they inquired. The technician glanced down at the tablet in his hand, where various data points were displayed. While the researchers had only been focused on the recoil and scale design, they had neglected the data. However, he had scrutinized the statistics from each shot. Now bewildered, he revealed that the 1-meter grass target had been completely penetrated. All 10 bullets had struck precisely at a single point, with not even a millimeter of deviation. The bullets had collided with one another, utterly perforating the grass target. But this was simply inconceivable. The bullets, indeed, possessed their own discrepancies. In the realm of high-precision sniper rifles, achieving a mere 1 centimeter separation between 2 shots at 100 meters represents the pinnacle of marksmanship. Yet, here we have an ordinary firearm that has produced holes overlapping on a target at the same distance. Initially, he believed that the collection of target sheets was merely a stroke of luck. However, it now appears that fortune may not be the sole factor. The enigma lies in his inability to comprehend the means by which this feat was accomplished. Observing the bewildered expressions of the researchers, the technician flipped the panel. Just moments ago, 10 bullets had all struck the same point, their holes perfectly overlapping, piercing through the grass target. The researchers were momentarily rendered speechless, their attention swiftly drawn to the panel, where the data caused their eyes to widen in disbelief. The data could not be fabricated. Shortly thereafter, someone broke the silence and dashed toward the 100-meter distant target, prompting the others to follow suit in a frenzied rush. They examined the perforated grass target, scrutinized the target sheets, and reviewed the recorded footage of the bullet impacts. The researchers were astounded, returning to the firearm, and could not help but inquire. Impossible. Bullets inherently possess variances. How could this be so precise? Is there a flaw in the firearm? Has the bullet been modified post-firing to enhance its accuracy? This seemed the only plausible explanation, yet it appeared implausible. Once a bullet exits the chamber, how could any adjustments be made? The rifling also became a topic of discussion. Upon mentioning rifling, a collective realization dawned upon the group. The disparity between rifled and smoothbore firearms is indeed colossal. Could there be something akin to rifling at play here? The researchers were practically itching to dismantle the weapon for examination. However, testing must proceed. Following the rate of fire assessment, the researchers were left in a state of astonishment. 120 rounds per minute. Was this truly a sniper rifle? A wave of incredulity washed over them as they turned their gazes toward General Fu. Who developed this weapon? It is simply terrifying. General Fu had observed the entire testing procedure. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the onlookers filled him with a sense of superiority. Is this it? Not terrifying enough. As he spoke, General Fu approached the automated shooting platform, adjusting its angle with precision. By inclining it by just 2 degrees, the bullets would veer significantly off course. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the next moment, the technicians gazed at the panel, unleashing a visceral exclamation. What in the world? The researchers rushed forward to inspect the panel. To their astonishment, the bullets still pierced the center of the target with unwavering accuracy, leaving them utterly perplexed. What is happening? General Fu remarked. This firearm is equipped with an automatic targeting feature. A firearm? Automatic targeting? The researchers exchanged glances, having dedicated their lives to the study of firearms. They had never encountered such a concept. Yet, they were now witnesses to a miracle. Continuing to adjust the angle and conduct further tests, they uncovered the secret behind the firearm's angle adjustment. The stock was movable. Yet, the technology involved eluded their understanding. General Fu observed the eager researchers, who seemed as though they wished to scrutinize the sniper rifle to its core. This weapon must not be disassembled. We require it for testing. We only need a comprehensive test report to take back for evaluation of mass production. It was only then that the researchers comprehended the implications. Mass production signified a change in armament. Every equipment overhaul in the Dragon Nation is a significant event, particularly the large-scale replacement of firearms. Given the sheer volume involved, each transition signifies a substantial military expenditure. Within the laboratory, there exists an abundance of weapons superior to the current arsenal. However, the likelihood of equipping them is exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, the efficacy of this particular firearm is indisputable. As an epoch-making creation capable of mass production, it is destined for widespread deployment. On the battlefield, in scenarios of limited engagement, it serves as a formidable weapon. No matter how formidable the adversary may be, they would be rendered helpless against it. After all, even the most well-trained individuals pale in comparison to the advantages bestowed by such technology. Chapter 35. Serious Measures. Who is the inventor of this firearm? One of the researchers inquired, a hint of envy in their voice. General Fu shook his head, responding, "This is not of paramount importance. However, it is indeed crucial. The individual responsible for this weapon must be brought to the Firearms Research Institute. The same technology can be applied not only to sniper rifles, but also to rifles, handguns, submachine guns, and even machine guns. Placed on the battlefield, this weapon could autonomously seek targets from a vantage point, thus holding immense strategic value." General Fu furrowed his brow. Realizing this point had escaped him, "I will discuss this with him later. We should go now. I want to speak with him personally." The researchers were brimming with anticipation. They were bewildered, uncertain how this firearm achieved its terrifying precision, and eager to inquire about its principles. General Fu remained steadfast, stating, "First, we must conduct comprehensive tests and prepare a detailed report before proceeding." The researchers were filled with curiosity, wishing they could sprout wings and fly to their destination. However, unaware of the inventor's identity, they continued with the testing, awaiting the conclusion to accompany General Fu for a meeting. The subsequent tests focused on the firearm's self-adjusting angles, which could be adjusted up to a maximum of 30 degrees, an astonishing feat. This implies that a marksman wielding this weapon could hit a target within several hundred meters of their aim. In this era, anyone with a modicum of intelligence can operate a sniper rifle. Next came the issue of range. Standard bullets could reach distances of up to 3 kilometers. And with specialized sniper rounds or fully loaded cartridges, the range could extend even further. Remarkably, the automatic targeting functionality remained intact. The more tests conducted, the more awe-inspiring the results became. When others evaluate their firearms, they often face a dilemma. If a weapon boasts power, it sacrifices precision. Conversely, if precision is prioritized, some power must be relinquished. This sniper rifle, however, epitomizes the hexagonal warrior. It possesses rapid firing capabilities, high accuracy, extended range, a lightweight build, minimal recoil, and an undeniable aesthetic appeal. It is simply invincible. Upon completion of the testing report, a group of researchers gazed at the data, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that such extraordinary results originated from their own efforts. Yet, they had indeed conducted the tests firsthand. The researchers presented the testing report to General Fu, suggesting, "When you take the report, it would be prudent to bring the firearm as well. Otherwise, I fear no one will believe it." General Fu accepted the report, casting a brief glance over its contents, nodding in agreement. Even having witnessed the weapon's prowess and the testing processes, he still found the results astonishing. "Very well," the researchers inquired. "Could you take us to meet the RD team? Given his capabilities, it would be a tremendous loss if he did not join our Firearms Research Institute." General Fu hesitated to respond immediately, as he held a differing opinion. He had witnessed Gao Yang's laser gun and had observed the testing of the laser cannon. In his view, the impact of the laser cannon and the laser gun far surpassed that of a sniper rifle. One operates from the shadows for a stealthy assault, while the other boldly annihilates targets from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, as an energy weapon, the technological complexity of laser weapons exceeds that of sniper rifles. However, upon seeing the researchers' eager and pleading expressions, General Fu pondered for a moment. "I can take you to meet him, but whether he is willing to join us depends on his own inclination. If you cannot persuade him, then there is little that can be done." "Very well." The researchers nodded confidently. "Our Firearms Research Institute is currently the most advanced in Longhua. If he wishes to study firearms, he will certainly be inclined to come." General Fu could not disagree. He sealed the testing report and affixed a confidentiality label. This report was classified information. The secretary swiftly departed with the report, and General Fu turned to the researchers. "Let us proceed. I will take you to meet the developer of the sniper rifle. In the library of the Defense Technology University, Gao Yang remained immersed in a sea of books, engrossed in literature related to bulletproof vests. Many people underestimate the technological sophistication of bulletproof vests, constrained by their preconceived notions. From the books he was perusing, he understood that should suitable materials be discovered, they would be immediately considered for the production of bulletproof vests. Various new designs would undergo rigorous testing to determine the optimal thickness, shape, and flexibility. What appeared to be merely a slab held significant intrinsic value. While Gao Yang was absorbed in his reading, a guard approached briskly, clutching a thick stack of documents. This is the investigation report concerning your recent attack. So much. Gao Yang expressed curiosity. Everyone present had been interrogated. The guard politely replied, "We can commence arresting individuals at any time." Gao Yang was even more surprised. Arrest individuals? Why would we do that? Upon opening the document bag, he first encountered the interrogation transcripts, where his cousin adamantly claimed his actions were impulsive. Yet, inconsistencies in his words revealed the truth. A skilled interrogator had uncovered the reality. It became evident that he was merely a pawn pushed forward. Gao Yang was taken aback. When he had previously mentioned his cousin in the Gao family villa, he had only intended to provoke the guards into apprehending him as a measure to teach his cousin a lesson. He had never contemplated the possibility of a conspiracy against his life. The realization that someone from within his own family could stoop to such depths sent chills down his spine. Were it not for General Zhou providing him with security, he might have faced dire consequences. Contemplating this, Gao Yang's expression darkened as he continued to read. He discovered that his cousin had implicated a group of accomplices who had even prepared contracts. The content of these contracts indicated that his cousin's family sought a larger share of the inheritance from Old Master Gao. With 6 copies of the agreement prepared, implying that 6 families were involved in this conspiracy. In order to prevent any potential breach of trust, the eldest cousin prepared a contract. This agreement, rather than being bound by legal constraints, served as a means of asserting control. Those who failed to provide payment would face exposure. Beneath the recorded notes lay a photocopy of the contract, adorned with several signatures, which could now be presented as evidence. Gao Yang could not help but marvel at the absurdity of these individuals, who had inadvertently alleviated the need for gathering further evidence. Following this, there were investigative records for each person present, most of whom were employed within the Gao family's conglomerate, with numerous instances of embezzlement, tax evasion, and a plethora of other transgressions documented. Some were even drawing salaries while not actively working, having procured a multitude of identification cards to claim multiple wages. Flipping through the pages, Gao Yang mused on the infestation of these parasites. As he was about to stow the documents away, he noticed a few scattered sheets at the back. Upon closer inspection, his expression darkened once more. The papers contained information regarding the Gao family's dealings with the Old Chang factory over the years. The factory had been secured by Old Chang over 2 decades ago. Originally with great potential, however, opportunities were squandered, leading to a stagnation that rendered the establishment increasingly dilapidated. Previously, Gao Yang had perceived Old Chang as lacking in managerial prowess. But it now appeared that the issue was not a deficiency of capability. Numerous lucrative contracts had been snatched away at the last moment, and amidst various disputes. Old Chang had somehow managed to sustain the factory for over 20 years, even upgrading the equipment. Chapter 36. Partnering with manufacturers. The Gao family had effectively stifled Old Chang's opportunities for collaboration with larger enterprises. Otherwise, he would have risen to prominence long ago. Yet this group, which resorted to underhanded tactics, had the audacity to contemplate murder. Gao Yang turned to the guard. How will these individuals be dealt with? The guard shook his head. I am unsure, but your stance is crucial. Then let it be handled with utmost seriousness. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and instructed, please send a copy of this information to my grandfather. There is no need to send it. The investigation team already possesses detailed records. A simple phone call will suffice. Very well. Gao Yang watched the guard depart, then gazed at the book before him. Life is fraught with peril, and there are always nefarious individuals seeking to undermine me. I must burn the midnight oil to swiftly acquire the means of self-preservation. As for his grandfather's thoughts and feelings, Gao Yang was indifferent. Sending this information was intended to cause him distress. He immersed himself in reading until 8 in the evening when his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered in surprise. Old Chang? Am I interrupting your reading? Old Chang ventured cautiously. Not at all. The library is rather empty, replied Gao Yang, closing the book. What brings you here? Today, your grandfather reached out to me, expressing a desire to entrust the management of the company to me. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. wondering if the old patriarch had grown disenchanted with his own family and felt compelled to turn to old Chang instead. Did you accept? I declined. Old Chang paused momentarily. However, my refusal implies that there is room for discussion and negotiation. Why did you refuse? Gao Yang was curious, wishing for old Chang to reject the offer, yet he still inquired. I never sought anything from the Gao family. It is a matter of dignity. Because of you, I have been confined to the Gao household for years, and I see no reason to continue bowing my head. Gao Yang understood the importance of this sense of dignity. One may suffer wounds and shed blood, yet the spirit must remain unyielded. Lao Chang fell silent for a moment and said, if you need it, I can take over the Gao family. Gao Yang understood that Lao Chang was willing to sacrifice his dignity for his needs. Yet, he chuckled, you have ambition. But do I not? The things I desire, I shall strive for on my own. Lao Chang laughed in return. Very well, let us work hard together. We do not covet what the likes of Bao possess. Gao Yang smiled as he hung up the phone, contemplating how to assist Lao Chang with his dilapidated factory. Just then, he noticed an acquaintance entering the library, General Fu. With 2 stars on his shoulder, he had been the first to observe Gao Yang's laser gun testing. During the subsequent laser cannon tests, he had shown great enthusiasm and introduced Gao Yang to others. Gao Yang stood up with a smile, General Fu. The general greeted him with a smile, and then said, allow me to introduce you to the head of the Firearms Research Institute, Professor Tong. Gao Yang turned to the researcher following General Fu and nodded, Professor Tong. Professor Tong acknowledged Gao Yang with a nod, then looked at General Fu. Aren't you supposed to take me to meet that team? General Fu pointed at Gao Yang. Let me introduce you. The self-targeting sniper rifle was developed by him. Professor Tong abruptly turned his gaze toward Gao Yang, his expression one of disbelief. Gao Yang appeared to be no older than 20. How could such a young individual develop such an exceptional sniper rifle? Upon noticing the books Gao Yang was perusing, all focused on bulletproof vests, it seemed rather absurd. A firearms researcher studying bulletproof vests? Wasn't that a distraction from his true pursuit? Where are your research logs? Let me see them, he demanded. Gao Yang stared at Professor Tong, momentarily speechless. Was he really asking for research logs? How audacious. Professor Tong quickly realized his misstep and hurriedly added, I meant no offense. I merely wish to confirm your identity since your rifle is one I have tested, and I am eager to examine the technology employed in that sniper rifle. Research logs are typically confidential, documenting the progress and challenges encountered. However, when it comes to firearms, logs are not as critical, as most weapons can be disassembled and replicated proportionally. Yet, Gao Yang had no logs. He had no habit of preparing them during his research. Professor Tong was somewhat taken aback, but pressed on, what technology does your sniper rifle utilize that grants it such precision? Normally, one would not pose such questions. But Gao Yang understood Professor Tong's excitement at that moment. Precision is derived from the rifling. It contains a unique design. Professor Tong became even more animated. I invite you to join the Firearms Research Institute. I will grant you my position as the head. This was the third group attempting to recruit him. Gao Yang felt inclined to erect a sign outside the library proclaiming that he would not be going anywhere. I shall not go. Professor Tong was even more astonished. Why not? If you wish to study firearms, our institute is your best option. Gao Yang gently tapped the book in front of him and sighed. At this moment, I wish to research bulletproof vests, not firearms. Why? Gao Yang was too weary to explain further and simply shook his head. If there is nothing else, please do not disturb my reading. Professor Tong gazed at Gao Yang as he picked up a book, confusion evident in his eyes, yet he rose and turned to leave. General Fu remained seated across from Gao Yang and inquired, may I ask you something? Can the targeting system from a sniper rifle be utilized on other firearms, such as rifles, submachine guns, or handguns? Indeed, Gao Yang pondered briefly before nodding. It's not difficult. If you require it, I can produce a finished product within a day or two. General Fu appeared taken aback. Is it truly that simple? Gao Yang offered no response. His mind brimmed with knowledge, rendering such alterations as elementary as transforming 1 + 1 into 2 + 2, answers that required no contemplation. The firearm test results and the outcomes of the laser weapon evaluations had already been submitted for higher assessment, and it was highly probable that they would be equipped. Gao Yang felt a jolt. The distinction between developing a product and actual deployment was monumental. While he had numerous inventions gathering dust, few had made it to the stage of deployment. He was confident in the significance of his creation, yet uncertain about its actual implementation. Suddenly, he recalled old Chang's call. Am I able to designate a partner for the production of the equipment? General Fu nodded. Yes, but we must verify qualifications and ascertain production capabilities. There was little doubt about the lack of production capacity at his father's factory. Yet such sniper rifles were few and far between in the nation's workshops. Moreover, those facilities were difficult to manage, and information could easily leak. It would be wiser to establish a new factory. General Fu pondered for a moment. I will keep this in mind, and, once the evaluation results are in, I will endeavor to assist you. With this statement, the matter was essentially settled. The scale of the sniper rifle replacement would not be extensive. At most a few tens of thousands, and General Fu's word held weight. However, for Old Chang's small factory, even a minor order represented a significant opportunity. Chapter 37. Do not rush. With General Fu's departure, Gao Yang resumed his reading. Uninterrupted, he found himself immersed in the text until 10:30 that evening. When Ruo hurried to his side. The library is closing. I will help you check out 4 books. Thank you, Gao Yang replied, taking 4 more books. Let us borrow 8 in total. Ruo swiftly recorded the titles while advising, you shouldn't stay up too late reading. It's ultimately not beneficial. Indeed, he agreed. Also, could you possibly make time to attend class again? Gao Yang furrowed his brow. The instances of teachers being absent were, after all, infrequent, and it would be inappropriate for him to encroach upon their lessons. Noticing his silence, Ruo quickly added, I merely mentioned it casually. Gao Yang smiled. He had a favorable impression of Ruo, the diligent student who had brought him several cups of coffee. It was not that he was unwilling to attend class, but rather, what would happen to the professor teaching during that time? He decided he would first attend the class, and then find a way to discuss matters with Professor Lee. Ruo's eyes sparkled. Can you specify what subject to teach? Ideally, something related to electromagnetism, as our second assignment concerns electromagnetic weapons. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. Are you suggesting that I make things more challenging for myself? Ruo laughed. You are also a member of our elegant dress group. When the time comes, you can guide us, and it will be quite manageable. Gao Yang chuckled as he gathered his books. All right, see you tomorrow. Given his current level of understanding, guiding a group of university students would pose little challenge. Upon exiting the library, Gao Yang's expression became subdued. Outside, on a nearby bench, sat an elderly gentleman. Professor Tong. This man had been waiting outside for several hours. Although spring had arrived, the evening chill still lingered, causing Professor Tong to shiver as he bounced his leg. Upon noticing Gao Yang, he promptly rose to his feet and followed in step with him. Allow me to assist you with those books. Now that you are free from your studies, we can engage in a meaningful conversation. Gao Yang glanced at the enthusiastic Professor Tong, who was eagerly clutching several books, and felt a twinge of helplessness. These individuals are indeed quite stubborn. I do not wish to leave the university, Professor Tong insisted. However, with your remarkable talent, you could be utilized to the fullest extent at our research institute. Gao Yang turned to face Professor Tong. I am merely a sophomore. I still wish to experience university life. Therefore, upon graduation, I will prioritize the Firearms Research Institute. Professor Tong pondered this, observing Gao Yang's youth, barely 20 years old. Then I shall wait for you for 2 years. Should any issues arise during this time, do not hesitate to contact me. Whether you require research resources or assistance, I will do my utmost to help. While you indulge in university life, do not forget the importance of research. Gao Yang nodded. I understand. It is late. You should return and rest. Just as Professor Tong was about to offer to help Gao Yang with his books, a security guard approached and seamlessly took the books from his hands, following closely behind Gao Yang as they headed back to the dormitory. Professor Tong stood there, momentarily stunned, watching Gao Yang's retreating figure along with the 2 bodyguards. Was Gao Yang afforded such protection? While he too had guards due to his military rank, Gao Yang was merely a student. Indeed, having developed an automatic targeting sniper rifle, he was certainly deserving of such protection, especially at his age, where having several bodyguards seemed quite normal. However, the sniper rifle had only recently been tested, and no subsequent research rewards had been issued. So where did the bodyguards come from? Unless Gao Yang had previously achieved notable inventions, particularly of a highly advanced nature. Professor Tong's mind raced as he speculated, piecing together the puzzle to a considerable extent. Yet, at that moment, he felt a sense of unease, as he was unaware of what further research Gao Yang had undertaken. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. At the very least, Gao Yang had indicated that he would prioritize their research institute upon graduation. After an exhaustive night spent poring over 8 books, dawn broke, and after a brief 3-hour respite, Gao Yang once again made his way to the library. This time, the potential for amplification had reached 60%. However, as he searched for books, he possessed a clear intent. His objective was to truly manufacture a bulletproof vest and subsequently enhance it. In order to create the vest, he still required further refinement. As Gao Yang diligently sifted through the books, a high-level military meeting was convening elsewhere. On the conference table lay a striking sniper rifle. The individuals seated around the table were all prominent figures, including General Zhou, who sat with an air of solemnity. The elder at the head of the table smiled and remarked, "The recent news regarding laser weaponry has stirred quite a commotion. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth, a sophomore from the Defense Technology University, whose semester project directly obliterated a satellite. When this news reached me, I initially thought it was a hoax." The others in the conference room chuckled, well aware of the news that had stirred such a commotion. Yet, they were oblivious to the more intricate details. The information regarding the laser weapon was contained within the folders before them. They began to peruse the contents. Silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of papers rustling, followed by audible gasps of astonishment. The data was staggering. A wave of disbelief washed over the group. Could this truly be real? Am I not dreaming? Suddenly, an expletive escaped someone's lips. A cough interrupted the murmurs. As the elder at the helm of the meeting reminded, "We're only on the first page. Let us refrain from cursing." As someone turned to the second page, the exclamations continued. "This is incredible. My artillery battalions must be equipped with this. I want one too. But aren't you focused on special operations? What is wrong with that? This cannon weighs only 30 kilograms. My squad could easily transport several to the battlefield." The atmosphere in the conference room grew chaotic, yet no one intervened. It took a full 5 minutes before the room gradually quieted. As everyone absorbed the specifications of the laser cannon, one person inquired, "Can this be mounted on aircraft?" Its effectiveness would undoubtedly surpass that of bombers. With precise targeting of ground objectives, multiple firings, and no limitations on payload, invincible. The elder nodded in agreement. That's a promising idea worth exploring. Now, let us move on to the second document, which pertains to the sniper rifle. Please review it before we continue. Someone remarked with a grin. This rifle on the table? Quite impressive. I'm eager to see this weapon alongside the laser cannon. Suddenly, gasps filled the room. No way, is this real? The sounds of disbelief multiplied. Suddenly, a prominent figure lunged for the sniper rifle on the table, feeling its weight. I must take this outside to test it. Me too. Several individuals rose, eager to exit. Yet they paused, waiting for the elder to speak. Impulsive, yet not without restraint. The elder chuckled. I understand your eagerness, but let us hold off for now. I'm keen to see it as well, but we must wrap up this meeting first. Everyone settled back down, some impatiently eyeing the elder. He smiled. Both of these weapons are certainly worthy of production. However, I find myself in a quandary. What kind of reward should we bestow upon the young inventor for developing these groundbreaking weapons? Chapter 38. The Wave's Mechanical Processing Plant. Rewards are necessary, and indeed, there exists a robust incentive mechanism for researchers. As members of the Defense Science Academy, they are entitled to not only monetary compensation, but also merit-based rewards. The highest honor, a first-class merit award, seems insufficient to recognize Gao Yang's achievements. Typically, a leading accomplishment in a research field earns one a first-class merit. Yet, Gao Yang's contributions transcend mere advancement. They represent a technological leap. If only it were wartime. We could apply for a special class merit without hesitation. Let us record 2 first-class merits for the 2 inventions, someone suggested. And let us also arrange for a cash reward. Another chimed in. Currently, the highest cash reward stands at 5 million for 2 inventions, totaling 10 million for 2 applications. While 10 million might seem substantial, it pales in comparison to the value of Gao Yang's inventions. The technology behind these 2 new weapons could fetch billions if sold externally, with countless buyers eagerly seeking to acquire them. Yet, this is the utmost benefit that researchers can currently offer. In light of such insufficient incentives, it becomes imperative to seek compensation from alternative avenues. According to the present standards of the Dragon Kingdom, the rights to develop patents remain with the researchers. However, in the realm of weapon manufacturing, especially when it involves internal research and development, possessing a patent does not guarantee significant profits. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence in the conference room. How about we arrange a position for him at the Defense Academy? General Zhou, who had been relatively quiet, interjected. From what I know of Gao Yang, he has little interest in such positions. However, I happen to have a request that has reached me. Gao Yang wishes for his father's factory to produce the weapons he has developed, but unfortunately, the factory's equipment is outdated and does not meet the necessary standards. The leading elder's eyes lit up. This presents an excellent opportunity for compensation. Since the production equipment does not meet standards, we can assist them in upgrading their facilities to comply. The terms for the factory's enhancement were straightforward. Provide whatever is needed. Thus, the matter was swiftly resolved. and a group rushed out of the conference room to test the weaponry. The data on paper was impressive, but the real astonishment lay in its practical application. With this firearm in hand, they transformed into sharpshooters of an extraordinary caliber, surpassing conventional definitions of marksmanship and leaving the high-ranking officials astounded, unable to contain their exclamations. After a round of testing, their affection for the weapon was palpable. Suddenly, someone suggested, "Isn't there an international special forces sniper competition in a couple of days? Should we showcase this weapon?" A moment of silence enveloped the group as they weighed the decision to unveil such a novel creation. After all, it was still a new innovation. "I believe it's feasible. The sniper competition allows participants to bring their own firearms, and they will rank the top 10. Each faction can send 10 snipers. We can secure a place among the top 10 without issue." The leading elder nodded in agreement, setting the tone for the initiative. Laughter erupted among the attendees. Wielding such a sniper rifle would undoubtedly enhance their scores. Someone turned to General Zhou, asking, "Could you check with the developers if they can prepare 10 rifles within 2 days?" General Zhou promptly contacted Gao Yang. The call connected swiftly, and he inquired, "Xiao Gao, can you manufacture 10 self-targeting sniper rifles in 2 days? We need them for testing. The competition is imminent, and we must arrange for 10 participants." Gao Yang chuckled softly. With his sniper rifle in hand, the outcome of the competition seemed assured. "It should be possible. I can have them ready for collection in 2 days. Will that suffice?" "That will suffice." Gao Yang ended the call and proceeded to the laboratory. With previous manufacturing experience under his belt, the production speed had significantly increased. Coincidentally, this was the perfect time to refine the designs of several other firearms. As machines commenced the automated manufacturing of components, Gao Yang began to design rifles, submachine guns, and handguns equipped with automatic targeting systems. These 3 types of firearms, with the addition of such technology, exhibit overlapping functionalities. The rifle is intended for engaging enemies at medium distances, typically 300 to 500 meters, whereas the submachine gun is designed for targets within a 200-meter range. However, with the precision of automatic targeting, the rifle can effectively address threats even within the 200-meter zone. The handgun serves a straightforward purpose as a short-range defensive weapon, yet, with the assistance of automatic targeting, it too becomes a formidable instrument of destruction, allowing for immediate lethal action in confined spaces. With the designs finalized and a plethora of components manufactured, the next phase was assembly. During this process, Gao Yang received a phone call from General Fu, who informed him that the order for the production of weapons had been approved for his father's factory. The initial equipment would be provided by the authorities, essentially granting his father a state-of-the-art precision factory at no cost. Furthermore, the necessary materials for the initial production would be supplied in advance, with subsequent expenses to be offset by the revenue generated from weapon sales. Although certain conditions applied, such as military oversight of the factory, these were to be expected, as the government would naturally seek to safeguard the secrets of weaponry. The advantages were substantial, requiring no sacrifices. Gao Yang relayed the factory's address and name to his father, and then called Lao Chong to inform him about the impending order, advising him to prepare for the arrival of significant business. Lao Chong was somewhat taken aback, yet immensely pleased, recognizing that his son had matured. After preparing for the arrival of the esteemed guests, they witnessed a convoy of military vehicles arriving at the factory's entrance. Observers from within the vehicles peered out, expressing uncertainty. "Is this the Langtao machinery processing plant?" At the entrance of the factory, Lao Chong shared the same sense of bewilderment. What could such an impressive convoy be doing at their modest establishment? He contemplated approaching to inquire but hesitated, feeling the weight of authority emanating from the vehicles. Inside, General Fu confirmed the name and address before gazing at the factory's entrance. Was this truly the facility Gao Yang had mentioned? The metal sign of the factory was significantly corroded, indicating its long-standing presence. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was still potential within. As General Fu disembarked and spotted Lao Chong, he approached him amicably. Lao Chong instinctively took a step back. He might not grasp many things, but he recognized that the man without insignia, yet bearing gold stars, was a general. General Fu smiled kindly and inquired, "May I ask if you are associated with Langtao Machinery?" "I am the owner," Lao Chong replied courteously. General Fu was momentarily taken aback. "Is your surname Gao?" Lao Chong, realizing the connection, was incredulous and cautiously probed. "Are you here on Gao Yang's recommendation?" General Fu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Gao Yang sent me to discuss a collaboration with you." Lao Chong was momentarily speechless. Gao Yang was well aware of the factory's circumstances. Given their modest scale, collaborating with the government seemed improbable, even if they were to partner. Merely obtaining scraps would have been a considerable achievement. Yet, Did such a significant figure truly need to be involved for a minor collaboration? While Lao Chang was lost in thought, General Fu had already turned to signal the individuals in the vehicles to disembark. Let us first enter the factory and observe. General Fu introduced to Lao Chang, who appeared somewhat flustered. Gao Yang may have made a mistake. Our factory is quite small and likely unable to accommodate official orders. Chapter 39. A necessity for collaboration. General Fu chuckled reassuringly. The size of the factory is inconsequential. Do not be anxious. Gao Yang and I share a close rapport. Let us step inside and assess the situation. Lao Chang sensed General Fu's goodwill, but was intrigued by how someone of such high stature could maintain a good relationship with Gao Yang. Upon entering the factory, General Fu was momentarily taken aback. From outside, the entrance appeared modest, but upon crossing the threshold, he realized the factory was even smaller. It bore the hallmarks of antiquity. Constructed from reinforced concrete, and the color of the walls betrayed its age. Inside, he could faintly make out the old-fashioned machinery. General Fu hesitated for a moment before uttering, "It's fine, let us take a look." Initially feeling somewhat uneasy, Lao Chang was now resigned to the situation, leading the group further inside. General Fu observed the equipment within the factory, all of which was outdated. The products being manufactured comprised locks and metallic components, produced via direct stamping. This was undoubtedly among the least favorable types of factories. However, there were redeeming qualities. All workers donned full protective gear, and the factory was remarkably clean. The overall impression was somewhat unexpected. This was not merely a factory. It could easily be mistaken for a small workshop. The group of evaluators that followed stood frozen in place, their expectations clearly unmet. Was there even a need for an assessment? The production equipment would have been considered obsolete 50 years prior. Furthermore, the factory's diminutive size raised serious doubts about the feasibility of any official collaboration. Initially, General Fu envisioned this partnership as an opportunity to renovate the factory and slightly update the equipment. Yet, it became evident that what was needed was not mere upgrades, but the construction of an entirely new facility, an endeavor far more challenging than simply replacing old machinery, as they would first have to demolish the existing premises. Nevertheless, General Fu met the puzzled gazes of the group with determination. Why is everyone standing there in a daze? We have work to do. I require all pertinent information about the factory within half an hour. The group sprang into action. Some delving into official records to ascertain any lawsuits or incidents of a serious nature, while others reviewed the factory's financial reports, assessed its dimensions, and checked the serial numbers of the machinery. They also scrutinized employee qualifications and other relevant details. As the group busied themselves, Lao Chang stared at General Fu in bewilderment. Given the circumstances, why was he not leaving? Was he perhaps seeking trouble? Yet, he felt confident that, despite its size, the factory posed no issues. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is there truly no possibility for collaboration? Is such a thorough inspection necessary?" General Fu smiled. "Is there a place to sit?" "There is," Lao Chang replied, leading General Fu to the office. The office was modest, furnished with a sofa, a desk, and a coffee table. Lao Chang poured a cup of tea for General Fu and asked, "Considering our situation, is there any potential for collaboration?" General Fu smiled once more. "It is not a question of possibility. It is a matter of necessity." Old Chang listened intently to the conversation ahead, feeling a tinge of disappointment. His son had provided him with an opportunity, yet he found himself at a loss. Was collaboration truly necessary for this factory? His son certainly wielded considerable influence. He could not afford to falter. What was required for production? He pondered aloud, contemplating the possibility of leveraging over $1 million in funds, with city properties that could be mortgaged for an additional $2 million, enabling the procurement of new production equipment. General Fu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with the production of weaponry or equipment. We will handle that." Old Chang was taken aback. "Weapon production? You are supplying the equipment? Then why not produce it yourselves?" General Fu took a sip of tea. "This underscores the merit of having a commendable son. I cannot divulge too many specifics, but I assure you, collaboration is imperative. This batch of weaponry must be manufactured exclusively at the Langtao Machinery Processing Plant. Should we lack equipment, we shall acquire it. If materials are insufficient, we will provide them. Should there be a shortage of workers, we can supply them as well. We can even supply the land." Old Chang also took a sip of tea, attempting to steady his nerves, though he found the situation difficult to grasp. Yet it was undeniably linked to his son. His initial reaction was a surge of anxiety. What had transpired with his son? Such preferential treatment could not be earned without consequence. Could it? Reflecting on the previous incident when Gao Yang returned home, a thought crossed his mind. Had his son achieved something significant? General Fu nodded. Indeed. But I advise you not to inquire further. Rest assured, he does not require your concern, and his accomplishments are boundless. A flush of unnatural warmth spread across old Chang's face. His son's success brought him pride. In a mere 10 minutes, a knock resounded at the door. An aide entered to report. The area here spans only 500 square meters. It is rather limited for any purpose. General Fu turned to his secretary. Negotiate with local officials regarding how much additional land can be allocated and the extent thereof. Understood, came the reply. General Fu continued. Contact the construction team and instruct them to commence building the factory immediately. Yes, sir. Reach out to current heavy industry enterprises for quotations and prepare for procurement. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, General Fu turned to Old Chang. Is there anything else we should be mindful of? Old Chang remained in a state of bewilderment. This was a monumental shift. After a pause, he replied, there are still processing orders that remain incomplete. Are there any other factories that can take on these orders? Yes. General Fu affirmed. Transfer the orders. Any resultant losses will be reimbursed. Old Chang shook his head. There are no losses to speak of. Stepping out of the room, Old Chang felt disoriented and promptly made a phone call. The first call was to Gao Yang. With such an enormous windfall seemingly descending from the heavens, his immediate reaction was not elation but trepidation. He feared that his newfound benefits might inadvertently impact Gao Yang. If there were any repercussions, he would forfeit this advantage without hesitation. As the call connected, Gao Yang inquired, what is it? A general has arrived at the factory. He intends to reconstruct the facility. Are you aware? Yes, I sent them over. Simply cooperate with them. Old Chang refrained from hastily ending the call and instead asked, will my acceptance of this benefit place any pressure on you? I have already disbursed the remuneration in advance. Old Chang contemplated a possibility. An invention? Indeed. Old Chang breathed a sigh of relief. The invention from the National University of Defense Technology could only pertain to weaponry. Reflecting on General Fu's words, he comprehended the situation entirely. The creation by Gao Yang was indeed a weapon, destined to be produced by this very factory. After hanging up the phone, Old Chang began to contact his colleagues. His enthusiasm palpable throughout the conversation. The joy of the newly constructed factory paled in comparison to the pride he felt for his son's achievements. Gao Yang's invention was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even of the highest caliber. Otherwise, he would not have secured this factory. The value of this establishment was immense. Even disregarding the factory itself and its equipment, the expanded land was worth a fortune. In the vicinity of Jiangxing, even commercial land could not be acquired for less than several billion. And now, it belonged to him. Old Chang continued to call his peers, simultaneously offering the newly acquired equipment at a bargain to them. Once he completed his calls, the workers in the factory had already left. Bewildered by the sudden announcement of reconstruction, Old Chang began to pack away a significant amount of materials from the factory before stepping outside. Outside, large construction machinery had been delivered by trucks. A crane was set to lift the internal equipment for loading. The workers gazed at Old Chang in confusion, asking, "Boss, what is happening?" Slowly regaining his composure, Old Chang replied, "My son suggested we update the factory. You all may return home for now. Your wages will continue to be paid during this period. Once the factory is completed, I will reach out to you."